Recht. We'll get on with it then. It's back to Motorsport Manager. It's back to the Asia Pacific Super Cup. And we managed to avoid relegation and being fired by placing a staggering 8th place. Big shout out to the Patreon patricians who failed to score a single point, and that one moment where they grabbed a crazy amount of them, they were found cheating so hard that they were robbed of 4 positions, 6 positions, something crazy. Lona was put in her bloody place. And we were put in our place, which is above relegation. So we're just entering the post-season, or pre-season, or mid-season, something like that. We've finished up all that year, and now it's time for the changes that will impact the year coming. We need to make sure that we keep Vino Paolo. We're going to let Javier go away so that I stop having to worry about saying Javier or Javier correctly. And Alexa McLovin, you have been our designer for a long time, and you are no longer going to be our designer. Your stats are just not up to snuff. Even though you're quite cheap and you've been with us a long time, I'm just not really interested in what you're selling. So we're going to let that final month of contract run out, and we're going to grab ourselves a new individual. And if I recall last time, we were eyeing up none other than Doc Spengler. Doc Spengler has good stats, and they're where they matter, because engines, gearboxes, and front wing are all going to be spec this coming season. Brakes, suspension, and rear wing are where it matters. Doc's braking ability, not so good, despite how much they love to break down. But suspension and rear wing, yeah, we need to work on that big time, and you're going to help us with that. So we will approach you. You have these known components that I don't particularly care that much about. I hear some people saying how amazing known components are, and I'm just not sold. So we approach. They're interested. Let's negotiate. Wages are important to... Oh my god, they want a lot of money. Alright, we'll go for 400,000. Give them a medium contract as they desire. They want a nice signing on fee. I don't mind big signing on fees because it's just a one-off cost. It's pittance compared to this. Bonus size is important, they say. Well, I don't think we're going to be getting first very often, so if we ever somehow do, it can be a massive payout for Spengler. I have a feeling I'm overpaying here big time. I'm going to drop the cost down. And if they're not happy with that, then we will try to renegotiate. They have a good bit of patience, so we'll see how that goes. She's also 58, likely retiring soon. That's all the more reason that I should keep a hefty contract then. Medium is fine, that's 2 seasons. When we get into the top league, which hopefully we will after 24 months, we should be able to sign somebody a lot better. At least that's the hope. Let's send that off and see how they like it. Employees are almost as greedy as Jake. At least they can't squeeze me for extra money every season. Could you imagine that? Now, I believe we've already approached Vino Paolo for another season. I'm hopefully not going to pay them quite so much because, you know, I need to give all my money to Pierre Pants as they grab almost no points for me. Well, they try, I'm sure. Okay, got that taken care of. Acknowledge that. There's nothing else that I'm really looking to sign unless we have some amazing pit crew with my name on them. I wouldn't say amazing, so we'll leave you be. We haven't had any major complaints with the pit crew recently. Let's try and keep it that way. Given Spengler's skills, would it be a good thing to get engines off-spec next season? No. We have way too much catching up to do. Engines will go spec, or rather go off-spec when we enter the World Championships, and I don't think I'll make anything spec there. I want to pour all my money into an amazing car then. For now though, spec's going to help us. Spec always helps when working your way up in the league after all, and we've got a long way to catch up with our crummy car. Look at this, we're 8th best on the grid. After doing all of these upgrades, the only thing we're half decent at is rear wing and suspension, and both of those are going to be chipped away for next season. We'll see how it goes though. Tondel Expert is a localization error. The real meaning of the trait is pure disappointment. After pouring all the money in. Okay, nothing else for us to worry about. I'd love to do some upgrades, but wait and see how the money situation is with the new car first, shall we? The car repair is complete. If there's anything that still needs to be improved, then now is the time. Yeah, I might as well just... Actually, it doesn't matter at all how these things go, so we'll just have you filled. Forget those two, though. Any letters coming in? Ochlin is retiring. Lars Ochlin, that well-known individual. Okay, that's a team we don't even know or care about. Carry on. New car, yeah, the new car always wrecks the piggy bank, but this is why we save up every year. Oh boy, you broke the promise to me! That's right, I promised Javier that he was going to play 16th, and I didn't do it. Well, that's okay, because he's being fired, so that's fine. I'm happy to present you with your prize money for 2019. Don't spend it all at once. Oh, I will graciously receive 21.5 million. That's a good participation trophy if ever there was. And unfortunately, this time we did not make Manager of the Season. EA Lanka's Delaney. Delaney? Really? Well, good for them. I guess they manage well. Dakini Dancer. I'm trying to remember which units Dakinis are. Aren't those the naked women who are glass cannons? Except not much of a cannon. And the driver of the season is Mark Amulson from Hell's Engine. I don't know who you are, but I also don't care. Crushing Javier's dreams like that after the man did so much for you. So much and yet clearly not enough. Let's carry on. Okay, we're being told about the rule changes that we got our greasy little hands in on. We are the ones that made front wing spec, and we dumped a lot of votes onto somebody else's proposition to make gearboxes spec. I know some people are very unhappy with that decision, but not me. That's going to help us climb up big time. This year, Worst Nightmare have been promoted to World Motorsport Champion at the expense of Global Saturation Racing, who've been relegated to Asia Pacific. Meanwhile, Asia Pacific Echter Dutch Rensport have been promoted. Patreon patricians drop out. That means we can start up our prediction on who is going to win this Asia Pacific Super Cup first position. Fortunately, I can bring up my old vote, and we just need to get rid of Worst Nightmare and replace them with Global Saturation Racing. Do we have space for racing? We do. Nice. And we replace Patreon patricians with Echter Dutch Rensport. Man, the Patreon patricians did bad. Real bad. But I'm so unhappy to see the Echter Dutch Rensport back in. It's so hard to type. D-E-U-T-S-C-H-E-R. Rensport. There's not even enough space for it all. I'll have to drop an N in it. No, I won't. I'll just delete a space. Okay, you'll have 30 minutes to cast your votes on who you think is going to win. That's plenty of time for us to later figure out who the favourites are. There we go. The Stonecutter song from The Simpsons, but it's all Jake. Who makes the gearbox made of rocks? Who keeps the engine specs at the stocks? We do. We do. You could probably write a full song about that. But we won't. Right, thank you, Ernie Kickback Heckle Rock. Keeping my situation sweet. Are you ready for Scorpio to ask you to get 6th or higher? 6, I think, might be doable. Depends how our car is against the others, but we'll wait. We won't even have to make a promise on that until we do the test run. I hope that goes well. Oh God. East India Company Racing Division snapped up Javier. Oof. And they're not even paying as much as I'd expect to be paying there. That's... I mean, comparatively for the EIC, not so great, but the EIC hit hard. There's a reason they've rocked it up to the Asia Pacific Super Cup from the Euro Leagues. I've accepted an offer. I guess this is a goodbye. We've come to an agreement over my break clause. So you should at least... Oh, get money! Oh God, I wish people took my drivers more frequently. Oh yeah, I knew Javier would be good for something. Imagine that. You run a company and you get paid £600,000 for one of your employees leaving? I'd piss them all off all the time. Top Brazilian driver Dark Young has decided that his future in racing lies away from Rance Castle Racing and has negotiated a move to Rose Tinted Racing. I can't wait to get out there on the track, says Young. I've met the team. They seem like a great bunch. Always beside his beloved Red Alert. In fact, he looks to be the best racer in rose-tinted racing. Ooh. You're gonna have Doom Guy as your designer, Joe Heartsucker or Portal being your mechanic, Herr Commissar looking over you and keep talking nobody explodes, paying the bills. Well, I guess our racing against Dark Young doesn't come to an end. We'll see you on the grid. Right, Spengler, what do you make of my proposition? There's a little clause where you have to keep playing that awful British racing game. Right, you find it interesting, and you are very unhappy, insulted even, at the wages that I'm offering. So I'm gonna up those to 400,000, and I will make the signing on fee a bit sweeter. See how you like that? What about Vino Paolo? Come on, man, I need you to stick around here. You are the backbone of this whole thing. Oh, damn, I highballed you. Looks like I could have offered you less. Still though, let's keep that signed. I want Vino Paolo on for another 3 seasons. Actually, I want you for a lot longer. You are my star child here. So, bring it on. Can we have some details on last year's Cup outcome, Jake? Who was promoted and demoted? A brief recap. Didn't we just have that? We just had the mail coming in here, where Worst Nightmare get promoted into World Motorsport, global saturation drop from the world over to Asia Pacific, Echter dus Rensport promoted into Asia, while Patreon patricians drop into Euro. There we go, here we go. So the World Motorsport, oh, it's all refreshed now, so we don't know who's the favourites out of it, but man, Worst Nightmare hit hard. Still, the NPC Master Racing Team, Scuderia and the Nancy crew are the 3 that dominate the top positions in World Motorsport. Down at the very bottom in the European Racing Series, well, God knows, nobody cares about these people. We just know that Tenno Hikabanzai never do well, and Nokia always do well, but are always the bridesmaid, never the bride. In our team, well, we'll see how the practice races go once we've developed the car. Right, contract's renewed, glad to have that out of the way, so I've got Vino nailed down for 3 years or so. What's this about new staff? We're working on Spengler, we're trying to get rid of Alexa. McLovin. Okay, pre-season start, let's get that car going. Wow, people voting already? We haven't even seen how the cars are going to perform. Orlov believes in global saturation racing, probably because he got demoted. But I don't know, we've seen that entering a league gives you pretty crummy parts and didn't do so well for people before us, did it? Alright, let's get cracking. Where's that money I squirreled away? This is the money we squirreled away for the next year's car. Do not waste it. Come on, Scipio, you know I'm good for it. We are pretty filthy rich though, let's dump what we can into it. Unfortunately, our choice of engine suppliers are terrible. I'm going to go with Ford. They've actually got a pretty good base stat modifier, but it looks like it's considerably stronger than Toyota on the output. Ooh, that looks nice. I don't know what Valvoline. I don't know these brands, but I'm not big into cars. Yeah, I'll go for Valvoline. We save up a lot of money, so there's no problem spending a lot of it here. Ford gonna help us on materials. Yeah, Ford will help us. As for the brakes, Michelin brakes. I once had a horrible thing to say about somebody I knew, and I said they had more fat rings than the Michelin Man. That was many years ago, and I still feel about it. I'm not going to say feel bad about it, though, because sometimes I still laugh at it. Right. Fortunately, our financial background gets us a reasonable discount on it, so we essentially spend all the money we squirreled away there. No biggie. Yeah, Michelin didn't seem right for brakes. I swear there's something up with the car parts. But at least our Golden Arches McDonald's logoing shows up quite nicely on it. So let us carry on. Contract proposal. Come on, Spengler, don't let me down here. I've been let down by plenty of people. Ugh, they didn't accept. Right. Abassine Delon was on the NPC Master Racing Team and is joining Global Saturation. Is that a problem? They're pretty good. Mihoko Yamasaki. are also joining Global Saturation, so they're really changing out the old crew after relegation. Leon Kennedy moves over to Hell's Engine. Maybe I can show I'm good enough to be promoted. Oh god, eye-poppingly high. 14 million to protect the president's daughter. Chris Redfield moves over to the Iron Dames. I'm delighted with the move. Oh, he's breaking up with Leon, because Leon wouldn't carry on the Redfield dynasty. Iron Dames picking up Hackerman Zergle's moving around here. I think I can bring a lot to the team here in Portugal. I'm seeing this as an important step in my career. The Iron Dames are also in the Asia Pacific Super Cup. Might be an opportunity to crush Zergle. Let's scout other individuals that are unscouted inside our league. Top American driver Bubba Jones is going away from Iron Dames to Normandy SR Racing. Ooh, Erdnot Rex. They were in Normandy. They're moving over to East India. Terrifying. Erdnot Rex was often in first place or thereabouts in the previous races. I was already on the Iron Dames, says Zergle. Maybe it was a contract extension. How strange. Lemmy Koopa's joining Echter Ducheren Sport for a holy moly 20 mil. Spengler, for God's sake, stop beating me around the bush here. Just take your bloody money and agree to join me. Okay, working on the car, but there's nothing else to really pay attention to in the mid-season, so we carry on. Don't say no. Oh, for God's sake. This is my last chance. I'd have... Oh my god, a whole $500,000 per race? It's about expensive as a driver. Oh. People keep telling me that I way overpay for my people, but look at this, I can't underpay. I guess they have some big retirement plans for that. Ah, geez, that's so much more money. What parts are spec'd? Engines, gearboxes, and front wings are spec'd. But those are still good stats from brake, suspension, and rear wing. We're spending so much for 19 skill on engine, which is spec. Nah, I think the other things are worth it. Okay, right, you've broken me down, Spengler. I will pay your outrageous amount. You cost more than the car. Normandy SR Racing signs Danilo Pereira? We don't know about you. We'll find out about you. A Brazilian, though. Cooper Racing getting a forecasting center. Ah, forecasting's overrated. With the scouting, drivers, racing series, anybody on Asia Pacific that we don't know about will be scouted. Anybody on the European racing series will be scouted. These are new people that are brought in. They generally don't have names that we put together on the community list, because keeping on top of all the newly generated ones is more than I can handle. And plus the game seems to be a bit unstable when we start changing those out. What else do I want? I want the World Motorsport Championship, because we do hope to advance into there at some point, and I might as well keep an eye on who's out there. Unemployed 5-star, really? Holy moly, now there's a driver. A wonder kid still as well, with room to grow. Tell me more about yourself. Wow, now those are some stats. They're even interested. Probably not going to bring them on, that marketability is not good enough, and I feel an attachment towards my team. Man, you would kick Bino Paolo's ass. But not interested, too bad. Although it would be interesting to see what they would join for. Okay, don't let me down, Spengler. I don't want to have to go and suss out a new designer. Okay, thank God. We're giving them everything they asked for. If they somehow said no, that would be outrageous. Okay, out you go, Alexa. There was nothing left in your contract. No need to pay you off. You, on the other hand, want a whole lot of money from me. It's painful. Watch him win all the races and that marketability will soon climb. Not for the team though. Team marketability is already maxed out. And I need to give it above 90% here to keep the 5 stars rolling in, and we like those 5 stars. Contract signed, Spengler joins, and this is a reasonable idea of the amount of money I have to play around with, so we should look towards upgrading something in the headquarters. I think the staff center is worthwhile because it upgrades a lot of things for our drivers and staff, so I will get that done. Otherwise, I would really like the rear wing to have Epic unlocked, so I need a better simulator. So that's another 6 million down the drain. Bye bye. There we go. Don't worry, it's a good investment in the future, even though I don't like seeing that money go down and our income per race is in the negative. We'll just do those 2 upgrades, I think. Nothing else is jumping out at me as being worthwhile. Engine, front wing and gearbox upgrades would be wasted on the spec stuff that comes up. Meanwhile, going for legendary parts. Too expensive to justify, but many things are. I want my road car factory, but I need a level 3 design center for that, and that's mucho expensive. Tempting, but expensive, so... maybe next season, we'll see how the money looks. Okay, let's carry on. We've done about everything we could think to do in the pre-season. Oh, tell you what I haven't done and definitely should is save and save often. This game is a little crash happy with mods, so... what's this? Pre-season Asia... 7... Wait, is it the 7th of September already? Scary. Where's time going? Rear wing is a solid choice with engine spec, high-speed corners from the rear wing are probably the most efficient part for getting you better results. True, but we'll invest in everything. Scouting report finished. Not that we really care about what we see here, I just want to make sure that we have their stats on tap. A unique opportunity. East India Racing Division are in the news. Their engines caught fire. Marketability is already maxed out, so that's a waste of an event. So we're not going to take that unique opportunity. Events like that should really have conditions to check so it doesn't pop up as a waste of time like that. Used to be something we checked for in Europa events, not always with success though. Low quality driver Motoko, below average Katie. We've had word from Wellplay source that Teleglitch is seriously considering retiring. He's on the way out. He checked out a few months ago, to be honest. Best Racers and God Republic boss Dr. Neatram will be looking to fill the void. Wait, why is Dr. Neatram the principal of the Best Racers and God's Republic? Did he move away from Orange? Where's Orange? Oh god, Frozen Cat, they did a bit of a switcheroo. Madness. Poor Nitro, he chose that team. I think he put together that team. Ooh, Iron Dames have a helipad open so they can get the top level sponsors now. Damn, that is a good car. Better than our car for sure. We fired Frozen Kaiser. What did he do to you? What did he not do to you? Mihoko, below average driver. Mitsuki would be one of the better drivers in Asia Pacific. That's high praise. Oh, god, I can see why. What's the point of making money if you can't spend it? They want more money. Fearless Wonder Kid, you would be an excellent addition to any team. But you're already part of Ruler Racing, so yeah, you wouldn't be interested in demotion like that. Andy Erickson is saying, hey, long time YouTube scrub here, I'm bringing your binging your Axis Iran run. Some of the old Into the Airlock and beginning on this long play. Just wanted to let you know I love the vibes you give off. I don't know how to follow that up, but I'm very glad you're enjoying yourself. The vibes. What was that film they brought up? It's in the Vibe. I think it was called The Castle. Had to defend his house against plans for an airport being put down on his property. Right, I love these. Spending money for +1 fuel efficiency or anything else you get out of it. Anything to improve the chances. That money should pay itself back as we outperform in this coming season. It was the castle. Oh, sweet, I remember it well. Well, I remember that one scene well. That's about it. Alexandre, weak driver, middling marketability, not interested. Carry on. Just getting all the scouting stuff in. It's largely bump, but it's good to do because I want to keep an eye on them. Well, you know, Andy Erickson, if you're coming in to make your prediction and say how much you're enjoying yourself, perhaps you could choose the new livery for our car. See, we have had incredibly hideous cars up until now. Now, there's nothing saying that has to change, but I certainly don't want to look at neon green and Dennis the Menace red and black for another season. We've got colours. Pick them, and we'll go with them. And if somehow Andy Erickson doesn't get it done fast enough, someone else could just chime in with some good colours for us. Ryukyu colour scheme. White, purple, red, and black, says TVW. I vote complete pink, says Hoopa. Pink, purple, blue, and black. Pink, purple, blue. Man, how do we even get ourselves to pink? Pink. Purple. Blue. And black. That is like pansexual DDR racing in its prime. We got any advanced liveries for that? Actually, I think 5 might have looked the best there. I want a bit more distinction between the pink and the purple, though. I thought Hotline Miami was in another team. Needs to be a slightly deeper pink. Okay, that is all kinds of horrible. But it's our horrible. This colour scheme is meant to be a message toward global saturation racing to have the most saturated car. Arblet Wesker's going to be after our car for sure. Okay. Shalong would be one of the weakest drivers. Wow. Lots of potential in you. I'll be the reserve Patreon racer. Enjoy relegation. Olga, Tanja, Julie Dinsmore. I like the fact that Doc Spengler is reporting to me about the livery now. Good to have you on board. Alright, now we still have time, plenty of time on your betting in fact, which is good because it's about to be time for the pre-season racing. Just the tests. With all due respect, Your Honour, I'm able to control my car at high speeds, protests Vino Paolo as he's caught speeding. Wow, he's brought to court for speeding? The judge, needless to say, disagreed. It's an embarrassing moment for Paolo's team, who's attempting to cultivate a squeaky clean corporate image. It improves your marketability, though. If anyone should be allowed to drive at speed, it's me. Well, that's actually quite good for us. Good job, keep speeding. Uh-oh, we're interested in getting a look inside your HQ ahead of the new season. Our readers and partners would be more interested in your team if we were to write a good article. If, on the other hand, we wrote a bad article... I think I should tell these people to smeg off. I do not bow down to the gutter press. Get out of here. No, don't you dare threaten me. Okay, the sponsors understand. Never ever trust the press. That was a strong driver you passed over. Yeah, but I'm not in the market for getting myself a new driver right now. I'm quite happy with, well, I mean, I'm not exactly happy with Pierre Pants, but I'm not going to pay off his $8.5 million break contract clause right now. I could piss him off so he leaves, because then he would probably have to pay the break contract thing, but too risky right now. And besides, he might be coming into his element now. It certainly took Vino Paolo a season to really get in with the flow. And Javier, well, he's already long gone and forgotten, so heavens knows. Pre-season testing time. How is that car of ours, anyway? We won't know until we test, so let's test. Time to get that Smegheads need not apply sign going at the HQ. Needs to be a big sign that matches our livery. Alright, how's everyone doing? Pierre Pants and Vino Polo, 5th, 7th, 6th, 10th. So come on, do better than that! Oh, this is a sorry, sad display. Come on, Pierre Pants. Oil leak. Oh, that's bad. I don't like the idea of our brand new car leaking around the place. Oof. Oof, that's not great. That is far from great. Okay. At least it should lower expectations, but I still need to tell the money man where we're going to place. EA Lanka lead the way in preseason testing. Fairly decent show. Fairly decent? We must have looked at a different race there, Spengler. Targets. It's that time of year again. We need to set out where you expect the team to finish this season. I have to say anything above 8th would be a success. Oh, I can't say we're going to do 8th again after last time. Overall, our car is apparently the second best on grid. That's strong. With stock engines, what matters is how we take the corners. And I can pour a lot into deceleration because our brakes opportunity are great. I think we're going to have to do it. We can do 6th. We can do 6th and better, Scipio. Second best car, but we still have Pierre Pants. Give me the money. I promise you we're going to do 6th or better. Yeah, even though we did not do that in terms of the racing. And you got to remember, in this season, if you don't play 6th or better, you get 0 points. Ne point. Nothing but the clocks. So if you play 7th and 8th, that would be a great result normally, but gets you no points in Asia Pacific Super Cup. Right. Let's push it to the limit. Oh, right. We can start working on our car, and we absolutely should. Brakes, suspension, and rear wing. We need to start working on those brakes. They are currently horribad. Deceleration plus 20 is a great place to start. And Doc Spengler is adding a huge amount to that. Plus 13 just from Spengler alone. And they could do even better on suspension and rear wing. Give it to me. Get working on it right now. Well, we still got time on the betting. We'll do a rundown of the competition once we're done with this. Now, I guess I want my best parts seen to like so. We'll need to work on the spec part conditioning soon as well. Whoa, no, I do want that actually. We have the best rear wing on the entire place, so let's work on that nicely. Get that suspension looking good, and let's get the engine, front wing, and gearbox all done better. And I think we will split you like so. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, rundown of the competition. If you are looking at the gambling right now and you haven't placed your bet because you're smart enough not to jump the gun, then let's have a look at all the teams and how they fare up. It doesn't really matter what the game thinks they'll place at. It's not got anything to base that on. But down at the bottom here we have Rose Tinted Racing. Second best car on the grid, apparently. And to think we're third best, that's scary. Decent enough drivers, all in all. Oh, they've got Dark Young as their pro top driver there and Herr Kommissar in charge. We've got Normandy SR Racing. They have lost Urdnot Rex, but they've got Thane Krios there. But they also... Ooh, wow. It says their car sucks, but it also says second best on grid. I don't know what to make of that. Daniele Pera and Bubba Jones. Wow, the Normandy will take on anyone these days. Koopa Racing. They have got the... Wait, are these numbers all lining up? Oh, I was reading the wrong car on grid. I was reading myself, naturally. Forget that. Normandy SR Racing have the worst car on the grid. Voting for them is a real place of commitment towards Jane Shepherd. Okay, back actually on the track and not just reading the highlighting. Koopa Racing, fourth best car on grid. Decent drivers. They've also got Arse Lick My Dove, which is just Do we have any Ukrainians who can confirm that as an actual Ukrainian name? Because it just sounds like you're taking the mick. Right, the Iron Dames, they've got Zergel. They've got Chris Redfield. On top of that, they've got a middling car and a great headquarters. Scary stuff. Hell's Engine is here with a, well, they were doing well before, but apparently 6th best car, and with a bunch of nobodies, with Leon Kennedy for some reason being their backup driver. Those are phenomenally good drivers, but I believe more in the car than the drivers. Global Saturation Racing, the recently demoted, they look incredibly strong. Great drivers, the best car, Albert Wesker securely in charge. Jings, I would personally bet on Global Saturation. Echter Duscher Rennsport. Morton Koopa, Lemmy Koopa. Jings, the Koopas have just migrated over here. M. Benito, who could it possibly be? Well, they look strong in some regards, but that car is the second worst on the grid. East India Company Racing Division, another strong choice, despite how their car might look here. Actually, I think they're weakening a fair bit. Erdnot Rex is great, but their other drivers aren't so strong. Great money though, good chassis. Lanka, Land of Demons, they did strong before, but what is this? Why would anyone sign Bandar Warrior for 3 years? They're so bad. Master Sword is going to have to do all the carrying for Lanka, Land of Demons. And then of course the DDR Racing. We might steal it all, you know, our car is good and I'm about to shove a lot of money into making it better. We've gotten ourselves a brand new lead designer in Doc Spengler, we have good mechanics, a great racer and a good racer who can stand to be one of the best. And we're just going to keep crappy rolling contract Nina de Clersuke and not use them whatsoever because third drivers are a waste of time and money. Scipio, you got any money for me? Oh, come on, be a sporting fellow. Right. Well then, everything is working full steam ahead. Let's go. Ooh, our brakes are almost done as well. That's nice. Why do the cars have such different stats? Does each car inherit one or two of the best? The best part you made in the previous season, it plays an important role in the base stats you get for the next season. Even if that part was previously illegal, as long as it wasn't caught, it's okay. Right, Singapore, 35% chance of rain. We always do better in the rain. EA Lanka should be feeling confident with their excellent brakes. We don't know what that's about. When you start looking into next year's... Oh, come on, Pierre Pants, we just started here. Push resources into tire heating, blah, 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 blah. Well, I mean, not much I can do right now. At least the fuel efficiency is amazing right now. The man, the myth, the legend... Oh, what is that? Salt there. Oh, wow, Shadman himself comes in. The saltiest man on Earth, Mr. Reed. Glad I could make a live one. You too. Right, those brakes. Those brakes look amazing. Unfortunately, I doubt I'm going to have them reliable enough in time. But we're going to start working on them ASAP. Need to get rid of something to make room for that. Probably... that. There we go. That needs to be a lot better. And we need to keep working on parts. We'll probably just do the rounds on them because we can get a lot of initial boosting. Look at how well our deceleration boosted up like that. Might still be 8th best on grid, but I really believe... Actually, it is a little tempting to make another better pair of brakes quickly. We could increase deceleration by another 20, and... Ooh, that is a really good set of brakes swiftly. But this is better. We just need to work on its reliability a lot. Yep, I'm gonna go with that. We'll have 2 decent sets of brakes, I think. Scary as those costs may be, and the time it'll take for it to be worthwhile to use. Ooh, I don't know about that. What's our alternative? Rear wing. We have the best rear wing around, but we could make it even better. And then there's the suspension. 10 and 10 is actually pretty good. I'm going to make that. The reliability isn't so great, but it means you can use it a lot sooner, and I want the best parts on this thing as quickly as possible to get those early points. Early points saved the bacon for us last time. It might just help us again. Is this a newer game or an older one? It does seem good. It's from 2016, I believe. So it's not that new. Is it 2016? Hold on, I'm going to the Steam page to check. Yeah, it is 2016. That makes it a 6-year-old game. And I can't honestly compare it to other games because I don't tend to play these kinds of games. This one just has me captivated for no good reason. Right, I still feel like we could be working on some things here more. Tell you what, it might actually be better just to dump most of my staff on reliability for now. Yeah, most of them can go there because that's what I need to get around these longer races. Right, off we go to Singapore. Check the difficulty settings. I already did, but good point. We've had issues before where the difficulty resets itself, and it's right on normal where it should be. Any decent bits of spam coming in? Pierre Pants is a keen sim racer. That's excellent. A bit more overtaking and some more marketability. Never goes amiss. Because weren't we struggling on your marketability before? We actually paid quite a bit of money to make you media trained. Okay, overtaking. Absolutely maxed out. Good job, Pierre Pants. Very smooth. Very good. Alright. Pierre Pants is angry because he doesn't have the best of everything. I might be able to improve his mood by giving him the new brakes I made, but those brakes are quite likely to fall apart. Oh wow, even giving him that makes him not very happy. Can I give you better of anything else? Give you the better rear wing. Pierre Pants or Vino Paolo? I think we're gonna have to make Vino Paolo the happy one. He is the better racer. He's actually a lot better. He kept underperforming last season, but I really think he just needed a season to find himself. This season is going to be the Pierre Pants victory lap. So let's invest him getting the best parts. I really feel bad about giving him the brakes that are likely to fall apart, but maybe he can manage it well, or we can just fix it and roll with it. I can't see a reason Jake does not win the championship other than Pants doing the Zergle. People do like to do the Zergle around here. Damn Zergle. Giving them his brakes is attempted murder. I like to think I try a little bit harder than attempt. Okay, come on. First race of the season. People have placed their bets. How are we looking on the bets, by the way? 38% of votes are behind DDR Racing to win. Winning on second season is unheard of. Who's the fool here? It's Kirai Kuma putting in the 50 thou on us. Madness, but I suppose not impossible. Lanka getting 14%, although they're strong. Most must be behind, yeah, Global Saturation Racing, 38%. Although, Isaac only putting 31.5 on it. If you put something behind, say, Hell's Engine, the payout you're looking for is 66 to 1. Oh, well, I wouldn't risk those brakes. Pierre is the better choice early races, says Kage. Nah, have faith. Pants can do it. Alright, two of you, get out there and show me what's for. I don't think I'd risk weight stripping at this moment, though. Alright. I've had a lot of YouTube commenters asking me for the mod to automate the racing micro and the practice. I got links. I linked them in the YouTube comments, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Okay, Pants is making good with what I gave him there, but... What? Paolo, what? Oh, man. Where were they hiding this performance? That is unreal. That is absolutely unreal. Oh my, I'm about to go broke, says Chumro. 3 people who voted for global saturation immediately getting the copium out. Naffle says it's just practice. Sandrin says a 1-2 in practice. Nice. Yeah, but Spengler says they're Spengler, I just hired you for my team and you voted for the opposition. Ugh. Right, I'm gonna put you all in your bloody place. That is 2 points immediately for pole position, and we get to be at the front of the pack coming out. That oil slick was nothing. Pants coming top of the standing with Paolo and Young following behind in second and third. There's just something about the name DDR Racing. It has a beautiful ring to it. Well, Misilav, Lukosvak, would you like to bring your chopper over to my HQ? I think you and I will get along just fine. Pants was the fastest. Okay, that sounds like a dangerous order of events there. Pants, Piolo, and Young. How do you feel about that, Dark Young? Right. Take your goodies there. Qualifying trim. Oh yeah, that was just... Ah, my mistake. That was practice. Qualifying is what gets us the positions. Ugh. Damn. I forgot all about the qualifying session. Right, get on those super softs, get out that trim, and get out there and make me proud. Is this where it all falls apart for us now, though? Seeing some purple. Purple is good. Paolo? Paolo? Oh, is it coming apart now? Oh, kind of. Valentine just got something really good there. Damn it all. The practice. The practice was meant to be everything. Okay, well, we don't get those 2 points. Paolo decided to just collapse. Pants was still holding strong, but... Oh, come on. There was like a 1/10 of a second in it. Please tell me Valentine and Gillian is in GSR. Who's GSR? Global Saturation. Jill Valentine and Absine are both Global Saturation, and they placed first and second in the actual race that matters for qualifying. Vino Paolo. Oh god, those brakes are going to hurt Pierre Pants in this. Javier Chamorro is rubbish! Oh, East India Racing Division, look at what you've signed. Go DDR Racing. Alright, come on. Light-footed on medium tires. I don't think we're going to be using mediums here. I like the idea of getting super overtake mode on though. Get that race trim. How about you? Super softs and race trim. Because you're starting on the super softs and they sure like those. I wonder if super softs is better than super overtake. Higher fuel burn and condition loss rate though. Does the AI even know how to use super overtake? Probably not. Thinking about it, I didn't see them use it once before. Let's keep it off of that then. Now the big question, do we strip anything? We can't strip spec. And this early on, we don't really have parts that are reliable enough to go for it, so I'll have to say no, especially not those brakes of ours. Alright. Come on, Pants, it's all on you. I've given you everything you could ask for in this race. Secure us. Wow, our car is really easy to spot in the pack, though, which is rather nice. Pierre Pants dropping to 7th. Nah, they're not going to stay dropped to 7th. Come on, come on, come on. Make those corners. Obliterate the competition. Master Sword really is trying to do the carry for their team. But the first race, fastest lap, is absolutely meaningless. It'll get washed away in no time. Even if you get it towards the last quarter of the match, it can still be taken away real easily. Wow, Pants, that's good. That's real good. Holding in 4th, holding it well. Blocking 5th and 6th. There's Sword, Dillon and Valentine, both members of Global Saturation. 35% chance of rain. I don't think it's coming. We did build a forecasting center for this reason. Paolo seems to be struggling greatly. I did give him the crappiest parts for the car. But he'll improve, right? I did sign him on for another 3 years. He better improve. Come on, Pants. You can do better than that. The idea that Paolo struggles against Bandar Warrior is worrying, though. Bandar Warrior is about the worst of the worst. Right. How are those brakes holding up? Not you, Paolo. Those brakes are falling apart already. They're going to need to be fixed. That's going to cost Pants a lot of positions, I think. However, Pants in 4th is what I like to see. Come on, keep it going, Pierre. Although, all those times I slagged off the French playing earlier, now I'm relying on him greatly. 3rd is pitting. Master Sword is pitting already. I don't know why they're doing it so early. Paolo's begging for fresh tyres as they overtake Bandar Warrior. Pants is going for another, but Pants should probably consider fixing up those tires afterwards. Okay, Valentin must have pitted, that's why they went down. They went down to regular softs. Pants and Paolo both have bonuses on super soft, but I'm worrying about a double pitting here. They're both in a position to need to pit, especially Paolo right now. Okay, Pants in first, but Pants... oh god, no. Pants is really pushing it out of those tires, but they are falling apart. Which one of you messed up my tires? We can't afford these kinds of mistakes. For you, Paolo, I think we can. Pants is enjoying first, but they are falling off hard. This better be a fast and efficient pit. Come on. Fix up rear jack, fix on regular soft, fuel up. All complete, no problems. Get back out there, Pants. Go, go, go. Yeah. Down to 14th, but there are plenty of people ahead of you who have not yet pitted. It's just that Valentin is so far ahead. Oh, in 13th, Cooper Jr. is having some kind of technical problem. That'll be good if that passes them away from us, but they'll probably take the opportunity to fix that up. No, they're not. Okay, well, good for us, I suppose. Pierre Pants jumping up 12th, overtaking 2. But you need to jump up to 6th or better, or this is all a waste of everybody's time. That's what we like to see, up to 9th. Multiple drivers left in the dust. He's a good driver, and that's a good car. A lot of turns on this, but front wing is spec, nothing going to change there. It's all about the medium turns and the big turns based on our rear wing and the suspension that we build, not to mention the brakes, allowing us to brake later with full confidence. In 8th, I like to see it. I'm worried about, well, I can't worry about global saturation. They look like they're doing very well. We need to pour a lot of money into our parts to make them good enough to compete with the recently relegated team. Redfield putting in the pressure. If you're not a fan of Resident Evil, you're probably going to be quite confused about global saturation racing. Well, not so much a fan, you just have to have played or seen some Resident Evil. They got plenty of media out there. I worry greatly about Pants' brakes. Look, they're already down at 30. He's going to need to fix them on the next pit, and his next pit's a while away. So, I really worry about us scoring points here. Maybe I shouldn't have given Pants the better brakes, because they weren't up to snuff on reliability, and my goodness, they are falling apart. They're holding on 30, though. They need to hold a long time on 30. Pants doing well, though, up on 3rd, but that's because 1, 2, 3, 4 other racers took pits. Add those 4 to it, he comes in 7th, and he doesn't get me those points. Oh, by the way, I found a setting that allows us to zoom in quite a bit closer. Not so hot though, might be a little dizzying to look at. Still, we really get our money's worth on that livery. Man, Paolo must be feeling real bad right now. Bet he wishes he could go crawling into the pits. Ooh, Valentin coming out of the second pit is only 5 seconds ahead of us. Then again, we need our pit and we're only on regular softs here, which are falling apart. Just like our brakes are down to 24. Ouch. Admire the vaporwave livery. Hell, I like it. Another pit mistake, thankfully done on Paolo and not on Pants. Pants is where all the money is. Ooh, the brakes are feeling strange. Can someone take a look at them? Ugh. We almost certainly have to fix those up. But hopefully our pit stop team will do a good job on it. I should have reviewed the pit stop team for the new season. Alright, pit stop. Go, 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 go. How are you dealing with this one? Other than losing all those positions. Come on, where's our pit stop? They are doing... Oh god, there was a refueling mistake. How is our pit stop crew so bad? What the hell was the problem with fueling, guys? Come on! Alright, Pants, you are going to have to push it here. Oh god, everybody ahead of you has already pitted twice as well. I do not think Pants can win this one back, but he can damn well try. Brings it up to 11th because of other people pitting, but he's got to make up like some 10 seconds to do it. What was that? A collision caused by Chris Redfield! Chris Redfield caused a collision, 10-second penalty. Car falling apart, Iron Dames left groveling. Pants, this is your opportunity. Also, who just crashed for it? Cooper Jr. Was there a safety, well, it'd be virtual safety car, but was it deployed for that? Come now, there's still a good 7 or 8 laps to go. You can make a few positions in that time. Jill Valentine's doing the fastest. Oh man, they are unstoppable, the global saturators. I worry about Pants's tyre condition. He's probably going to need to pit again, and I really don't want him to. Ugh, another repair job needed. Bye-bye, Paolo. Damn it, Pants, he's off those tyres. We can't afford another pit at this point. Miami needs to get out of my way. Out of the way, Hotline Miami. The rose-tinted racing is over. That said, we'll have the rundown of the rose-tinted marathon this Saturday. God damn it, get out of my way! Jill Valentine has retired! What a blessing! All of you people that put your points on global saturation, their key driver just had to sit this one out. What happened, Jill? What happened? Oh god! Belching out fire, that can't be good. Alright. It's so frustrating, but Pants is almost definitely going to have to pit. Well, no, they don't have to. They can just accept the awful condition of their tyres. They'd better accept the awful. I don't want that last lap pitting again. Alright, come on, hold that 5th. Oh, those tyres are shredding. Amundsen's behind you, you're 2 seconds behind Miami. Just don't let it slip and we'll get us some points here. Come on, Pierre Pants. Keep it going, you're nearly a second behind him. Oh, close, but still a good result. Not a bad result at all, Pants. Not at all. Jill was so far away. This is theft. Theft, I say. What's a little fire? Well, EA Lanka. What were we saying about the long odds there? Who voted EA Lanka? Come on, tell us more. 100,000 from Joseph Stalling at a 1-7 payoff. And they are... Well, we don't know if they're first place. Someone else might have gotten multi-points, but... Surely this is Nemesis work. He's after Stars members. He can't be stopped. Man, good job, Pierre Pants. And would you look at that? EA Lanka, top of the charts, 10 points. Sadly, we're tied with Jill Valentine because of the pole position they got previous. But there we go. 5th place. 2 solid points and a great performance. We just need to make our parts more reliable and have a pit crew that doesn't cock up constantly. I want to see DDR racing at the top, says Feng Xing Nong. I just love those guys. Vino Paolo is so hot. Great job this weekend, Shepard. We're right up there. Looking forward to the next race. Where did Lemmy Cooper learn to drive? It's like watching me mum. Okay, right. You love to see it, and I love to get my big payout from Scipio. Vino Paolo's so hot, shame he drives like complete ass this season. Maybe I should have given him a decent car. Alright, so I can't imagine Vino Paolo's morale is going to be doing so great from that. But look, we all get the stat. Well, actually, Pierre Pants must be peaked. There we go. Scipio has already maxed out happiness. We'll change that momentarily. Excellent. This kind of money-making is what I like to see. It's not a lot of money-making, though, so I need to speak to you about that. Meanwhile, the World Motorsport had their Doha race, and the NPC Master Racing team is on fire. Christopher Robin and Teuvo Partanen scooping first and second for immense amount of points. I mean, holy smokes, that's a lot of points for reaching top 5. Well, good for them. Whew, Jing's Master... That was a great scoop for Lanka to grab the Master Sword. They don't even pay that much for it, Jings. I pay more for Pierre Pants. Yeah, but Pierre Pants is probably better. Meanwhile, the European Racing Series, we don't care so much about them, but Kruger coming in top, followed by Dr. Nitram's old team. And then ever the bridesmaid, Nokia, coming in third with Linzer. Can't believe Valentine went out at that point. Looked like cruising. It did look like it. But all these people that early on voted global saturation are going to have to feel a bit of the squeeze there. Alright, they're still considered best car on grid. Can't believe we're considered second and we only placed 5th and 18th there. Maybe it only looks at your best car's stats. Pants top with Paolo behind. Valentine beats rivals to Singapore pole. Well, too bad for them. Yeah, we need to have words, mechanic. That was awful. Autocar, what do you want to know? You attempted a quick pit stop. It resulted in a mistake. Every second matters. Oh, God. Paolo doesn't need to hear that. We performed 5 pit stops. Our fastest pit stop was horrifically slow. In regards, we had 2 mistakes that weren't dangerous. I'd say having a fueling mistake is pretty dangerous. And it certainly cost us points there. We lost a few seconds on refueling for pants there. Ugh. Sword wins. Right, how's our pit crew situation? What the hell is going on here? It all looks good, though. How in the world did you have a refueling mistake? Chings, you have 17 and 10 on refuel. Maybe these have been shuffled since. Still, though, I'm not happy with that. Maybe his mechanic has poor stats. Pit stop 20. Pit stop 20. They are perfect pitting mechanics. They're just, they probably took a bit of a kickback from Zergel on the way out. If anybody knows the pit crew, it's him. Okay, sorry, it's my fault, says Wind Tears. Righto. First aid jitters. It still got us points, right? Can't say nary to that. We can, however, say, Scipio, where's my money? A small financial package has been arranged, but I'm not happy. But you don't have to be happy, just give me the money. There we go, now we're all happier, Scipio. I'm a little tempted to invest it in the HQ. 40 mil does beget an upgrade. Don't know what I'd upgrade though, because I'd love to get this factory upgrade soon. 10 more development staff is just, so good. Also halfway towards that theme park. I think I'll save up for that actually. It would be great to have next season the full massive assortment of crew there. Right, improve those parts. Those brakes, we also had to fix those and that cost us. So I want them in tip-top shape. We're still working on the other part, which is fine. Ready 8 days after the race. Should I be improving spec parts at this point? Probably not. We need to focus our efforts on these. There we go, that should do us fine for now. Jake, the theme park itself costs 100 mil base game, assuming it's not been changed in this mod. I think the mod touches on that. New building, theme park. Oh, it doesn't even want to say how much it costs. You probably have to play a very long game for this to be worthwhile. In fact, you have to race for like 50 races to make your initial thing worthwhile. So by the time you get to this, I think this is really only for people that play this game for decades, which I doubt I'll be doing. Okay, a decent suspension done, and something we can use quickly because it won't take very long to improve the reliability on that, so improve it we shall. 73 on that old suspension is pretty good as well. Oh my god, it's the best suspension on track! Whew, oh, I'm getting hot under the collar here. We have a good car. Let's make it a great car. Those brakes... Our rear wing though. We've already got the best rear wing, but we need to keep it that way. High-speed corners need to improve. However, reliability makes it more usable sooner. Nah, it's all about getting the stats out. Get me those high-speed corners. Okay, I'm drooling a little bit, seeing these half-decent stats for a car, finally. It's dangerous stuff. Okay, good. Keep that going. We already are getting that suspension worked on. It's fine though, these original things are going to be up in the 80s soon enough, and that'll be good enough to work with. This is the higher priority, getting those working. Carry on. Once they're in the 80s, I'll take it away. Oh, but the rear wing's almost done already. Oh, it's Pierre Pantz's birthday. Here's your card. Get off my back. What kind of grown man gets all uppity about their birthday party, though? Maybe I'm just bitter. I'm going to enjoy some Surströmming for my birthday. Right. We finished the new rear wing. Good, but it needs to be worked on. Wow! And it's also the best rear wing. Oh my goodness, we are too damn good. Right, don't need to improve these parts anymore. It's just a waste of our time. We do need to, however, get these things workable ASAP. I'm going to drop these out. And I'm going to focus everything we can on this. That's where the real bread and potatoes comes in. If you made millions, you'd expect more. I'm not sure about that, but it's hard to say. Right, our brakes are our weakest part. We need to funnel money into this like there's no tomorrow. Get that deceleration up. And this is a really good part. This is also a really good part. Even though the reliability chucks for it. I think I want both, actually. I think I'm going to make you, and then I'm going to immediately make another... Oh god, no, I need a great one. Reliability down for 40, or 15 and 20 without the reliability hit. It's all about the stats. Go for the stats. The grates are mostly terrible. Yeah, I can see that. That's why I wanted just 2 good parts on it, but we need to make grates if we're going to advance. So are we saving our money? Advance here as much as we can. I always just want more staff allocated to this, but what can you do? I was wondering what to get Jake for his birthday. Rotten fish should be cheap enough. Befitting. Alright, Beijing, 40% chance of raining. We love rain. All of the crucial parts are spec. Extremely close race. Well, we happen to have extremely good parts. Tire wear. Just a bit of feedback in the chassis. Tire wear is good. Focus more next season. I'd love that. I have very limited control over our chassis parts. I don't know what you expect from me, Vino. If I could just pay to get amazing chassis stuff, I would, but choices are limited. DDR Racing, managed by DDR Jake, are predicted to finish around 2nd in Beijing. Solid result for the United Kingdom-based team's chairman Scipio. Anything other than 2nd will probably raise the chairman's blood pressure, says an anonymous mechanic. Was that you, Burb, or was that you, Elite Dangerous? It was one of you. Right, these brakes I definitely cannot use until we improve them, and we need to improve them big time. But it would be nice to ignore those brakes and just make much better ones to work on, because that's a lot of time to sink into brakes that we're not going to be using for very long. So yeah, we should just immediately work on better brakes. I might even just try to max out my brakes early on, run with what we have early, and push it to the limit. Which means... this is bad. This is also bad. This is also... They're all bad. Oh, jeez. These parts all suck, big time. I could go for the risky part, but when that gets banned, that would be bad. It would be very bad. But... oh, it's only plus 70 to max as well. That's... jeez. I might go for this one because we do use soft, supers, and ultras soon enough, reasonably soon enough. I don't have to use the risky part. What I could do is make another brake that I don't use. In that case, I would do something like... in that case, I'd do this. And then... the next part we make would be amazing, because we would have deceleration 60, and then I'd use 2 good parts for deceleration 35 and 40 and 20. That would be an amazing break. That's what we're going to do. That is absolutely what we're going to do. This does include the part that I'm after here, yeah. Average, good, great. Then our epic. That is good as well. I might make 2 sets of brakes. One for using, which has the epic, and then I'm going to make a legendary one. Won't have a legendary part, but it's going to have 5 slots, and it's going to be very good. Yeah, that's how we fix our brake problem. We're going to funnel money into it. That's how I solve most of my problems. Why is the plus 50 option bad? Softs and supers are used in almost every race. Correct. However, that's not an inherited stat. Also, we work well in rain, and it won't help at all on wets and inters. What I mean by not inherited is it's not going to make our next car's stuff better, so I can't use it for the ultimate brakes that we make. Okay, all in all, that's pretty good setup there. Didn't I just make something, though? Yeah, I made these brakes, but we're not going to work on them. We just keep those around to look at and go, ooh. So that's how you make brakes. Which probably means I need to work on these things for a little bit longer, because they're still going to be used for a bit. Regrettable. Epic parts do, not epic parts slots. What? Doesn't epic need an upgraded brake? Yeah, so to make the epic parts, I'd need the brake R&D, but I still get its 5th slot as long as I make something with 4 parts that have the highest part there. I forget what it's called. I'm talking out of my arse here. We'll have a look at it once we're able to build it. Where are we at? Before we travel to Beijing, we need to fix up our car, that's for sure. Fit those parts. Vino is unhappy, but he's just going to have to stay unhappy. These brakes are finally usable for Pierre Pants. He probably won't need to stop and fix them up. The spec parts for Pierre are also in better condition, so he should be able to race with confidence. That rear wing, it's so good. Unfortunately, it might fall apart. 69% is good, but 81 is more reliable. No, we're going to believe in it. We're going to give Pierre Pants the best we can, including that awesome suspension. Wait, can you have missing parts on your car? What happens then? Maybe it just doesn't allow you to. Pierre's car is better than mine. I guess that's because I'm the number 2 driver. Yes, it is, Vino Paolo. Well, the spec parts for engines means you have a bigger tech clap close on promotion to the higher cup. Right, so what we've learned is that when you promote, you just get given parts with no... it doesn't care at all what your parts were before. We had an amazing gearbox, and we actually got shifted down when we promoted, because it just gave us different parts. And similarly, all those items we had spec that we didn't work on at all, we also got just new parts that didn't care about the old spec. So it's not a concern. Spec is great when you're working your way up in a league. Alright, Beijing, don't let me down. We're expected to finish second by the press, but it's also 40% chance of rain, and we love that. Well, Jill Valentine is going to be looking for some revenge. Is it Jill Valentine? Surely it is. Ah, come on, Gabe. The chairman's morale improves when you win races. Well, we just did squeeze him for another 1.5 million, so let's hope we can improve his mood here. Take care of Scipio's blood pressure. Right, Vino, Pierre. Practice doesn't matter, but the true fans watch it. Go for it. Not sure if it's ever been talked about if Valentine has any family. Hopefully she got them out of Raccoon City. It's a shame about the character assassination that happened in Remake 3 Nemesis. I loved RE3. Okay, good thing practice doesn't matter, because that was pathetic. Like, really pathetic. The hell is that? Well then, Scipio will continue getting 4th place until morale improves. Cough ups. I really wish you could squeeze the chairman multiple times per season. Would make it more strategic. Wasn't the best session today, says Pierre. Hopefully we can improve for qualify. Yeah, I hope you can. It wasn't pathetic. They only drove on the softs, not the super softs. Doesn't look like it's going to be raining, so it'll be fine. Light-footed on medium. Oh, you don't want to be on mediums, and you're probably not going to use your super overtake. So get that qualifying trim and get those softs on. Yeah. Oh, but now they're on the super softs. They're just insulting me now, aren't they? Not going to wait strip you there. Just get out. Okay. Ooh, that's not okay. That's very not okay. Come on, guys. You can do better than that. Give us a good qualifying. Alright, in the super softs. Oh, that's not good. Come on, Pierre Pants! Yeah. 5th ain't too bad, but you're behind Valentine. You're behind Young. At least everyone's ahead of Zergel. Put that traitor in his place. They should be using super overdrive and qualifier. Is that so? Well, I've never seen it. EA Lanka once again in 1st? Holy smoke, someone's about to make a lot of points. Too good from Master Sword. Gotta be the quickest driver out there. Meow. Flawless driving from Master Sword there. A deserved pole position. Alright, gotta get out there and right these wrongs, my team. Master Sword's just built it. Young, you could have voted for your own team here. There's another double agent. Right, I think we're going to risk seeing how they do with super overtake mode. It's just on Paolo, so it's not a big risk here. Do we want to strip? Performance is nice, but our parts aren't quite reliable enough to... Well... Would be pretty cool just having that extra edge there. Yeah, go for it, Pierre Pants. I'm only 50% of the team. Poor Rose Tinted Racing. Who's the other Rose Tinted Racers? Hotline Miami, right? Who? Oh! I guess they just hit harder as 50% of the team. Let's go. Alright, Pierre Pants. It's all on you. Put Master Sword in their place and don't let Scipio's blood pressure get too high. For that note, don't let it get too low either. That was impressive. Straight away coming out into 4th place. Sneaking your way into 3rd. Come on, come on. That's Master Sword behind you. Go into 2nd place. Right into 1st. Oh, that stripping was the best thing I've ever done. Get those pants off and get that 1st place pole. Fastest lap from the pantaloons. Come on. Oh my god, I love the French now. Come on, come on, come on. Forget Paolo. I already have. You, on the other hand, Pierre Pants. My one true love. Hold that 1st place. Stick it to everyone else. And don't let that car condition fall apart, right? I took it off the rear wing and the suspension, I believe. The suspension is... Oh god, the suspension just took a massive hit. Went down to 69 there. That's 6% drop. I hate to see it. Did somebody smash into you or something? That was a lot to drop in one go. You can see Paolo way back in the mirror there. Who is apologising for failing to get past Delaney. Delaney of Hell's Engine. Completely ignorable. Pants has 3.5 seconds on Master Sword. Oh my god, it's so good. The only thing that could possibly ruin Pants is Nightmare Pitting. Oh my god, I love the French now. Now I've heard everything. Says Finalis, well, listen, if you had pants like this, you'd love them too. They are opening the gap on Master Sword. Master Sword is now 4 seconds behind Pants. Hotline Miami way far away. Dark Young, there seems to be a problem here. You're not on the list anymore. I've checked the first 18 positions and not seen you. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Ah, there we go. Arsh Likmadov crashing out has revealed that only half of the team is performing, well, not great. Alright, Arshlik Madov is out. They were a member of Cooper Racing, not somebody we really think much about. My god, Pierre Pants is 11 seconds ahead of the competition. They're going in for their pit now, though. We'll see if they can maintain that. It doesn't matter if they get overtaken by the non-pitters. We just need them fixed up real fast, refueled and out. Coming out of the pit in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Come on, Pants. Everybody ahead of you has not pitted. That means they're all about to pit now, and you are going to have a clean run. You are currently 4 seconds ahead of Young. Keep it that way. Actually, make it more than that. I know it's 3.5, but I round up. That's what we do in maths. God, these idiots need to get out of the way. Make room for the fast here. Get down to the pits where you belong. Oh yeah, Pants is now on softs. He has upgrades for regular softs, so that's good. Let me know if you ever see Paolo use the super overtake mode. It'll flash up here as a purple with a lightning bolt in it. Alright, Pants, come on, let's see you blast it. Young's tire should fall off first, so you should increase your lead. Well, they're not falling off, you switched them out, but they are burning down. On the other hand, these softs last longer than super softs, not the same performance you squeeze out. What the hell is Delaney doing? Well, pitting at long last, but they went a long time with no pits. I guess that's how they squeeze out everything they can for global saturation racing. Oh god, it's the Pants that are getting saturated today. Come on, come on. Your lead against Perea isn't amazing, but Perea needs to pit real soon. You do not. Oh man, I don't want to count my chickens, but imagine promotion on the second season of Asian Super Cup. It's not going to happen though. Paolo's not scoring us points right now, and he needs to. I hate to say it, but he's just not a good enough driver. The rain has come at an ideal time now. We can pit for inters, and you are almost due a pit right now. So that's no real lost time for Pants. Anybody who pitted recently and is on softs or supers is going to struggle now. Alright, Pants, for God's sake, pit, you fool. Pit, 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 pit. Nope. Pants refuses the pit. Even though his tires are falling apart, he wants to squeeze out another round of them. That could work out though, because if he makes another lap or two, it's not unthinkable that his inters are going to last to the end of the race. We need to pit for immediates, but yeah, that's what I'm telling you to do. Pants, go for it. Inters should do for the rest of the race, just don't screw up. Nope, you lost first now. If you say so, but we got 15 seconds. Oh my god, Pants refuses to pit. Koopa Jr. keeping Paolo down though. Pants cannot contain the sheer size of the balls. It's weighing the car down, he needs more stripping. A friend of mine used to... yeah, I think it is still past tense. Used to do a lot of rowing. And a big thing about rowing was reducing the weight of the rowing boat. Which is why when they look for the cocks, they always look for someone as small and light as possible. So they'd actually go and scout out all the little girls in university and try and press them into the boat team. Anyway, we'd make jokes about the weight of his balls weighing down the boat. He had a good nickname though, the Human Piston. You get a name like that and you're on the boat team. That's a good sign. Okay, we made it for inters. Unfortunately, Master Sword made a second on us, but everybody else ahead of us needs to pit. So, Pants can bring it all back. If these inters last till the end of the race, we're golden. Except for Master Sword. But Master Sword is right there ahead of us. Ignore third place, that's Perea. They're going to get out of our way. Oh, they are really getting out of our way. Come on, Pants! Your tires are in better condition than Sword. Sword might have to pit. As long as you don't, you are there for the win. Looks like inters are the right choice for the rest of the match. Someone should tell Paolo that. You love to see it. Come on, come on, come on! Vina Paolo just dropping in places and needing to pit. You hate to see it. There we go. Jacked up. Tires done. Refueling was good. Does that mean it was better than expected? Still though, their position is grim. Come on, 2 seconds for Master Sword. EA Lanka, they think they're unstoppable, but just look at the fire being lit up behind you. Fear the Pierre Pants. Yeah, look at that form. Perfect form from the Master Sword. And they are opening up the gap. It's not closing. We're going to need something good here. And actually, well, our tire wear is still holding better than theirs. They might hit the cliff sooner. They might even consider a pit. If they pit and we don't, that would work wonders for us. But, I don't know. That gap is continuing to open. Crashing is a bit of a risky thing to wish for, because it could just as easily happen to Pants, and if it does, that's a huge loss for us. Pants' form isn't so good, so I'd imagine a crash is possible. Also, Focus is Pants' worst stat, making crashing more likely for him. Add on to that the fact that it's raining. Well, let's just try not to use the C word too much, shall we? Come on, Pants! Floor it! No, the gap is still widening here, but the tires on Master Sword are grinding down and there are still 4 laps to go. I think they're going to hit the wall, and we should be able to earn some real time on them if their tires just shred. Pants' tires are still perfectly usable at 33%. Master Sword's down at 26. Come on, Pants. You can use tuendarius as a verb instead of the C. Ooh, thank you. Alright, so we need to not... They're pitting! They are getting in the pits! Pants, keep it above board. There is no need to pit on these final 3 laps. Your tires are fine. You have excess fuel. Go, go, go! How is the condition looking? Oh, everything's shaking apart a bit, especially the front wing. Don't worry about it. Move your ass. Hell yeah, come on, come on! Just 3 laps to go. Paolo is a distant memory, Pants. It's all on you. In fact, what is going on with Paolo? I didn't give you that bright neon livery just so you can be mulching with these, rancid-looking sewer cars. Pants, it's all on you. Those tires are wearing down. Don't you dare pit. Right, you have 10 seconds on Amundsen. Keep those 10 seconds and nail it. How much in race bonuses for first? Oh god, I promised my mechanic like 250,000 if we place first. Alright, final lap. There will be no pitting. 10 seconds advantage here. It matters not. Go, go, go. Everybody's a million miles away. Master Sword has dropped down to 3rd place. They might scrape into 2nd, which will still give them a lot of points overall. Oh god, we're closing that gap, but it's okay. Final lap is here. Just cross it, Pants. Final turn. Don't you dare crash. And there we go! Yeah. Master of Beijing. Oh, it's brilliant. It's beyond brilliant. Continue on your victory lap. You have earned it. We need to be doing better than this, but we are, Paolo. We certainly are. Ah, good job, Pants. Good bloody job. An expensive first place. Listen, I've paid £1.5 million to get 1 point twice, Nostarius. Don't talk to me about expensive first places. Oh, God, you love to see it. Well, I love to see it. Master Sword making that insane pit. But, believe it or not, when I was yelling at Pants to pit for Inters and he didn't, Pants made the right call there. Pants pushed out, I think, like 2.5 laps on some raggedy old softs in the rain, because in doing that, he prevented his own final pit there. Now granted, if the pit had taken about 10 seconds, he still would have gotten first, but Still a good call on Pierre Pants there. He won, and he made the call. What's going to be expensive is having that anchor Paolo around your neck. You're not wrong, and I did just sign him for loads of money United. Whew. Ooh, East India Racing Division getting 5th and 6th is double downing on the points, but it's still only 3. Can't hear you over those 10 points. Amazing job there. Utterly amazing. Overall team-wise, we are in 2nd place, 4 behind EA Lanka. Master Sword is a problem though. They're really good. Now, EA Lanka's other driver is Bandar Warrior. Probably the worst driver on the grid, and yet they outperform Vino Paolo. Scary. And Vino Paolo's going to be so sad. They were so happy to be on the team, and now they're getting smothered. Not in a good way either. Congratulations, Pierre Pants, on the big win. Congratulations indeed. Super Overtake is not being used as far as I could see, says Darka. Thank you, we'll ignore using it then. Global saturation with a pathetic underperforming. The one time I safe bet, says Orlov. Oh god, Vino Paolo's not happy. Bunny, I'm tempted to give you a half-decent car for the next one. But come on, Pierre is just the better driver. How could I not give Pierre the best stuff? Plus, he's my #1 driver. Also, yes, Scipio. We made back all the unhappiness from squeezing him for all that money. Unfortunately, these races are starting to cost us because we had to pay all those bonuses. NPC Master Racing Team not quite scooping it up this time. Scuderia's making their comeback. It's not good enough though. Oh yeah, that is so good. Global saturation place in 4th right now. The funny thing is they would be 1st if Valentine had not retired on that first match, but they did. And we can't play the what ifs game here. Well, I mean, I can, because it's like, what if I win? Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay. EA Lanka, man, that conjures up good memories, says Ortopox. They're still my favourite nation in Dominions. Astonishingly, our sponsorship deals are 6th best on grid. Everything else is looking good, though. Well, maybe not drivers. Paolo has so much promise, but it's taken a lot of work to get him up there. A lot of spit and polish. It is very tempting to actually oust him and get a driver who can just immediately perform well. Because we do otherwise have a good car. Oh man, that's a dangerous thing to think. Paolo would never forgive me. But didn't we see like a... Yeah, oh Christ, look at some of these people we could have. Look, they're even interested. Geraldo Alvarez could join up. Oh, man. Oh, well, they're not that marketable, are they? Yeah, I need to consider marketability. Marketability is a big thing. What's one more you broke your promise? Wow, 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 email. At this point, I could make a wall collage out of them. Oh, they're good drivers, but they're not nearly as marketable. Oh, yeah, we were looking at this guy, weren't we? Very marketable, a lot better than Vino Paolo. Not a lot of improvability, though. Really good in qualifiers as well. 28. 28's not bad, it's just there's not much room for improvement there. Who do I have starred here? Oh yeah, I like the look of Boris, but he's not good enough. Although he is marketable. Also crash happy, I don't like low focus, crashing is awful. Paid drivers aren't that big of a deal. I suppose they would be if we weren't using this sponsor mod, but guess what, we are. I don't know, I think we just gotta believe in Paolo. I might even give Paolo a better car and see how he performs. Might. Right, Miami sets a searing pace. Sword grabs the Beijing pole. Car condition dropping as usual. Ah, the BBC want to interview me. You finished well down the pecking order in practice, only managing 15th. Did you struggle to find... Dude, we won the race, James Hunt. Shut your trap. We didn't find a... Practice is a big problem. It was a big problem for us this weekend. But we did gain plenty of knowledge, enough to win. There we go. The other answer seemed a bit marketability hitting. Mistake-free, much better on the pit stopping. Dramatic race ends and DDR racing with top. Oh, damn right, and don't you forget it. Indeed, practice doesn't matter, although the true fans watch the practice. Whoa, now that's somebody I want. Welcome aboard. Who are we going to fire for you? Whoa, okay, Radley's got to go. Radley is just nay good. Wow, we've got some even worse here. With fatigue like that, you're always going to be making mistakes. If we have the money, we might as well improve that pit crew while we're at it. You are very tempting as well, Angelita. Bring you aboard and we'll oust... Ooh, Tony Blair's lesser-known brother. Contract remaining. This is what I think of your contract. Okay, I like what I see. Can continue working on that car, get the repairs done, and carry on. Alright, brakes finished. Now, as I said, I'm pouring everything into the brakes right now. I want some damn good brakes. This, however, is probably going to be another pair of brakes that I don't use. I just want that extra slot right now. And that is actually a good thing to have on brakes. Reliability up and immediately useful. I might actually do this so that I can immediately use them. Still leaves me with this slot. I don't want to use that though. Acceleration 50 on soft supers and ultras is also nice. That is good and immediately usable, and frees us up for another slot to build the ultimate brakes. Parts aren't very good. That part's actually quite good. 50 and 50, but it's locked, so ignore that. What would I build for the next one? I'd probably essentially have this, but I'd add this in, I would take you out, and put in you. Oh, but that's also good. Risky though, so I can't use it. Aren't build days bad if you're just building them for the unlock? No, this is something that I'm going to use. Look at that reliability, instantly usable. You are right, the build time is bad, but this is something that I'll probably use till the very end, so I will build this. You have the -1 risk level right there in Epic, Jake. Yeah, but then to use that would mean giving up another Epic piece. And we have deceleration plus 60 in Epic. That is good for the final one. And this one's great as well. Deceleration plus 40. Man, it's some good stuff. It is some damn good stuff. Red zone plus 15 is horrible, correct. But if I'm building the piece for inheritance, it's fine because it doesn't matter. Alright. God, that's expensive. And it takes a long time, but get it done. Now, those new brakes. Did we say we're going to use these brakes? Probably not. Almost definitely not. Yeah, we're stuck with mediocre stuff for a little while longer. Car repair is done. That's okay. They're instantly getting to work on the parts here. Don't like the fact that I'm still working on these brakes and I don't want to be using them for much longer. Yeah, the stuff I'm about to make is going to be instantly usable, so don't waste your time on that. Do continue working on these brakes because they will still be used for a while. That needs to be better for sure. And I want to continue having amazing parts for my top driver there. There we go. Imagine hiring a mechanic named Dangerous for your F1 team. Officially, this isn't F1, so it's okay. Alright, good. We upgraded that building. I cannot remember what it was, but it was probably important. I think it was the staff center, actually. Do we want a better staff center, though? I know I said I'm saving up the money, but having incredible fitness and focus improvement rate? I need both those things on Paolo. But I am saving up. What's the HQ thing that we're terrible at? Design. I only have a level 1 design thing, I think. Maybe level 2? Where's my design center? Here it is. Oh yeah, design center is only level 2. Upgrading to level 3 though. I can't trust those costs. Even though the part design time coming down is useful. I'd rather save up my money for an awesome factory. Which I could afford right now. If we get an amazing sponsorship deal, I will consider doing this mid-season so it's ready for the start of next season. But we're 2 races and 3 races away from new sponsorship deals. If we somehow get amazing 4 or 5-star deals, then yes, I will consider putting that money towards the HQ. Risky though that may be, because I can't squeeze Scipio anymore. Yeah, I know the cost per race hurts, but these things were all up front, so losing them isn't actually going to drop my cost per race. Then again, if we keep coming first, that's going to be very expensive. Who are we paying obscene amounts for coming in first anyway? Yeah, so $250,000 goes to Spengler if we ever come first. Burb gets another 200,000. Another 200,000. Oh my god, that was an expensive race. As for the drivers, Vina Paolo doesn't get any bonus, but Pierre Pants, that hurts. That's £1 million for us to come first. Oh yeah, true, we didn't pull on the qualifier. Still though, yikes. It's like the car run over some cripplingly expensive snails. Oh, what is this? Virtue's Last Reward? No, wrong game. I'm thinking of the other game. Zero Time Dilemma. Alright. European Racing Series. It's beneath us, but let's have a look anyway. Kruger Motorsport denying Nokia. Ooh, God, poor Nokia. They want to do so well. Hey Jake, I finally caught you live, says Bad Joker. I just played Frostpunk again. Your videos helped me out. Yeah, I know, old videos, but hey, I love it. Yeah, well, Frostpunk is still the #1 on anything I ever put on YouTube. And I'm still waiting on Frostpunk 2. Like, what the hell are they doing? They announced it a year ago now. And since then, diddly squat. Oh boy. We have the best car. You're hurting me, Paolo. I'm so tempted to just screw you. Wait, no, I've got an idea. We don't have to let go of Paolo. We could simply move him down to reserve and get somebody else who is better driving. Yeah, I'm certainly going all in on Pants, but it's not unthinkable that we invest in a better driver. It could work for us. Why are you not playing F1 Manager? Well, for one, we can't mod it as far as we're aware. For two, this is the game that captivated me. It's 6 years old, but it's still doing well. I don't feel the need to latch onto the latest thing. Oh, jinx. I don't even feel the need to latch onto the good thing on this stream. Man. What's a man to do? No, we need to believe in Paolo, right? He's having a rough time right now, but that's because we're giving him the crappy parts. When Paolo has decent parts, he'll do fine. That's what we'll believe. Hey Jake, I know this one great racer in your division that could replace Paolo. Some G Chamura fellow. Not gonna happen. Someone on Twitter said he sucks, so we're not having him. Alright. Parts are coming along well. We're not using that. We're good. Keep on going. Just hire me, Jake. The stars are a lie, says Kitty. No. Poach Dark Young, you know, he's... I wonder if Dark Young would even have us. Where did he end up again? Ah yes, there we go, with the rose-tinted racing. He is a good driver, and he has a bit more potential. It's just not that amazing. And yeah, he's not interested. He's happy enough with his current team, but not that happy. He hated how the pre-season testing went, and his performance in Singapore and Beijing were both disastrous. That's hilarious to me. Remember, if you pay for Young, you'd have to pay for all his health bills. I don't think I can handle that. There's no amount of squeezing Scipio that would be sufficient. Also, check that. Scuderia actually overtaking the NPC Master. I love this three-way battle between Scuderia, NPC, and Nancy, and I can't wait to enter that. Okay, still 10 days until Doha. How are the parts coming along? Those spec parts at 92, that's fine. They don't need to be higher than that. However, the other spec parts I am going to work on because I want them to be competitive as well. These parts are still being improved, as well they should, but let's try and put everything into these. Possible improvements, you say? To the brakes. Oh! One of our guys just had a great new idea about the brakes. I won't bore you with the details, but re-engineer the electronics. 30 performance on brakes that are instantly usable. I wish it let me look at the part I'm making here, but that's amazing. We're taking that. Am I made of money? Yes. Well, Scipio is. That is an absolute bargain. We're about to go from having one of the worst brakes on the grid to potentially even having the best brakes. Can't wait for those brakes to be finished. Come on, come on, come on. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Okay, no % chance of rain. Disappointing. It's incredibly reassuring. No, it's incredible reassuring to be involved in a team which has such a healthy balance sheet, says Big Burb. All the mechanics and technicians who work at HQ are happy to know. Yeah, I am pretty great, haven't I? Right, these brakes, instantly usable, but they certainly need to be better. Very much improvable. Oh god, I need to have a look at these. Fit that part. Pierre Pants. Here you go. It's not the best, but... oh, okay. We do have the best brakes, we're just not using them, which means these will become the best brakes. God, I'm happy about that. We're going to move up Vino Paolo to have much better brakes, but Pierre to have even better. And we need to improve those brakes, right? All hands on those brakes. Like, that is everybody's job now. Have it like... actually, if we just put it so that they're maxed out in time for the race, we'll be able to strip them and make them even better. Oh man, but I'd like to put those points in. Difficult, but I'll just split it 50-50, try and get a bit of both. Thoughts on potential R? Pre-race preview bites. EA Lanka are going to struggle for pace on Doha. Good. Ex-driver David McNamara. Their performance level is down usual. Would DDR Racing's Pierre Pants will be hoping to follow up his last race with victory. I fancy Absinthe. Wow, Christ. Keep it to yourself. Your bosses at GMA are thinking of getting rid of a track. We'd love to know your thoughts. I don't know what track. Oh, Vancouver! God, how could I say no to the removal of Vancouver? Well, what do we think about Vancouver here? They appeared twice, so if they got rid of it, wouldn't they be losing 2 tracks? 2 different layouts to the track. Oh, yeah, I do hate Canadians. But if we remove a track, that's fewer races for me to make money off of. What does it matter, Jake? You're not here next season. We don't know that. Yeah, well, let's have a talk. Fans of Vancouver are up in arms over the prospect of their beloved track being cut from the Asia Pacific Super Cup. What do you say to them? I'll be listening, you know. Some concerns, shall we say, shimmer more than others. Oh, who the heck is Sammy White, and why do they care about what I have to say? It's definitely tricky to see exactly who's going to benefit from this rule change. Oh, well, let's just give them a nothing answer. I may just abstain. Should make us somebody that people might want to grease the wheels of. Alright. 2 and 3 races. Let's keep that marketability up and hope for amazing sponsorship deals. Alright, off to Doha. How is that car looking? How are those parts looking? That is good. The best brakes, right? Pierre Pants is out there as a great driver with the best brakes, the best rear wing, and the best suspension we have. But something inside me tells me that Paolo deserves this opportunity. Paolo, get out there and score us those points. God, this is like when Homer Simpson is put up for that baseball game. Maybe Paolo will get hit in the head. Right. Come on, Pants. I can't afford to pay for coming in first if you do, you know? Wait for that 7-8 finish, says Olcoro. No, we have to believe, right? And if Paolo is not up to performance here, if he cannot secure us, great. If he can't secure us like top 3 with the best of everything that is in existence, then is he really worth investing into? That's the question we'll have here. It's a shame Paolo isn't around to defend himself. Well, maybe he is. Maybe he's in a horrible situation where for some reason he can't type. Shaking with too much excitement, perhaps. Oh, that's right, we need to make some new parts, don't we? I was ignoring that. I want to make those awesome brakes. The question is, do I want to make it for inheritance or for using? Well, I certainly want deceleration 20 if I'm using it. And I want deceleration 40. I would want this if we're inheriting, but maybe I should make ones that I can use instead of making for inheritance. Yeah, inheritance should be like the last thing you ever think about. So with that in mind, I'd add you in, and then I would want deceleration plus 40 and 60. That red zone is terrifying, though. That is such a good set of brakes. Oh my days, it's so good. The red zone sucks, right? But that's what Garlic Jr. would say. What if we dropped out the red zone? We'd lose 60 deceleration, though. I could drop that in favor of this, since we do use soft supers and ultras often. Yeah, this is an amazing set of brakes for using during the season. And we'll make the ultra brakes at the very end. Yeah, this looks real good. Make the 70 max since there are so many spec parts. This one? Oh god, no, it's risky. I do not use risk items at all. The risk is too high. Oh my god, that's a good set of brakes for using. Yep. If you max reliability, 50% red zone won't be a big deal. Yes, but I want to be able to trim it down as well so that we squeeze more performance out of it. Holy crap, look at that car. This is the power of money. Thank you, Scipio. Okay, great. By investing absurd amounts of money and R&D into our brakes, we have overcome our greatest weakness of the car. And we're handing it all over to Vino Paolo. Woohoo! This is the best car ever. Sweet, my car is better than Pierre's. I wasn't expecting that. Pierre is thinking, are you seriously giving me a worse performing car than Vino Paolo? What the hell, boss? Listen, I'm giving everybody a chance here to prove themselves. This is really Vino Paolo's his test to stay on the team, really. His potential is amazing, but he's just not accelerating fast enough. If you can find a mechanic to push it to the limit, you can negate red zones. That's pretty cool, but I don't think we're getting that. Watch Vino crash it in a fiery ball of explosion. With brakes that good, how could you possibly crash? You just touch them and your car stops. Actually, that's a terrifying proposition. Also, I didn't know the boats moved around here. Careful now, it's hard enough for me not to fire up OpenTTD. You know how much of a problem it is having so many games that you enjoy and want to stream? You have to look at the clock and curse the fact that there are only 24 hours in a day. Alright, get that practice session done. We're all looking at you, Vino Paolo. I have given you the best of everything. Don't you dare fall behind the others, and absolutely don't you dare be outperformed by Pants. Okay, that looks good. That looks great. Oh, damn that Master Sword. Get the hell out of Paolo's way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yes. I knew Paolo had it in him. Good show for practice. It's a shame that practice is meaningless. Get out there and qualify. Ah, man. It's going to be really hard to get both of them up top. But that's why we're making lots of good parts. If you can get 2 people in the top 6, you make so much more points than everybody else. DDR Racing, make sure you give Normandy SR Racing a good beating. Hate them. Put them in their effing place. Terry Jones is very unhappy that Normandy SR Racing dropped Erdnot Rex. In fact, who do we have of the original team? Well, we still have Jane Shepard, Liara Tassoni, Thane Krios. Oh, Garrus. Oh my god, Garrus. Never been the same since he took that bullet to the face. Tali Zora is just... God, I'd love to have Tali on my team. Can we talk? Oh, not during the race, I suppose. Zaid Masani. I'm never that big fan of Zaid. I think they put too much into making him too cool a character. But then again, you know. What can I say? They weren't good enough for the Rose-Tinted Marathon, not good enough for me. Right. Medium tires? I don't think so. Doesn't seem like a mediums day. Get out there in the softs. Softs and the mediums? Do you really think we're going to be mediuming? I don't. Well, try it out just in case. Yeah, Pit Stop Guru's overrated. Right, qualify for me. Remember, practice doesn't matter, but this does. They're out in the soft. Ooh, oh, Christ, come on. Holy crap, Polo just set the fastest lap. They keep that going. Oh my god, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Oh, you were so close, Pants, but... Oh, wow. Oh my days, I am tearing up here. That is so good. This is going to cost you in bonuses. Yeah, but look at it the other way. Not signing a new driver and keeping Paolo on makes us some damn good money as well. Plus, it's worth spending for winning. Now there goes 500,000. Oh yeah, good point. Paolo has no bonus payout, all the more reason to give him the best of everything. Pierre Pants only gets paid if he comes first. On the other hand, my mechanics and my designer still get the big money for Paolo coming in first. But that's also 2 points he gets right there, no matter how this race goes. Vino Paolo will be tough to catch tomorrow. Can Chris Redfield manage? Chris Redfield is a better driver, no arguments there. But he's twice as expensive and his car ain't so good. Wow. Green-eyed monster. Why is my teammate earning more than me? Only applies this driver's teammate has a higher cost per race than them. It's a shame he's not Leon S. Kennedy, because if he had the trait Green-Eyed Monster, that would completely validate the deep lore that Leon Kennedy is actually a tyrant. And only true fans of Resident Evil know that, because they played Resident Evil Gaiden. Okay, like 5% of people are going to understand what I'm talking about there, and that's being generous. But it has to be said, because it's true. Hands up in chat if you have played or otherwise very familiar with Resident Evil Gaiden. Because it's something alright. Right, Vino Paolo. Give you the best trim, and I think you're going to be doing more softs than anything else. As for you, race trim, and yeah, keep it on the softs. Yeah, it looks like a good race for softs. Hands down, Resident Evil what? Why won't you stream Resident Evil Gaiden then? Because the game is bloody awful, Thagnus. Really, really bad. Whoa, let's not forget about our stripping here. We have the opportunity to push it to the limit. Pierre Pants, there's no good reason for you not to strip as well. Did I not fit my new red zone brakes on? Oh god, don't tell me I forgot to fit parts. No, I did, because I remember saying, oh, you can have the good stuff. Maybe the red zone stuff wasn't ready for use yet. Alright, everything looks fine. All the essential parts are spec and can't be stripped. Yeah, we're okay. Go, go, go. First and second play. Well, the qualifying was first and third, but just imagine a first and second here. Come on. Vino Paolo's current championship position is 19th. He is at the very least going to end up at like 12 after this for the 2 points in qualifying. But come on, Vino. It's the final few seconds before the lights turn green. Oh, they're green. Go! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Perea is not allowed to be overtaking you, Paolo. I mean, no pressure here, but I have given you the beastiest car of the Asia Pacific Super Cup. If you can't make that thing purr, it's all on you. It also cost me an absurd amount of time and money to fix our problem with the brakes. Pants is right behind you, cursing his soapbox car. You can't say that, Jake, my PTSD. I don't know what you're referring to there, but I do take joy in that. Right. Unfortunately for us, it looks like Perea is better on the tyre wear. They're at 74 right now. Paolo's sitting there at 70. Wait, what? No? Ooh. We're actually better on the tyre wear. That's good. They might have to pit sooner. We have loads of fuel in the tank. Alright, Paolo, this is your time to shine. Pierre Pants defends third from Thane Krios, who we were just slagging off earlier. Slagging them off and their team. Come on, push it to the limit. Throttle wide open like a bat out of hell. I was actually playing Scarface, the game, a few days ago. Good fun, but hard to find the motivation to keep playing it. I feel like it's a pretty long game. And a game that I've already beaten a few times. It's also not that good, but it's also the best game. Which race of the season is this? This is the third race of our second season in the Asia Pacific Super Cup. Come on, Paolo, the gap is opening up, although your tyre wear is performing better. Ah, they're both shredding, though. How in the world is Perea doing this, though? They're with Normandy SR Racing. They're a goddamn BR. How are they doing so well? I didn't think Normandy SR Racing had that good of a car in their hands. They're probably just being lucky, right? They've engaged the stealth systems, so this isn't actually their car that we're seeing. You know, we could just look out the window and see them, but windows would be a structural weak point. Illegal parts, Jake. Yeah, well, they'll get caught for their illegal parts, won't they? Alright, they're going for the pit. Are we? Yes, Paolo is pitting, Pants is not. Paolo has burned the rubber a lot heavier, though. Now, this is where that amazing pit crew that I bought is going to come in, right? We'll shave seconds off of Normandy SR Racing, right? Come on in, Paolo. No problems, no problems, no problems. Good, good. Get out. Get out! Pierre Pants in first, pushing their tyres to the limits. Pierre is really good at not grinding down his wheels. Paolo in 11th has switched to mediums. I don't think I gave them any boosts on mediums, but they're probably wanting to No, they've only got 14 laps of fuel in them. They're going to have to pit again. I'm surprised they went on to mediums at all. I would have gone into softs. But they're probably going mediums then softs to push out everything they can. Paolo enjoying the fastest lap and clawing back all those positions, while Pants is surely going in for the pit. First place, but those 6 seconds are going to cost them. Then again, Krios is probably going to pit as well. And then Perea comes in. Looks like that pit lost a couple of seconds to Perea. That's alright, I have utmost confidence that Perea's going to have to pit more times than we do. Go, 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 Pants. Good, complete, jacking up, fueling in, and off you trot. 13th, 12th, ooh, not too shabby. You know, the pit, the length of distance you have to travel when going into the pit is shorter than not doing it. I wonder... No, there must be F1 rules against just abusing the pit lanes to make a shortcut. This feels like abuse, though. What's Paolo doing in 7th, though? All these people ahead? Ah, right, almost all of them need to pit. Unfortunately, they're slowing us down against Perea. And Perea's in softs that are performing better anyway. Come on, Paolo. Oh, Hackerman Zergel hacks his way to the medical ward. He eats the wall. Man, that filthy freaking traitor got what he deserved. God, I hate Hackerman Zergel so much. It was a different story when we were fighting together against the zombie menace in State of Decay 2, but here, you are a liar, you're a traitor, you went against everything DDR Racing stands for, you pit-chewing cud, get out of the race. Oh wait, you already are. Now come on, Paolo, I've always had utmost faith in you. I know you've got 10 seconds to make up against Perea, but if anybody can do it, you can. On mediums, against softs. And I can see why that gap is widening up here. Imagine if you gave Pant a pit guru as well, it might become even faster. Steady on now. This is not the kind of stream for those reactions. JJ, I don't like your historical revisionism there. I did not betray Zergel, not once. I handed him the world. Oh god, not Rex? Where were you hiding this whole time? He's angry because he has to fight against Normandy SR Racing here, but he's going for the fastest. Fastest lap. Unfortunately, fastest lap is meaningless around here. Okay, I hate to say it, but it's true. Perea coming first would be great as long as we came second and third, fourth, or fifth, or even sixth. Reason being is that if we don't take first, I don't have to pay massive bonuses to my mechanics and such. So, although I'd be happy if Paolo came in first, I would be more sensibly happy if Paolo came in second. Still, give it your all, man. We do not sandbag around here. This ain't Sunday. Okay, right. There's that pit for Perea. They're moving on to mediums, which means that is their last pit. They are going for the win after this. Paolo still doesn't have the fuel to complete this, so Paolo needs to pit. It's going to be difficult for him to find an ideal time to do so. If somebody were to crash and force a digital yellow car, that would be amazing. But nobody cared enough about Zergel's crash to deploy the safety car feature. We don't have a physical safety car, so there's not going to be the bunching up. The safety car just artificially limits the top speed of all cars. So that would still be a great time to pit. Pierre Pants defending third against Thane Krios. Perea's out and on those mediums and not far behind. That is scary stuff. They're only 3.5 seconds behind. Paolo's not going for the pit. I do fear the double pit coming up, given that we're both on the mid-30s on the tyre wear. Jill Valentine trying to push out everything they can. We don't sandbag, eh? We do not sandbag. Sure, you're not the one betraying Zergel. He's the one that betrayed you with all that last lap pitting. Somebody somewhere hang on. Did I just see what I think I saw? Remember when a No, you didn't crash. What's going on here? Where's Valentine? Holy crap, Valentine's in 18th? I thought I saw them having a dodgy neck, but I must have been mistaken. Zergel, how's your neck? Unassessed. Okay, Paolo's somehow squeezing out another lap on those mediums. Very dangerous. Those mediums are getting shredded. You really... Did I say Pants? Paolo, you really need to pit. And you are going for the pit. Pants is not yet. No, they already have. Pants in 8th, though, at lap 20. Oh, they've got a lot to make up. But Delaney and Dillon and possibly Amundsen are going to have to pit before the end of all this. It's just that Perea is almost certainly taking first here. Get in, get pitted. That was a very fast pit, but you're out in the softs. Come on. Paolo in second, where I need you to be. Come on. 8 seconds. You're unlikely to make that up, but what I'm now really looking forward to is Pants making it up. If Pants can make their way over to third, this will be the perfect race. Securing second and third gives us more points than anybody else, and makes me not have to pay out $500,000 in congratulating my team. Unfortunately, Pants is on the mediums for the end here, which is bad. The softs would be better. The softs would give you that edge against these other guys. Sixth is still a point, but, you know, fourth or fifth would be better. He should jump 4 places easily. Well, we'll see about that. Come on, Pants. Ooh, I need to stop saying that. I'm worried a bit about Paolo closing that gap. They're on softs against mediums, meaning they are going to squeeze out more performance. However, we are convinced that Normandy SR Racing are using illegal parts. Biggest concern here is their car bursts into flames and they surrender first place to Paolo. Good for points, bad for my wallet. Pierre Pants going on the overtaking on Amundsen. Do they succeed? Come on, Amundsen's tyres are in shreds, so that's a freebie anyway. Paolo closing the gap with 2 or 1.5 laps to go, 4.5 seconds. But James Pants has a long way to go. They got 3 seconds to make on Master Sword. I don't think they're going to manage that on mediums. I love seeing Zergel crashed out there. Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy in places. Alright, come on, final lap, Paolo. Paolo having closed that gap pretty damn well. But like I said, it's good for me if Paolo does not come in first. Well, good for my finances, at least. Normandy would never cheat. We'll see about that. What if they do cheat and that puts Paolo into first? That would be horrible. Still, though, it doesn't look like Paolo's taking first here, which is good. What's a little more disappointing is Pants falling down to 5th. I blame that on Pants for switching out to mediums instead of softs. Softs would have been better performance, plus a 10% extra for their bonus, but let's not downplay the fact that that is 2 scoring positions in a situation that only scores for 6th and above. That was a phenomenal race. It's not all about taking first place. In fact, it's good for us that we did not. Damn, that's good. I don't know, they used a lot of exotic materials in those upgrades. Yeah, they probed a lot of planets to get that, because they wanted to get rid of their beloved Mako. And throw it... Was it Mako? Was it Mako? The Mako. Getting rid of those sections in favor of probing. Ugh. Okay, GMA, could I slip you a little bit of fried chicken for you to find something untoward? What do we have here? 10-second penalty for Bandar Warrior, but otherwise, a great result. Vinopolo bringing in 8 points thanks to that pole position. Pierre Pants with the 2, bringing us up to 10, bringing us... Oh god, I didn't notice that. Thane Krios also placed high up, meaning that Normandy SR Racing got a staggering 14 points. That's, worrying. Very worrying. Edie, what do you make of this? Well, tell you what I make of it. First place. Right, you can keep your cheating parts and your exotic materials, Normandy SR Racing. DDR Racing are on their way to promotion. Oh, Orlov saying, oh my god, because they voted for Global Saturation Racing. The only thing they're saturating is middle of the line here. 5th place, 8 points, 14 below top. How's that for a gap? Take your Weskers, take your Valentines, take your Redfields, and get the hell out of here. This is DDR Racingville. DDR Racing is so much better than rose-tinted racing. Even their colors are better. Oh, this is just unfair how good this is for me. I don't know what I did to earn this moment, but I feel so good. Well, let's do even better. Echter Dutcher Rennsport with 0 points. So sad. I mean, by this point, I'm used to being a member of the donating lobby, says Protism Mac. Ah. Second is still far above expected result here, Scipio, so he's going to be perfectly happy. Marketability is damn near maxed out. Vino Paolo continues to improve as a driver, although not as fast as I want them to. Form could be better. It's probably pulling us down at this point. And Paolo just proved why he is there getting the best car, the best parts. Pierre Pants couldn't pull that kind of result out with the best car. I mean, he could pull out better, but let's not talk about that. We're keeping our books balanced, and we will have that amazing new factory workshop if we can get some good sponsors coming up. Nina de Klerk cannot be replaced. What? Oh, right, you mean my third driver. There's no point. Why would I pay for a third driver when I just want my first and second racing anyway? Riddle me that. Oh man, 8 points on your first time out there in a decent car. If you just consistently get 8 points, you'll rise above everybody else. Well, I don't know. Master Sword is a force to be reckoned with. Jill Valentine was one of the most promising looking drivers. They eat the wall in the first race and have since only scored 2. Boy, am I glad I'm not a global saturation racing backer. I wonder if we can have a quick look at people that are. Like the biggest backer, Isaac the Space Engineer. You'd think they'd know a thing or two about quality engineering, but clearly they don't. Yes, we did check the difficulty setting. We did not skew that. Although, why take my word for it? We can always check it right here. Perfect. It's a 12-race season. Lots of time to turn it around, says King Jeeb. The cope. The sheer amount of cope that the global saturation racing community is collectively inhaling here. DDR Racing looking good, on form in Doha practice. Paolo tops. Car condition, yeah. BBC want to know about how great we are? Jill Valentine's agent has been telling reporters all over town you're interested in signing his client up this next season. Is this true? Who wouldn't want Jill Valentine on their team? You are good, Jill, but you look at that focus, that's why you eat the wall. Also, my god, you're completely unmarketable. Maybe if you wore your old armor, it would be a different story. Jill Valentine had a great look in Resident Evil 1. I didn't really like her kind of call girl look of Resident Evil 3, and I can't remember how her new look is, but it's probably terrible. Hang on, how old is she? 33. Chings, you are... You're peaked, and you're only going to go down from there. Pit crew review. No mistakes, which is good. Let's keep it that way. Hard-fought win. Headquarters, we finished our upgrades. I'm still not buying that factory, though. If I go into the red, Scipio's going to have my guts for garters. And remaining financially viable builds up this stat. Now, I have no idea what this stat does. Honestly, I have no idea what any of these stats do. Maybe they're what other teams take into account when deciding to sign you or not. But it doesn't matter. We're here with DDR Racing for life, unless Scipio fires us. Well, let's not forget the trophy that I've won. Looks awful. Can't wait to get a better one. Anybody worth signing on here? You're good. You are good. But I'll pass. Existing pit crew seems okay and not too tuckered out. And the auto managing seems to be doing alright for a change. That car is being fixed up. Car repair will get completed and then we will maximize our parts. I never even would have considered betting on Jake's as Ashes. I can't feel too bad. Well, other people evidently were able to. We can get a number on that even. 50 people decided that voting on DDR Racing was the right thing to do. 5-0. Right, how are those parts looking? I really should have switched in those awesome brakes for this race. Oh, but I did. Right, Vino Polo did have them. I don't know why I thought he didn't. Well, it matters not. What are we working on right now? The even better brakes are coming along. Still want to improve these brakes because they're just so damn good. When are the next brakes ready? 19 days. Crevens, we've got time. What could we be improving? Our average rear wing and our average suspension could both stand to be a bit better. And I always think it's worth improving the spec parts just in case, especially the engine. Hell, the gearbox as well, just in case they give out. Politics vote, removal of Vancouver. The race or the whole place? Because it's a very different question there. As much as I would love to burn Vancouver to the ground, it's a bad idea because having more races is more money. On the other hand, we might not even still be here, so abstaining is the best vote so we get more power to influence the World Championship. So we shall abstain. Dakini Dancer wants to remove Vancouver. Liara Tassoni wants to fire at Vancouver. Hell's Engine wants Vancouver gone. Albert Wesk... Whoa, okay. Vancouver is dead and buried. Oh, maybe not. Might and Magic 7 comes in to save Vancouver's life. I am surprised at that. But we get the extra vote whilst everybody else wasted theirs, so I guess that's good for us. It will now be a political recess. It won't be long before Ernie Kickbacks comes to us and says, "Oh, would you like to chair a vote?" And we probably won't. We have a reasonable chance of promoting right now, and if we don't, the rules are already set up in our favor for next season. So there's no good reason for us to waste $1 million on a vote. As if Wesker won't just remove them anyway. Good old Wesker. Alright, Global Saturation Racing just got a factory upgrade. That's taking them up to level 2 or level 3? For 8 million, I think that's level 2. Still worrying though, Global Saturation Racing. I mean, I know it's a bit of a joke right now that people have wasted their votes on them, but they are still good. Second best car. Better drivers than us. Better headquarters than us. Second place on staff. They are good. They are a damn good team. But, you know, whether you're the best or the worst doesn't matter. What matters is the results. Speaking of which, I want to take a quick look and see how Team Banzai are doing for the Europeans. Okay, NPC Master Racing Team fighting back against Scuderia. Not opening up the lead much, though. Although Christopher Robin gives it his all. It's a really interesting race between the AIs on the World Motorsport Championship. I'm looking forward to joining in on that. I think they have the most interesting skew of points there are. You can score points as long as you get 10th, but scoring top 3 is just worth so many points, it's unreal. Big swing depending on who takes first. That would mean a situation like what we just had with Vino Paolo losing out on first place would be a massive swing. Love to see it, so I can't wait to take part in it. Right, I said I wanted to see how the Euros are looking. Tenoheka Banzai doing so badly it's unreal. Even the Patreon patricians who were brought down from the above league are failing to beat out Kruger. God, it's absurdism. Keep on going. Okay, we're just about done with all this performance and stuff. I think I'm spending a bit too long on my brakes here, but the brakes that come out soon are going to be seeing a lot of use. Let's continue work on spec parts and move more people over to working on improving them. Phoenix, no chance of rain in Arizona. With all the high-speed corners, cars with good rear wings will benefit. Here's the good news. Our rear wing is great. Gotta tell you, it's so great to be driving a car which only sips the fuel. I wonder how you make a car that only sips fuel. Surely there is a limit to how much can be pushed out from a bit of fuel. It only has so much energy. I mean, I'm no engineer, if only I knew someone who was. But what can you do for a car to make it more fuel efficient? And again, there's got to be some upper limit to that. Okay, I can't believe we're still not done with this. It's 3 days away. Still though, parts are looking amazing. And we do have them all fitted, right? Yeah, we're believing in Vino Paolo. Vino Paolo still has the best car on the grid. And to make matters even better, everything is looking good in terms of usability. I need to work on that suspension. That is not a good enough piece of suspension to be using in a real race. Same for the rear wing. It's okay, we'll get those better parts soon. You mostly make it lighter. Well, that's got to come for downsides when you're moving this fast. Otherwise it would just take off. Start fleeing. Performance work done. Factory staff are idle. Unfortunate, I know. But we're about to go to Phoenix anyway. Just autofill for now. Oh, doesn't matter. It's time for the race. Pierre doesn't seem too unhappy about not having the better car, mostly because the car itself is actually pretty good. So we're going to keep Vino Paolo getting the good stuff. The way I see it is that Vino Paolo getting the best stuff gives him a really good position, and Pierre Pants is a good enough driver to make up for that. So together, that's probably going to get us more points than just saying, screw Paolo. Then Paolo gets no points, and then Pants, sure he gets a lot, but it's just one person making points. That's how I see it. Alright, welcome back to NASCAR. Fortunately, we're not doing the NASCAR circuit of hold left, but I never knew anything about NASCAR until I played this game, and now I've been convinced that it blows. Jake, you can prove the amount of chemical energy that gets converted to actual kinetic energy instead of heat. For a normal combustion engine, it used to be like 20% made into speed, and more modern F1, it's about 35%. Electric motors managed 90%, which is why they're so efficient. Surely we can do better than that. Surely we can have 0 used in heat. I think these people are just not trying hard enough. Right, simulate that session. This is just practice, and practice is meaningless. They were right, though, on these kind of corners. Our parts, our best parts, have got to be worth something. Okay, Master Sword, I know you're showing off, but remember, practice is meaningless. Although even though it's meaningless, surely we can do a bit better than 9 and 10, lads. Come on! Oh, there we go. Wait, something's wrong. How did Pants pull it out for first place? Paolo... Oh, probably because he's on the softs. That's okay, just lulling people into a false sense of security. It's physically impossible to not lose energy to great. I see, Alaska. I think people just aren't thinking hard enough. Right, Pants is going to rock it this weekend. Putting some bets on after that practice sesh. Lol. Alright, Pierre, you know, if you can come out ahead of Paolo, I might rethink my strategy about giving you the worst car. Bandar Warrior is really struggling. Why is Bandar Warrior racing? Lanka is throwing by having this guy out there. Absolutely throwing. I mean, what the hell, guys? You've got Raksharasi, who's a much better driver. Why are they your reserve? I mean, they're not amazing, but I mean, they're good. They're on par with Vino Paolo's current stats. Maybe they're the son of the owner. Oh, Mandeha. Possible, I hadn't considered that. Look at the cost, 26,000 a race. Think of all the money you could make. Yeah, think of all the races I'd lose with that thing there. Right, qualifying trim, medium tyres, but they're on the softs. Pit stop legend. All pit stops are faster? Oh, don't tempt me. I wonder if they'll go for mediums. Ah, what the hell. Go out there with what you have. Very secure Dakini Dancer seems to know well enough. Let's see how secure they remain. Alright, Master Sword. Master Sword taking first here I'm not so happy about, because then I lose out in 2 points. But on the other hand, I don't have to pay another $250,000 to all my greedy people. Alright, third and fourth is fine. I don't have to pay for getting first. And it doesn't make much of a difference on 2 points anyway, because we would have had to go up 2 levels. That's fine. Paolo also taking the better position there makes more sense. Pit stop legend must have been taught their skills by the one and only Zergle. Oh, how long is this? Are we going to want to pit stop frequently or not? I don't know. Wonder if Normandy SR Racing's boss ever wakes up in the morning and thinks about retiring, because that would be great! Sorry, Liara Tassoni. Twitter doesn't like you. How long's left on your sponsors, Jake? 1 or 2 more races. Then +1 for the other one. Right, let's get stripping first and foremost. We can shed quite a lot off now because we have pumped up that reliability. Don't want to take off too much of the crucial backwing part, that's quite important. But we can shove other things down to about... Ooh, right, Chris, now we're keeping that in 81. Sorry, Pants, I can't give you so much performance, but I can give Paolo the world. Nah, you don't use super overtake, get yourself trim and medium. Why would they ever use medium here, though? I don't see it personally. It's only 25 laps. I don't think Pit Stop Legend is worth it for 25 easy laps. Probably better to get that going, but they're not using mediums. No, that's too good a level to pass up. Okay, I'm going to take a quick pit stop myself, actually. I have completely depleted my water. I'll be back in about a minute, and we'll get this race underway, because I don't want to miss it for the world. There we go. Hopefully everybody else took the opportunity to race on down to the pit stops themselves. They'd be clucking mad not to. Everything's set up. Let's have our race. Come on, Phoenix. NASCAR track, don't let us down. Master Sword is such a pain to race against. They don't even cost that much money, though. Now, they get the qualifying and race bonus quite quickly, but damn. Lanka has got a heavy hitter in Master Sword. But who was their other? Bandar... Wait, what the hell? Bandar Warrior in 6th? Bandar Warrior is saving me from EA Lanka, otherwise I'd be having a hell of a bad time. I suppose my other main competitor, other than Global Saturation, is Normandy SR Racing, and they don't seem to have placed... What the... Good lord. Okay, forget Normandy SR Racing. They must have had a fluke before. Let's go. It's the final few seconds before the lights turn green. Alright, Master Sword, let's see what you're made of here. Oh, crikey. I bet they've got some kind of illegal parts coming out there. I don't believe for 1 second that EA Lanka has the technology for that. Alright, they've managed to get 1.5 seconds on us halfway through the first lap, which is terrifying. Not only that, they're setting good times there and widening that gap. I don't like it. I really don't like it. Not only that, but their tyre wear doesn't seem that bad at all. It's down to 86 already. We're at 84 and 85. Alright, push it, Master Sword. Let's see how wide you can make that gap before you hopefully have some kind of pit stop disaster. Setting fastest lap. Doesn't get extra points, though. Oh, that's a rule that I should consider trying to squeeze on in myself. I would have assumed he would have gotten rid of his expensive ass in Pants. Yeah, Pants won me a race. I'm not chucking him out just yet. My god, though, Master Sword is something else. No, they must have illegal parts in that car. There's no way. No way they'd otherwise have such an astounding performance here. Okay, well, they secure yet another fastest lap. Their tyre wear is starting to shred down, 40% out of them, but we're not far behind. Paolo's going to have to pit soon at this rate too. But that gap, 3.5, 6.5 seconds, and continuing to widen. What the hell did they put in Master Sword's Weetabix today? Okay, Master Sword's going in for the pit, and so is Paolo. Thankfully, Pants is not, because that would be a double pit, and we don't like those. Alright, who can pit faster? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Get out, get out, get out. Go, 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 go! Alright, I actually think we managed to get a bit of time on Pants there. Not on Pants, on Master Sword. Paolo is right behind them, down in 10th. Everybody ahead has not pitted. Pants enjoying first place. See how long that lasts. Off they trot. Young, what are you doing out there? Well, we know what you're doing. You're eating the wall. But Jings, maybe he's just gotten delirious from not being in the Brazilian team anymore. He's losing it. Okay, actually, Master Sword is 3 seconds ahead. I know I said it's good for us not to come in first, but at the same time, if I don't get the loads of points from coming in first, I'm going to feel a little bit antsy here. Come on, Master Sword. Where are you hiding those illegal parts, huh? You can take the man out of Brazil. He still wants to go and chimp out into the wall. Okay, right, this is good. Holy crap, Paolo, come on, you're right there. Sheathe the Master Sword once and for all. I didn't give you the best car for nothing. Oh, come on. Oh boy, you're right there. Come on, man. Take it tighter. Oh man, you can do the corners tighter, but there is something. Master Sword has put something in that damn car that just makes it explode out. We're meant to be on spec gearboxes here. They're definitely doing something illegal. Come on, you NASCAR, and do it. Come on, Paolo! Get your ass around those tighter. Rust that Master Sword. You've got more than 13 hearts. You can take it. Oh, good lord, what? Danilo Pereira. Pereira was another one that we were worried about. Normandy SR Racing have just gone and trashed out another one. I love to see it. What I don't love to see, however, is Master Sword on the mediums. They won't need to pit for ages. Unfortunately, Paolo's going to have to give up fighting soon when they pit. Fortunately, though, that's going to be Paolo's final pit of this race. They should be able to fill up and get fresh tracks for everything else. Now, for God's sake, man, pit. There we go. Last minute decision. Pulling in. Get on the softs and get out there, man. Go, 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 go. Come on, come on. Out into 15th. And he's onto mediums. Mediums. Okay, well, he's got all the fuel to finish this, so at least the mediums will hold for the end of it. But that performance loss is going to hurt. If Sword moves to softs at the end, that is it for Paolo. Paolo will not get first place. But that remains to be seen. Brazilians stick together in this case in the pits. Is Pereira Brazilian? Oh, that's amazing. Arizona hates Brazilians. Okay, come on, Paolo. Channel all that hate into speed. You've got to go for it. Then again, Pants is the one looking... Oh, Pants is going in for the pit. Freaking hell, look at Master Sword. Go, they're on fire. Master Sword 11.5 seconds ahead of the next one behind, Amundsen. They're all due a pit, but unless they have a disastrous 20-second pit, it's going to be hell on earth taking over from Master Sword. Meanwhile, Paolo's burning those tyres. I don't like these two being next to each other. It means that team orders are needed to get them around. Fastest sector coming in from Master Sword. Even though they have worn their tyres down, they are finally going in for the pit, though. Mon, mon, mon. Brazilians driving like Brazilian economy. TBW was saying that in actual F1, Brazilians were forced to underperform in order to make others look better. Don't know how much stock to put in that, but it's certainly what we're seeing here. Yes! Pants and Paolo coming out ahead of Sword. Pants and Paolo both having double pitted. Pants on the softs, Paolo on the mediums. 5 laps to go. They shouldn't need to pit. However, everyone ahead of them will need to. First and second place has never looked better. I love Arizona. You know, the red rocks, that giant cliff thing, the total lack of vegetation. What the hell is going on here? How is Arsh Mlikmadov in there? Doesn't matter, he has problems. Probably needs to pit. Yeah, well, actually, Christ, he's only pitted once. It's practically illegal. Alright, come on, Pants. All hopes are on you, actually, and you don't even have the better car. Surely Delaney and Chamorro ahead of you need to pit. If they don't, their tyres are going to shred and you'll take over them anyway. A few behind you is Polo, but Polo looks promising to get up to at least 5th out of this. Erdnot Rex, mad as all hell, setting fastest lap, for all the meaning that that doesn't have in the Asia Pacific Super Cup. Come on, Pants, 2 laps to go. Everyone in front of you is not going to hold. Pants out in front because everybody pits. Paolo, you're going to get past them as well? I don't know, but you might get past Arsh Likmadov. He's got various hardware problems. Oh dear. No action taken. Paolo, I didn't even see what he did, but it wasn't good. But, you know, we slip a little bucket of fried chicken to the right people, and all of a sudden, nothing bad happens. He cut a corner. Yeah, cut it fine like those nice cuts you get over there at the pit stop. Race on down. You'd be clucking mad not to. Okay, Paolo's tyres are getting shredded out there. I don't think he's going to make it past Arsh Likmadov. But if he did, that would be good on the points. Pants in number 1, almost uncontested. Amundsen right behind them, but Amundsen's car is falling to pieces. Pants, on the other hand, their wheels can hold out for another lap, and they will hold out for another lap. Paolo running wide. No, Paolo, now is not the time. 7th does not score points, you fool. Ah, it's the last lap, you moron. Get it back. Come on, man, come on. We're at the final hurdle here. Yes, I'm a driving genius, says Pants. No, Paolo. How could you do this to me? Oh, dearie. Dearie me. Jake, give Pants back his car. I've just made the best stuff that's probably going to go to Pants now after that disastrous performance. What the hell was that? We had it in the bag, the double downing on the points, you cut a corner, you run wide. Wait, we don't know for sure. Could have been a lot of illegal parts in that race. It would have to be a hell of a lot of illegal parts to bring up Paolo. Come on, GMA. Everybody needs a chicken donut now and then. It hurts. So he actually got a 10-second time penalty after all. Still though, Pierre Pants, unfortunately, is going to have to be paid a mint for that, but scores us 10 points, and nobody else doubled down on the points there. Echterdutch, Global, Saturation, Kupa, Lanka. Ooh, Lanka doing dangerous with a 6 points there. Still though, first place, golden trophy, and I think you'll find number 1 with a healthy 7-point gap. Maybe try threatening the GMA with a chicken donut, Jake. Bribing them with a chicken donut is not working. I am literally in love with Vino Paolo. Will DDR Racing pass on a marriage proposal? Maybe not from you, Hayden. DDR Racing suck. I know they did well, but I don't care. They suck, lol. Holy balls, Pierre Pants, amazing today. Yes, yes, I love you, Pierre Pants. I wonder if Norman, the SR Racing's boss, ever wakes up and thinks about retiring. Eldon should have been Norman, the SR Racing's boss. It just would have been so good. Ooh, yes, stop watching, start winning. That's what I plan on doing here. Uh-oh, Pierre Pants might be getting a little too egoistical here. Rival with driver. They hate Mark Amundsen. God knows why. They barely pose a threat to you in that car. Morale going down for Paolo. How did it go up, though? Oh, right, because he came in second previous. Scipio's really happy. Shame I can't squeeze him for more money. Speaking of squeezing for money, I'll need to go and speak to my sponsors soon. Erdnot Rex, come on, man. You were so fast there, but just couldn't actually turn that into points. Good with the saving, but it would be more promising if I made my own save here. Save as... So what could I even call this, right? I could call it Asia Season 2 into race... We're going into race 5, I think, because I think we've had 4. Eldon's already in the British team, Jake, so I picked Jane for the... Oh, you made Normandy SR Racing. That's very cool, TVW. Alright, you love to see it, but there's some fixing that needs to happen here. And stops they're having a laugh with the names here. Phoenix Pole goes to the sword, car condition dropping as expected. BBC, what do you want to know? Pierre Pants had to apologise. What are your thoughts? If you're standing on the podium, you get soaked. Scipio doesn't like to hear it. Our marketability does, although it's already maxed. Pit crew, good to see there was no mistakes there, although it was slow. I wouldn't drive with Mark Amundsen if... Wait, what? He's such a moron. Have you ever spoken to the guy? I can barely stand to be in the same room as him. He's the scum of the earth, make no mistake. And these awesome brakes are now done. Okay, we need to do a lot of work on those. But the car needs to be fixed first. I'm not going to make the next batch of brakes, because the next batch of brakes we make will be the inheritance ones. Now, ooh, suspension is critical next race, so all the more reason to work on one. Plus 25 to max is cool, but I like instantly being able to use them. Ooh, I do not like that, though. That's good, but it's risky. 5 days, that's hefty. I might actually do that and just really chunk on reliability as soon as possible. But if that's the case, why even have that when I can have the extra performance? Because it's only to max. What the hell, I'll go for it anyway. We can improve this and use it soon enough. Are you going to inherit any parts? Aren't you going to promote? We don't know that, Marvin. If promotion looks like it's almost a certainty, I will not make that extra legendary break, and it'll save us about $1.5 million. But otherwise, I should be prepared to do that. It's a risky thing to just assume that we're going to win. Especially since we're only 4 races deep. Alright, get that car fixed. I got some parts I need to rearrange here. Car repair finished. Clear all these parts, because I really need to work on those awesome brakes I have. Now both of our drivers will have really good brakes, and I will focus pretty much entirely on these brakes. I'm not going to add anything else to this, just have these worked on hard as you can. Pretty amazing to have the luxury to be able to focus your entire crew on just one thing you're working on. But hey, that's why I invest in what I invest in. Will you use your designer's ability at high point of risk? I don't think so, because I have to spend a whole block of a part on it, and I only have 5 of those. A better thing to do would be if my mechanic had the ability that gets you an extra part of another type. So if you have an average part that gives you +1 good parts, now that can be great. Ooh, I like seeing that. Form is 10 for the next 3 weeks on Pierre Pants. I just feel at one with myself at the moment, you know? He told the BBC, it's hard to describe. I'm just at the top of my game. The stars have aligned for me, and I'm loving it. Well, that's all the more reason that Pierre Pants deserves the best parts. And these are the very best brakes we've ever made, so they're all yours, Pierre. Damn, that's a huge step up from what he had before. These are all fine. Let's just make this the switcheroo. Ah, I need to improve that rear wing and this suspension. Okay. Yeah, I need to get on that suspension. 79 is just not good enough. The rear wing, I think I could improve that as well. Probably for the better for now, because then I can strip it down and have it perform better for the race. Ooh, that actually lines up pretty well for the race. There we go. Nice. This one doesn't improve quite so much, but it's already the best around. I'm not actually sure if making it even better would work for us. Ooh, sponsor time, right. We need to save, because sometimes opening up the sponsor window crashes the game. Pierre Pants possesses perfect poise. I'm more of a Peter Perfect kind of guy. These races are getting a bit wacky. Okay, sponsorship deal. What's it going to be? Give me the goods. These are not so good at all. 11 races for 583,000, 6th or above. Seems the best. It's only 3-star though, that's disappointing. What's this in terms of 16 races? It's that divided by 16, which is piddly poor. So I guess we're going with OZ races. That's like 6 million for 11 races. And I sincerely doubt we won't get this. Well, you never know. Still, I'm taking it. At least it gives us something to aim for. Right. Disappointing, but it's what we get. Beijing and Tondola. If only there were a Tondola expert on hand. Oh, Scudera pulling it back away from the Master Racing team. However, the Master Racing team managed to score... Oh god, second and... Wait, no, that's overall standing. How did they do here? Robin's down there getting 4 points for them. Even so, it's a hard fight here. I would not put it between one or the other at this early stage. Plus, the Nancy crew could stand to win something back. All they need is first and second for that to happen. How about the Euro scum? Patreon's actually getting something here. The Patreon's brought on True Leveler. Unbelievable. Nice to see him back in a way, but it's a fight between Kruger and them. Best races in God's Republic, just not living up to their name. Or they are, which is very sad. Okay. Nothing to worry about, let's carry on. Suspension will be done soon. Now, can that suspension be useful fast enough? Probably not, because it was in tatters, wasn't it? But I do want it at some point. So, whoa, it's the best suspension around once more. You'll love, well, I love to see it. Let's drop that part out and that part out. We need to focus on this stuff. 8 days after race? Yeah, that's nowhere near soon enough. Let's get ourselves a new part, maybe even another suspension while we're working on it. What do we have here? That risk level is worrisome. All of these are pretty worrisome, actually. I mean, that's so good, but risky parts I just do not like. Although it's not that risky, it wouldn't be unthinkable to use for a race or two. It's just... he doesn't like it. Only in qualifying is a royal waste of time. Soft supers and ultras are used quite often, so I might just... You know what, I might make one without even thinking about using it. I could just have these 3 and then actually make myself a half-decent thing later on. The half-decent thing would be 25, 40 max and 40 with 20 reliability down. And then the epic part would be... Oh god, these are both risky. Oh god, they all suck in the epic parts. Damn, there's no particularly good suspension for me. Well, let's not even think about inheritance here. I just need to make the best suspension I can with these crappy parts. 25 to max then, 40 on max, and then probably the 50 on supers, ultras, and softs. Do we even have ultras in Asia? I forget qualifying. Although, it's risky though. Nah, I don't want to use risky parts here. That's not unreasonable. We could use this and then this. That would make for a pretty damn good part. if we want to push it forward. But we can't make that yet until we do one of these. You have to keep making one of these. You have to have something with a good part before you can make one with a great part, and so on. Right, we'll make this then. It needs a lot of work to be more usable, though. Marketability. Excellent work getting our team's marketability in such a strong position. Anything that strengthens the commercial arm of the team is good news. Having one of the most marketable teams in the Asia Pacific Super Cup puts us in a superb position to sign the most... Yeah, you would be thinking about money, Scipio. How about giving me a bit more money? Tight-fisted old crook. Right, suspension done, but we already knew that. Are we working on that suspension? Yes, we are, and it's a lot of work that it needs. Keep on keeping on. Right, as we travel to Vancouver, how does the part look? Not suitably usable, but very strong. Better to have this one and have it stripped out. Well, 53 isn't the worst, but we probably need fixed. Yeah, no way, I'm not using that. Too risky. Too risky. Pierre Pants has no excuse not to dominate here. He has amazing parts. And he's in full form for a few weeks. Okay, second place driver Pierre Pants of DDR Racing told us here at Autocar, the Drivers' Championship isn't over until it's over. And I know what I have. I have what it takes to beat Sword. And Sword is the number 1, right? Apparently we're likely to struggle. Why would we be less favourable? We're the best at well, maybe it's looking at our drivers. Vancouver was never going to be our strongest race this season, to be honest. It's not going to be easy, says Vino. What about you, Pants? Probably the problem is that Sword's standing is... Yeah, there we go. By 1 point, Sword is beating Pants. Well, Pants, I just gave you the best of everything. Fix this. Secure number 1 position. I will accept nothing less. And I certainly won't accept below 6, because I need that money. Give me those bonuses. Parts are fitted. Let's go. BR fitting for the 200 years of Brazil's independence today. Yeah, far older country than many others out there. Well, in terms of continuous independence. Driving style impacts tire wear. If you're struggling with your tires, you may need to tell one of your drivers to be less aggressive or hire a driver with better smoothness. My drivers are smooth. They just need some focus. Do well enough to secure team bonuses, but not too good or you take too much of that bonus for yourself. Yeah, ideal ending for us is 2nd and 3rd, really. But I can't be too angry about 1st place. Ooh, this is a bit rainy. We don't know if that rain is going to hold, though. Oh well. It's up to my drivers to figure that one out. We tend to perform better in the rain, but that's probably just me laughing at others who keep crashing. Come on, Pants. I gave you the best everything. You have no excuse for not placing 1st. Oh god, Ultras! Ultras? That's insane. And, god, they even moved over to Supers? Well, Pants taking a clear front run there, but Ultras, that's scary. How are we meant to measure this one, though? We don't know what the leather's going to be like. Our forecasting isn't that great. OMG, you just got tickets for a tour of DDR Racing HQ. Best birthday ever. And I hope they paid through the nose for that one. Practice is often where races are won or lost. No, they're not, Nasir. Practices are meaningless. You know, there's no part condition lost during qualifying, so you can just wait strip for quali. You just have to keep the same settings for the race. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why I don't do that. Probably laziness. Let's see if we can't score those extra... Oh, but then I have to pay my drivers more if they come 1st in qualifying. And I don't want to do that. You know how it is. There we go. We'll go with that. Looks good for both of them. 90 points on each. What about that weather? Looks like it's going to be dry, at least for the first half of the race. Will we assume that it stays dry? Probably. And they're starting on ultras, apparently. Get those ultras on performance. Would they ever go to intermediates? I don't know. We'll give them the trim, though. Qualifying trim and the ultras. They should come out like a bat out of hell with that, but the question is how they're going to hold. If they come first, you get 2 points. Yeah, 2 points for like £500,000? It's a difficult one to choose. Well, get on out there. I'm pretty confident they'll do great. It's not raining now, is it? Nope, no rain coming. They should be fine, especially pants on those ultras. Oh yeah, Christ, fastest lap going for pants, first place. It's just a shame I have to pay him so much damn money. You've paid more for life. Paid $1.5 million for 1 point that I didn't need twice. Okay, good on the money. Well, actually, no, all that money just went to Pierre Pants, but what can you do? Stunning quali lap from Pierre Pants. Can DDR Racing convert it into a race win? Yes, we can. Come on, Pierre. They're on the ultras. Oh, but it's very quickly going to start raining. You should start on inters, really. I mean, the inters won't be so great when it's dry there, but I really think they're going to want those inters early on. You're overlooking the real incentive to get first place, Jake. Stopping the other teams getting it. Ah, no, that is a good one. Look at that, though. In like 3 laps, it's going to be piddling down. Don't do it. 2 laps means 10 secs behind. But it's going to be pishing with rain. The rain will let up, though. I'll probably keep the bonus to ultras. I love intermediates, though. No, they're coming out of the gate like hell on earth. They should squeeze everything they can out of their ultras. Do we want race trim when we could have better intermediates, though? I just have no idea what race trim even means. What is a performance increase on trim? I don't know. Maybe intermediates would be better, because they're almost certainly going to switch to those. Yeah, you know, maybe that's an idea, actually. Forget the trim. We know you're going to switch to inters at some point. Pit stop guru, you will have to pit. Yeah, but think of that 15% intermediates. 1 second faster on the pit stops, though. It's performance increase across the board, Jake. Ooh, that is good. Nah, get that intermediate thing. You've got it up to level 3. Might as well make use of it. Ultra for 3 laps, then there should be 9-ish laps. Inter's ideal setup. I think it'll be a few more than 3 on the ultras. They'll want to push it. Right, get on out there. I have full confidence that this is going to go well. Wait, is the weight stripping the same as we had in the... I'll just assume the weight stripping is unchanged. Okay, Pants, you are right out of the gate. Do not let me down. Those ultras, that performance increase, pole position. He's got it. Do not let Master Sword unsheath in your presence. I would get so lost. I would take a wrong turn if that was me. Ignore that fastest lap. Must be a technical hitch. Perhaps even something hacked into the system. Right, rain's not coming on for a few more laps, so off you guys trot, first and second, as expected. Oh god, yes! Master Sword is out of here! Yes! 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 They took the corner to Ultra. They tried to unsheath in Pants' presence, and for that, they eat the wah. Oh, that was so good. Pants probably just dropped like a banana skin behind them, but it doesn't matter. It will never be traced. Virtual safety car is over. Push those ultras as hard as you can, and then pit as soon as it gets really wet, which is about now. It's a bit of a shame. I don't think we managed to get the most out of our ultras that we could have, but oh god, it's really risky to keep racing on ultras. But they probably just want to squeeze out every advantage they can of being in first place, and they absolutely do not want to double pit here. This is our year, says Lankerson. Oh, where are my fellow DDR Racing backers in the voting? Morton is locked up. That's not a crash, but it's probably not good for him. Morton Koopa Jr. Oh, right, both the Koopas are in here, but they're on different teams, aren't they? Echter Dutch Rennsport free. Oh god, we had a double pitting. What a fool. Then again, maybe it was better than going another lap on those ultras. It is pedaling it down, and will do so for some time. Yeah, we maintained first and second after that pit, even if it was a bad pit. That's good. Come on, come on, come on. Wet Pants can't slow him down. For our team, wetter is better. I was thinking, who's still on the ultras? Oh yeah, Master Sword. Oh my goodness. With maxed out form, the best car around, first place by 10 seconds, I have never been more confident in Pants just securing the win. Yeah, then again, these kinds of moments are what can bite you the hardest. Could always have a pit that erupts in fire, and then it's all on Paolo. Maintaining first and second during a double pit. Jesus Christ, says Orlov. Feeling even worse about backing a certain other team. Locking up, global saturation, failing hard. Look at that. Redfield getting penalty, Valentine getting penalty, Erdnot Rex getting slow. These guys want to be on slicks because the thing is drying. It looks like there's going to be no more water all race. They can happily switch back out to ultras or supers or whatever softy tires they want. Come on, Pants. Jings, the two of you have got 16.5 seconds on Delaney. You could actually stop and have some fried chicken waiting for everyone else to catch up. You're that far ahead. Yeah, in a sense you just did. You had a mess up on the tires. Pitted back to ultras, still maintaining 17 seconds. No! Paolo! You idiot! Oh, just dreams of grandeur, and you do an Andarius. Oh my god, right. All my hopes and prayers are on my Pants now. Keep that first place, no matter the cost. Paolo has just gone and crashed out. Can't believe he did this to me. Paolo must go. No. No, we can't sack the macaroni. They've done so much for us. What the hell was that, though? Oh, it's blue flags for a lot of people there getting lapped by the Pants, the fastest Pants around. Complaining about tire drag, but that's to be expected. Ultras just wear out like nobody's business. But if he can... Oh my god, they're down at 9%. He's staying on the Ultras, though. Into second place, but Miami's going to have to pit ahead of them, so that's okay. Pants is shaken. He's shaken by the loss of his colleague. That man was nearly 20 seconds ahead. Well, put it all behind him now. Oh, this is a little worrisome. I really think the Ultras are a trap. They just shred them so fast. They have to keep pitting. There's no way they make that time back up on the laps. Oh my god, losing Paolo hurts there. So who are we fighting against? Rose Tinted, Koopa, Hell's Engine, Global Saturation, another Hell's Engine. 2 Hell's Engine is bad news. I don't want them scoring extra points here. Damn it, we could have had, what, 18 points there with first and second? 18? 16? I forget, but it would have been a lot of points. I think he needs a late pit. That might cost him. Hopefully it'll lead up he can get for that. He's definitely going to need one more pit. Those tires are dying. Okay, good. He's on to, well, supers, though. Excess fuel on the supers. Miami's going to have to pit ahead. Pants is going to have to make those supers last without another pit. Still, though, 4 pits and looking good. I think he can make it matter. Oh, he doesn't even need to! Supers in better wear, and he manages to crush Hotline Miami. This is going to be an expensive first place, but I will take it. And I will make it matter. Oh god, no, come on, Pants! Ah, there we go, they have to pit. You're safe. Safe as houses. Tire drag is through the roof, and he's still got... Oh my god, he's going to pit again, isn't he? He's got 17 seconds to pit though, Pants. You absolutely can if you need to. Switch to Ultras for the final lap and you are good as gold. Well, not the final lap, the final set of lap. Traitor. No, that's okay, he's not doing well enough to be considered a traitor. Yeah, your tyre wear is bad. I don't think it matters so much whether he switches them or not, but Nah, he's not going to switch now, he's on the final lap. Just don't crash out with 15% tyres. Unbelievably fast. This one's for you, DDR Jake. Aww. You probably didn't see it because it was obscured by chat, but Pants put a shout out to me. And very notably did not put a shout out to Vino Paolo. I go to the bathroom, Paolo and Master Sword crash, says TBW, the hell have. They both crashed in the same spot as well. It was kind of poetic, it's what I get for cheering about Master Sword's sheathing. Desperate for his fried chicken. Okay, so that cost me a bundle of points and a bundle of money, but... oh, well, we don't know. Everybody could have been cheating. Oh, what's this? 1 penalty received on both Valentine and Redfield. But what does that even mean in this case? They weren't getting any points anyway. Well, thank God we still got our sponsorship objective. We got 2 extra points for pole position as well. Have a long, hard think about that, Paolo, and stop crashing my cars. Meanwhile, Pants secures another gold medal. I'm a little worried about the lack of contract on him. If he gets egoistical, he starts demanding a lot of money. That could be a problem for me later. Tell you what isn't a problem though, securing first place by 19 points. It's no longer a fight against relegation, it's a fight for promotion. I just bought a shirt with Vino Paolo's name on it, so cool. Is it in fire red or soot black, Yong Hui Chi? Jake, think about how many points Paolo just cost you. Again. Paolo needs to go. Poor Paolo. Admit it, Paolo's past his prime. He hasn't reached his prime. At least he didn't manage to injure himself there. Look, his prime is better than Pierre's Pants. If he just bleeding reaches there. He does grow agonizingly slowly though. There we go. Good money from the sponsorship, bad money from having to pay the best. NPC Master Racing Team is starting to trundle ahead here. Dangerously so. Christopher Robbins pulling no punches. Neither's Pierre Pants. Ayo, Paolo won't grow. Ayo, Paolo needs to go. The crowd chanting is rhyming, so it must be true. No, I believe in Paolo. Look, I signed him for 31 months. I can't get rid of that. That said, he's cheaper to get rid of than Pierre Pants, but why would I get rid of Pierre? He's so good. Glad I took a second stab at bringing him in. It was just a fluke. Trust in Paolo. Disregard my bet vote there. You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. Well, we're going to finish them off, but Paolo's going to get the good parts for next race. Pants on pole in Vancouver. That's an everyday headline there, I'm sure. Car condition massacred by Vino Paolo. Motorsport want to know something? Which of your drivers is better? Paolo. And he's getting the car for it. I've written a quick report, blah blah blah, 2 mistakes. Yeah, that's a damn shame. Hotline Miami, 8.5 seconds behind Pants. Damn right, that was pathetic. Finished repairing my car. Dramatic race ends with DDR racing. Yeah, despite the crashing and burning. Okay, first off, let's fit those parts. Paolo deserves the best. Why? Because everyone is chanting that he needs to go, whereas I firmly believe in Paolo's performance. He's going to secure first place in this next race, or he is never getting the good parts again. Simple as. Now, while we're at it, how are these parts of mine looking? We're working on improvements, but we're not currently ready with the suspension. When we do have it ready, we will improve it. Sponsorship deal, 2 5 stars. 2.2 million per race. I don't know what a Rothman Racing is, but it's mine. Holy smokes, that's good. What if Pants gets first and Paolo gets second? Well then, Pants gets the good car. He'll just destroy the parts again. If I just give Paolo the best, if Paolo crashes, or Paolo doesn't even meet the sponsorship objective, Paolo's getting benched and we're bringing in someone new. How about that? Oh god, crashing is a very real possibility. Pit crew mistakes are not being counted for that. If the pit crew set fire to his car, that's a different story altogether. Speaking of which, nobody's jumping out at me there. Alright, get me that suspension finished. Maybe bring back Zergle if Vino feels the... No, I'm not bringing back Zergle, he hates my guts. Dark Young hated by own mechanics. You can't talk to the guy like a normal human being. He lives in La La Land. What do you expect when they inhale sofa fumes a year? Oh, he's a complete prat. Thank you, Murray Walker, for giving us the brave truth. Right, that's nice suspension, but there's no way that's usable unless we improve it. So clear off this garbage, and let's make that suspension something worth having. Damn, this other existing suspension needs to be made better. Complete prat, Jings. Is it worth continuing to work on that good suspension? Couldn't I have better suspension? I could have epic suspension. We were talking about the risk level down one. Yeah, because everything else is risky and these other parts really super suck. I gotta say, that is a healthy bit of suspension. But I feel like it's too healthy. We need to work on the rear wing. High-speed corners up and high-speed corners up some more would be nice. Oh, but this would be even better despite the build time increase. Not by enough, though. We'll have this. Paolo did crash just after the pit. Maybe Zergle slipped some of his mates into our pit crew, loosened a few nuts. I think these conspiracy theories are getting out of hand, but I do think you're correct. Zergle's not to be trusted. Once a traitor, always a traitor. If you've got 2 bullets and you're faced with a traitor and an enemy, don't spare the traitor. Right. Double points on the chopping block. No, don't lose double points. Those are cool. Less of a chance of the top driver being dramatically overhauled in the final race. Less drama. Fair. No, nonsense. Not sure I want to spend votes on that. It doesn't matter. We're going to promote anyway. They can have their crappy new rules. Right, that part also needs improved. But this one's only going to be ready just before the race. It is good suspension, though. But it's not necessarily better. Oh, no, it's the rear wing I should be looking at. Damn, that's a nice rear wing. Absolutely needs to be ready for the race. There we go, just allocate everything onto that, see what we can get ready for the race. Oh, hold yourself off there. We can make another rear wing. High-speed corner up, and... weight stripping performance times 2 is, really good. Yeah, that's essentially all we'd need if we just max out the reliability on this. However, high-speed corner 50 on Epic is just, Produce an extra part for no cost or time. Oh god, red zone goes sky high. I want that as well. In fact, I can have that. I can have 2 really good parts. And it's only going to cost an extra $1 million. Sweet. I'm having that for sure. Is that weight stripping on that component or all components? Just that component. But it's definitely worthwhile. You can squeeze out like an extra 150 stats on it if you max it out. It can be so good. I see you're backing your team, Zergle. I've been doing it for a laugh since the first stream. No. predicting Iron Dames. I don't think the Iron Dames have what it takes. Oh god, Nokia! Nokia securing second and third? Come on! I really, really want to see Nokia promote. They've done so well. Kruger don't deserve it, and the Patreon patricians definitely don't. Do the Patreon patricians still have Lona on their team? That would be sad. Lona, well-known cheater. Oh, they do. The horrible joke is that Lona's a pretty good driver. They're just unmarketable and a cheater. Hot-headed, so they're never going to have a good relationship with F. Ford. 50 Ford. Politics vote. I am going to take advantage of the politics system and bank on a vote here. Click the button, get started. I really don't want to see the removal of double points. It's probably going to get removed, so that's all the more reason that we should promote. Abstain, gain vote. Takini Dancer Blanca's for it. Ooh, Hell's Engine's going against it. Liara Tassoni's a traitor. Albert Wesker has this in his master plan. Commissar's following my lead. So is East India. Oh, yeah, there's no way this one's being defeated. That is sad. Very sad. Of all the votes they could have, they have one of the worst. Right, just a reminder, we're currently in first place. Keep up the good work. So, about that good work, I feel it should be richly rewarded, Scipio. I can't believe Scipio's cutting me off like this. Alright, political recess for another handful of weeks. Voting system is a bit ass. You should get a +2 votes for not getting what you voted for. Definitely not. Recht. All looks fine. Race isn't here yet. It's still in a few days. Yokohama, 35% chance of rain. We love rain. Is there any chance you could look into improving our driver lineup, says Doc Spangler? I mean, Vino and Pierre are okay, but everyone knows there are better drivers out there. I just think if we're going to compete at the highest level, we need to make sure our drivers are the best around. I have little desire to switch out either. Well, the one I have the most desire to switch out is Vino, honestly. I mean, tempting. Tempting. No, we'll see how he does. I'm giving him an amazing car with amazing parts. Let's see how he does with them. Speaking of which, these are getting done up nicely. Are you making money each race now with your new 2.2 million sponsor? Oh, definitely. But that's going to eat up any upfront payments for a long time. Scudera beating out NPC. Nancy Cruz really falling by the wayside. Actually, not beating out. Look at that. Even Stevens between them. I don't know how the game calculates it if two people end up with the same amount of points. Maybe it counts podium wins or something. I have no idea why it thinks we're the worst on grid. How could other people have better... Look at that money. How could other people have better sponsors than us? Okay. Finished off with that other part, but it's not immediately usable, is it? Did I say I'd make another rear wing? I think I did. High-speed corners up. High-speed corners up some more. Performance stripping up, and a flat 50. And if it looks like promotion is not on the cards, somehow, we'll make an amazing part to inherit. But this is good. This is so good. Build that part. Maybe they're grabbing a huge payout on the get first place sponsors. Yeah, we haven't seen many of those. Pants' lead over Sword at the top of the championship. Oh yeah, let's not forget that. Sword was winning out for a wee while, but I think you'll find not anymore. Master Sword's crash out and Pierre Pants' 12 points catapulted them ahead there. Oh, I love to see it. Rear wing finished. And we do want to get working on that thing. These ones should be fitted though, they're looking good for it. And again, Vino Paolo gets the pick of the crop here. It's not as reliable, but still damn good. Actually, you're going to squeeze more out of the average one than the good one, because you can do 2 bits of weight stripping on that to outclass the good one. Yeah, that's good. This one's going to be even better, though. Oh, I can't wait to see that double weight stripping when we improve that reliability. And that's exactly what we're going to be getting on. Drop those. Hell, drop all of that. I want that rear wing singing out there. And not singing as it flies off the vehicle. We're stripping that thing down. Anything else we need to improve on ahead of time? Need is a relative term. Everything seems fine right now. The suspension are ready to be fitted as well. You telling me I didn't fit the suspension? Whoa, I didn't. I did not. Good call there. Right, Vino Paolo gets the good stuff. Actually, this one's probably better because of the boost it gets to the Ultras and the Supers. That is some damn good suspension, though. Take that extra sponsorship. Oh yeah, and we're definitely getting that. The payout will be immense. Isn't it better to have either part ready before the race? They will be ready for the race. Not this one, of course, we just finished it. Again, I really wish that was an intersection, not an over-under. I think you forgot the sponsorship. I'm pretty sure I just clicked it. So I doubt I forgot it. Unless you mean signing up a new sponsor, and if I forgot that, that's tragic. But I'm pretty sure I got it. It was some weird racing thing I'd never heard of that pays 2.2 million per race. Fixed. This game probably costs very little in licensing money, given that it uses no licensed brands at all. The only reason we have some, like Michelin and McDonald's, is because I've put a mod in for it. And I fear the day when legislation hits against modding elements using copyright and things like that. Well, copyright is a poor way to put it. Licensed is a better way to put it. I'm not weight stripping for practice, although, nah, practice is meaningless. Better to give people a false sense of security. Trademark, thank you, Demon. These are words I should be familiar with. Come on, Paolo, I gave you the best car in existence. Don't you be looking at me with a third place there. Oh, he's on mediums, there's no way he's going to do better than that. You're very lucky practice is meaningless. Goddamn, Pants is on fire. Okay, all moving over to softs to the main. Iron Dames, you're lame. And who was it who voted Iron Dames? Oh, I'm sure I know them, because their name is Zergle, and they're a filthy freaking traitor to the cause. Why, I want the race to start now. Go Arsh Likhmadov. Again, any Ukrainians want to rein in on this actually being a name? Okay, Dmitry I know well and good, but Arsh Likhmadov? I know one Ukrainian, and I'll be honest, I can't remember his surname. But I'm pretty sure it's not Arsh Likhmadov. Right, we're getting sidetracked here. Let's go. Forget practice. True fans watch it, but it is meaningless. And we did put on our qualifying objective sponsor, so I don't like these people making me feel antsy about not having picked them. Let's strip. The brakes are crucial, so I don't want to strip them down too hard. Oh yeah, that's crucial at 85. We can take down the rear wing down to 81 though. Yeah, I like 85 or above for crucial parts, 80 for anything else. Seems agreeable. Only 60 on Paolo. It's okay though, when we have the next parts in, he's going to have so many points on stripping. Right, how about this though? How's the weather looking? You're going to shift to softs quite soon, so I have every confidence in you going softs and qualifying trim. As for Pierre's pants, softs and qualifying trim. Go, go, go. Why strip for qualifying? Wait for the race. Why not do it in qualifying though? If I come first in qualifying, that's 2 extra points, not to mention what it does for our position at the start. You put a crucial 80 on the pants car. Oh, did I now? Yes, you're right, suspension is crucial. Thank you for that. Yeah, good call. Alright, getting the inters. Switch when the weather turns better, which is now-ish. Now-ish. Come on, oh my god, come on! Oh, thank god. Paolo, whew. Paolo saving the day there, in the perfect way as well, because he gets me the sponsorship objective and I don't have to pay for first place. Whew. Jings, that was too close. Come on, lads. We might be a good set of points ahead, but that is no reason to get complacent. There we go. Hackerman Zergle pushed through on the soft tires, which gave him an edge there. But that Hackerman, well, last time we saw him, he was hacking his way through walls. Lemmy Koopa's my hero. Seriously awesome driver and cool hair. I'm pretty sure he's bald. Oh, you mean his mustache? Ugh. Hackerman Zergle is a legend. Untouchable today. Everyone else might as well go home. Calling it now. Hackerman Zergle's gonna crash. I've been watching Motorsport for 42 years now. I've never seen anyone worse than Thane Krios. Joke driver. Poor Thane. He's an old dying man. He has space cancer. How could you say that? Alright, come now. Calling it now. Pants comes through the pack and still beats Paolo. Paolo must go. So cruel. Right, how's the weather looking anyway? Looks dry. Okay, no cause for inters, so I might as well squeeze everything I can out of the softs. For some reason, Pierre Pants believes in the mediums. I think he's going to change his tune on softs, so we'll go with that. Alright. Does it carry over the weight stripping? Yes, it does. Good. And you can't unstrip it, but you can strip further. That's good to know. That's very good to know. Sweet. Anyway, get out there. Earn me points. Earn me money. Most of all, Vino Paolo. It's pressure on for you. It's the last few seconds before the lights go green. Paolo, crush Zergle. Come on, come on, come on. I didn't give you that livery to look this lame. Get ahead of Hackerman. Oh, Paolo, what am I paying you millions for? Hackerman Zergle doesn't get millions. Certainly not my millions. I'd go put him in his place, which is sucking on your dust. Oh, there we go. Thane Krios turning to Dark Young for fastest lap. Not even half a second ahead of us is Zergle, enjoying that pole position, but not for much longer. What the hell is Pants doing? Probably cursing the day that I tore away the best car from him. Oi, Zergle, what's the meaning of this? Paolo destined for a Wile E. Coyote ending. I felt so bad for Wile E. Coyote in the cartoons. Oh, Vino Paolo getting the fastest sector 2. Can he turn that into the fastest lap? No, he can't, because Erdnot Rex is just too good. Just like old times, right, Shepard? Come on, for the love of God, Paolo, I have given you the best car in existence, apart from its livery. Zergle is ahead of you. Oh, yeah, I bet Zergle's hacked his car so he doesn't get affected by things like virtual safety car. Which, on reflection, how do they even ensure that that activates on the cars? What if there's some error that stops it from slowing down cars? Is it a real thing? I have many questions, but the only answer I want to hear is Paolo overtaking Zergle. Hurry the hell up, man! You're a race car driver. You're meant to be fast. Instead, Zergle is just continuing to pick up those fastest. Let's see, Hackerman Zergle's tire wear. Squeezing by on 34, Paolo's on 35. Well, these small amounts can add up. Oh, okay, Zergle cannot resist the allure of the pit. Paolo is finally free to put the foot down. Now, hopefully Zergle has some kind of horrible accident, possibly involving chicken, over in the pit zone. Pants is not pitted, but they're on mediums, they shouldn't need to pit anytime soon. Paolo's about to hit the cliff on those softs. They really need to switch out. They're doing it right now. They go onto mediums, which isn't good. They don't have a bonus on it. We've lost our sponsorship objective, but we will get it back. Paolo's out, and Paolo is still behind Zergel, even by 3 seconds. That was a pathetic pit. Come on, we need to do a lot better than this. Meanwhile, Pants is pushing it forward. All in all, we're actually doing really badly here. Come on, guys. Don't worry, Jake. Zergel will pit in the last lap. That's what I'm hoping for. Alright, Paolo's coming up better. Pants is coming up better. Zergel has lost that massive gap they had on us. Seems that when it comes out to medium, Zergel isn't quite so hot as Paolo. Then again, my faith is in the softs. I think we're going to switch to softs for the final few laps. Come on, he's right in front of you. You just reach out and poke his wheels with a stick and he'd be done for. There must be rules against that in F1, but rules are there to be broken if we get the points out of them. Pants is going in for the pit. Arslikmadov and who the heck is Biovinazzi? I don't know, but they look Italian, so I hope they burn up in the pit. Come on, make... Oh, double pitting for Koopa Racing! Come now, King Koopa should have taught you better. Right, the race is back on. Paolo versus Zergel. The hacker man continuing to hack his way through time by only 0.3 seconds. That movie was so good, by the way. What was it called again? Kung Fu Hustle or something like that? Evidently not big on my films, but I really enjoyed watching it. I'm pretty sure I watched it here in Sweden. Come on, get your act together, Paolo. I've invested all this time, money, other people's expertise into giving you the greatest car, and you squander it against the traitor Zergel. Move it! I think the rules of physics are against that, says Doctor. Now, Paolo and Zergel will be the ones to decide that. 16-13, we're halfway through it. In terms of wear, we're doing a lot better than Zergel. Zergel's going to have to pit earlier, and that's good. If we don't have Zergel in front of us slowing us down, we should be able to get some time on it. But Zergel is the pit master. He'll be in and out of that pit filled with, well, maybe not fried chicken. Probably just hot dogs. What do Germans eat? Schnitzel? Oh, that's Austrian. When I was in Bonn, I saw a lot of like markety things selling sausages, so I tried them, but they were awful. Like really bad. I was thinking this is meant to be the home of the sausage and it's this bad. They were really hard and like tasted pungent in a bad way. Not what I was after at all. Right, there we go. Eat our dust. Paolo takes in the first place. As long as you don't double pit, you should be able to make the most of this. How's that looking for you, Zergel? Wrong guy there. Zergel's out the pit, a long way behind. 28 seconds behind. Right, Paolo, there's no way you can have a pitting sensation of 28 seconds. Then again, there's still the getting in and out. Bratwurst and sour... Oh, yep, well, sauerkraut is amazing, but it doesn't feel like pit food, does it? A sausage feels like something that'll give you more energy and be easier to eat. Maybe a bit heavy to have for a race, though. Right, Paolo, in and out. No mucking about. No mistakes. Good. I don't know why I didn't pop up with the information about the pitting, though. And Paolo is out. Top of the range of the people that have pitted twice. Oh, damn, but Zergel. Zergel! Just hacked his way past us. You're actually touching him. Come on, it's like a fight against a Rimworld pikeman here. Paolo's going in for the undertakes. Come on, come on, come on, Paolo! Yeah! Eat it, Zergel. That's what traitors get to eat. Dust and disappointment. You know what winners get to eat? First place. Now, I know it's 7th, but we have people ahead of us that must pit. Paolo's on the medium and has excess fuel. They can make it all the way if they don't have some kind of shred out on their tyres. Pants, on the other hand, not looking so promising. That's worrisome. I do want Pants to get us some points as well. They need to pit. And that pit's going to cost them... it's still possible they score. But when's Pants pitting? Not yet, but they need to. Those tyres are going down. Hopefully Pants pits to softs, though, and that'll give them a distinct advantage. There is no rain coming. No risk of it whatsoever. Just keep it up, Paolo. He tried a 3 medium strategy. Wasn't great. Now it's the drivers that choose the strategy, not me. Means I can blame them when it goes wrong, and yet reap the rewards when it goes right. Pat myself in the back until it hurts. Okay, you love to see it, Paolo. Maintain that. Hell, open up the distance if you can. But whatever you do, don't crash that car. I told you, you crash the car and you're out. So don't let the pressure go to you. Pants has lost their 10 form, but that's okay. They made it matter where it mattered. Pierre Pants is trying to... Oh my god, Pierre Pants. What the hell is this? 13th place. What went so wrong? And you need to pit again. Oh man, Pants is the one that should be considering the early retirement at this rate. Meanwhile, Paolo, 5 laps to go. Well, 6 laps to go. Crossing it, first place, a second, 0.1. On Zergle. Right, we need to look at Pants. What the hell's going on here? I give you that shiny car and you let me down like this? It's unbelievable. But maybe he's just biding his time. Final moment. Actually, no. He might not need to pit. He's got excess fuel and those softs are holding well. Pants might be onto something here. Okay, believe in the Pants. Come on. He's going to shock us all. Okay, Paolo's holding out. Something happened to Zergle. He pitted for more mediums. That's going to hurt. Oh, yeah. Of course it is. It's Zergle. There really must be something up with Zergle's AI that just makes him gravitate towards the pits. Right, everything I cut off the suspension is starting to hurt. I have mega instability braking from high speeds. Ignore it. It's just 2 more laps to go. Just don't crash the car and we're good. Okay, come on, Pants. Come on. I know those softs are wearing down, but it's just 2 more laps to go. Paolo's got 8.5 seconds. He can handle his suspension, doing terribly. Yeah, Zergle did the thing. No! No, Paolo! No! No, you idiot! You chuffing moron! Why? We were right at the end. Oh, no! Oh, no, no, no! How could you do this? I chucked out Zergle for worse. Oh, you idiot! I can't believe you did that. You threw it all away. We had everything. First place, 8.5 seconds. Didn't matter how bad your suspension was. And he just Zergled it all away. Oh, Paolo, why? Why? Lost to Zergle, lost us the money, lost us the points. Ay, ay, ay. We had it. We had it right there. Hackerman Zergle leaving up points on you. Oh, that hurts. Oof, 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 oof. Ugh, why do I even bother watching the Iron Dames? It's worse than watching 4 rom-coms simultaneously. Oh no. Xavier just told me he's not investment in the car from East India Company Racing Division. Oof. Pressure must be mounting on DDR Racing Team Principal Jake after that. Not good. I know it's not good. Oh my god, you idiot! Ah, Paolo must... Now, I did say that pit crew issues were not going to cost him here, and that was... I can only assume the pit crew flagged him in for some reason, because there's no way my top man, Vino Paolo, would have done that of his own accord. Oh no, Scipio, don't look, don't look. Believe. Vino Paolo can get first place in this next race. He can do it, believe. Screw the weight stripping, screw the awful pit crew that flagged him in. Vino Paolo, first place on this next race. Stop making excuses, says Dougals. You promised. I promised nothing. DDR Racing looking well ahead in practice. Zergel denies Paolo pole. What a headline for F1 racing. Alright, BBC, give us the worst. On a positive note, qualifying seemed to go very... You shut your mouth there, Murray Walker. Qualifying counts for nothing if race performance doesn't match up. Throw some water bottles at Murray while we're at it. Mistake-free week, you would say that, big burb. Pit Blunderhands, Erdnot Rex, win and Valentine. Nah. Oh, Hans his... Oh, I didn't notice that. After a horrendous error ruined Erdnot Rex's race, it dropped him below Global Saturation's Valentine. I'm absolutely fuming, says Rex. I had that race in the bag. Pit crew totally let me... No, I'll tell you who had that race in the bag. Ugh. Right. Some shake-ups in the pit crew, perhaps? B. Coslet looks pretty good. Good enough for me to actually fire somebody who's nay good. Like Radley, perhaps? Radley's pretty god-awful. But he's got decent stamina. Whereas B. Hopewell... Nah, let's ditch Radley. It was either Paolo's fault or yours for the stripping, not the pit. Kick Paolo already. Nonsense. Paolo comes in first in this next race. You have my word on it. Still designing that new part. Goody goody. Fix up the car. Something about wet weather training? Ooh. I've got a chance to attend an intense wet weather training course. Costs a pretty penny. Will you foot the bill? Anything for you, Pierre Pants. Let's do it. That said, Pierre Pants, your performance was miserable in that race as well. We were predicted to do terribly, but we had that race in the bag. Also, I want to see what that wet weather expert is. We do like wet weather racing after all. When it's wet, he gets +2 to everything. That is sweet. Alright, how are we doing on those parts? Working on that awesome rear wing that we have. Suspension cost us there. This part needs to be better. This part could be a whole lot better. And it's got the medium speed cornering stuff. Get all of that done better. Pants went from 15th after qualifying to position 9. Not bad since the engines are spec. Yeah, but he's meant to be so good. And the car is so good. I mean, the engines, the gearbox, ignore it all. It's all about what we do with these amazing everything else we have. Alright, World Motorsport going on in Guildford. We're coming up to halfway through the season. We need to be doing better than this. NPC Master Racing Team bending the knee to Scuderia. I love to see... Oh, good going, Zhang He. He must have betrayed Yuan Motors after the Wuchao supply depot burned down. I've been actually playing quite a lot of Dynasty Warriors lately. So good. I've been playing 2, 3, 4, and 8. 8's probably what I'd recommend for anybody new to the series, but 2, 3, and 4 are just so good. When morale actually mattered. Morale in troops. And I actually think 2 is best for it. It just lacks a lot of actual fun in the fighting. It's the problem with having all these submitted characters in this game. Just makes me think of other games. Right, I am not going to pay £1 million for a vote that won't affect me because there's no way in hell I'm not promoting. We're going out there guns blazing from the Pants and the Paolo. I'm not paying you your kickback, Ernie. Get off my back. First place, as expected. Rear wing Dunzo. Where's the Lubu racing? Lubu's such a Dynasty Warriors poster child, but I don't think he's all that great. I mean, he did one thing in real life. Otherwise, it's all just fantasy. Zhao Chan never existed in real life either. Right, we got that cool part, which I do absolutely want to improve. Man, it is super cool. It's a lot of work for everybody to be doing on parts here. I think I might actually drop these parts out a bit. These are good. No need to work on that anymore. How good can we make these parts in terms of reliability for the race? I reckon very good. I think I'd rather have them both improved there. Also, is there any part that I want to work on now? I could make a legendary rear wing. I could improve my suspension. We got hurt on suspension that last one. Maybe I should make the risk -1 part and go for the +60 on you. And take you for the +40. Actually, build time doesn't matter so much right now, so why take the reliability when I can just add to build time? There we go, that's a pretty damn good one, and it unlocks the ability to make something truly disgustingly good later on if we need it to. It's 1 million to drop on this, but I think we'll do it anyway. You mean Lubu there, Ashes? Or are you talking about Zergle in some way? Everyone's mind is on the Zerg. Okay, when you compare it to the rest of the Asia Pacific Super Cup, our car is average at... Excuse me? You can't excuse... Paolo, you shut your mouth. You threw that race, and I'm giving you your one chance here to rectify it with my amazing car. What is he like? Alright, Paolo. You get the best brakes. Oh, they're no longer the best brakes on the track, actually. You might have a point. It's our best brakes, but someone else has made better. That rear wing is the best around, but it's unreliable. I'll give you this other one, which can be stripped down like crazy. Pair pants can get this. Best suspension is all yours. But this one gets a +50 on soft supers and ultras, which is big. How those parts coming along? I really want that rear wing to be better. Other parts worth improving at this point? I don't like the idea of someone outperforming me on the brakes, so let's try and make our brakes a little better as well. Okay. You could stand to be better. You could stand to be so much better. Alright, the European scrubs are having their middle race now. Yes, Nokia! Ahead by 1 point, but I really want to see Nokia promote. Come on, they're so cool. Then again, they got Mohammed Linser on the team. Who else they got there? Giving Paolo one more chance to outpit the Zergle. Yeah, disappointing race that we saw there, but come on, we can do better. Okay, they seem to have lost a lot of their Finnish influence here. Muhammad, Shinwook Kwon, and Sergeant Dirt there. So where's Kalpa these days? If we scout, order by team name, and find ourselves the Kalpa. Kalpa Valkyrian is in the Cooper Racing. Who is the other Finn, by the way? Fortunately, we can sort by nationality. Is it nationality alphabetically, though? I reckon so. Finland behind France. There's Kalpa. Anon Finn is currently... Oh, well, that is a sad idea. Fake German Rennsport has Anon on backup. Tragic. Alright, we're just about to head over to Dubai. I'm going to fit the parts first, of course. Gossip says what? DDR Racing are currently top of the team standing with 15 points over EA Lanka. Damn right. Doc Spengler is opening their fat gob to say, we need to keep Dakini Dancer and co in check. Oh, okay. Second place driver Sword is hoping to close the gap. It's time to start reeling him in. The thought of beating Pants is what gets me up in the morning. I don't know what you're talking about. Iron Dame's Hackerman Zergl is hoping for an upturn in the team's fortunes this weekend. We're not exactly expecting a podium, but I'm confident in scoring a few points here in the Arab United Emirates. Pierre Pant's crowned sim racing champion. Overtaking up, marketability up. Sim moves are really helping. The online Super Series attracts the best sim racers around. The fact that Pants managed to win shows he's real talent. And there's only 5 months left on him. There's no more potential in Pierre Pants, but he is so good. I'll worry about when he gets old and starts getting all crumbly, though. Right, let's fit those parts good and proper. What's in a good state for the race? Our best brakes and our second best brakes look fine for it. Deceleration plus 50 on soft, supers and ultras is also really amazing. All those parts are spec. Now, this ultra rear wing with double weight stripping is too flimsy to weight strip. This one is not, however. But there's so many points on this that maybe it's worth doing that. We won't weight strip this one. We'll only weight strip this one if it's not crucial. Why are they so unreliable? I should really... Oh god, Vino Paolo did cost us on that before. Giving him something unreliable could be dangerous. Yeah, that'll be fine. Paolo. That suspension is going to be better if you're ever on soft supers and ultras, and I trust you will at some point. Glad to see you're content, at least, Pierre. Alright. Man, I want my OZ Racing qualifier money. And the race money. Come on now. It's Vino one more chance, Paul. It's a shame Vino isn't actually here for it. I'd like to yell at them and throw them digital water bottles right now. Again, maybe they are watching. Maybe they're horribly hospitalized right now, and they thought, oh man, life sucks for me these days, but at least I can watch my performance on Motorsport Manager streams, and they're just seeing this abuse coming in. I like to make up these little stories in my head to get myself through these situations. Alright, come on, have at Dubai. Show me the money. Another intersectionless circuit. It makes me sad seeing that there's no intersections. Right, get up there, get practicing. No point stripping for the practice, surely. Simulate those softs. Thinking about a chapter in them. At least I'm thinking about them, right? Must be awful being in hospital and having nobody think about you at all. God, that would be awful. Speaking of awful, Pants, I hope you're about to turn that around. Oh, okay. Paolo? What? What's Italian for what the hell was that? Oh, my cavolo. Okay, we'll go with that. Paolo, you have got to make 14 places up here or you are gone, man. Try gesturing furiously. Breaking my thumb on my middle finger here. Come on, man. Pants is looking solid at the top. Oh, Chris Redfield is rubbish. Okay. What was that? I'm about to snap your spaghetti in half here. Recht. It's the all-important qualifier. Super softs and qualifying trim. Qualifying trim and softs rather than super softs? The softs are better, but he's starting out in the supers, and I'd rather he got that under his belt. And I do like qualifying trim. Let's strip. Suspension let us down last time. I think I'll only knock it down a little bit, given I'm a little antsy after what happened last time. That's crucial. Oh god, that's horrible. It's crucial and at 71 reliability. That's danger zone. Despite the double weight stripping gain, it's not really worth it. I could really get a chunk out of Pierre Pants here, but I'm not going to risk it. Much too risky. Oh god, those are crucial as well. Okay. It's better suspension on Pierre Pants. Last time suspension was crucial though, was it now? I am antsy about that back wing. Paolo, you're going to have to make it matter. Get on out there. Yeah, every race has crucial parts. It's great when it's stock. Okay. Pants is demolishing Paolo. Everyone's demolishing Paolo. Oh god, I gotta pay Pants loads if he takes first place. Ah! Right, I am ready to learn Italian just so I can yell at abuse at Paolo for this. What the hell are you doing? The most expensive 2 points. Oh. Pants actually deserves that money. Well, evidently. Paolo, if Pants weren't here, we'd be out of pocket. Well, then we are as well, since he's here anyway, but still. Javier's really disappointed. Got a lot of hard work to do tomorrow. Yes, you do. Just thinking about Hell's Engine makes me angry. No class at all. No class at all, Leon. Well, he's not even the one that gets to drive, but you'd be a better replacement for Paolo at this point. Wants a top mechanic. They have to have a mechanic with better stars than them. Rival with Chris Redfield. What? That'll be why they're not working together anymore. Okay. Paolo, I kid you not. First place, or you are getting the hell off my team. I have had it with you. You have the best imaginable. We'll give you the super softs and the race trim. What's that light-footed? Some mediums, forget that. Super softs and trim. Why don't I believe you, says Paolo. You're voting for me. Have some faith in your, not chairman, principal. An argument about the continuation of the bloodline, surely. Okay. Paolo must come in first to secure his position here, with 2 exceptions. Pit crew fire, and I won't fire him. Pierre Pants coming first, and Paolo coming in top 3, and I won't fire him. That's it. That's a promise I make to all of you. Let's go. And I swear he has got a lot to make up from all the way back here. He's behind Jill Valentine, for God's sake. Who's next to Chris Redfield? Chris Redfield's just gonna lean over and be like, hey, Vino, do you want to help continue the Redfield dynasty? Right. It's the final few seconds before the lights go green. Paolo, all eyes on you. For the love of God, man, get out there. You're snaking your way up to 10th, immediately losing it down to 11th. Pierre Pants dropping to 3rd? What the hell is this? Couldn't take the corner well enough. You've got to do better than that, Paolo. This is 31 laps of your neck on that line. Get out there. Go. Alright, snaking up to 10th. That's A position. We need a lot more than 1. Come on, you're on those supers and you are not making them work for you. Pierre Pants is fighting out for 3rd against Sword and Delaney, against Delon and Zergel. And Polo's just here taking it easy. Put your freaking foot down. Forget that there's even brakes there. You don't need it. If you handle well enough, it doesn't matter. Yeah, see, there we go. Cut the corners, grab the 8th, grab the... Whoa, okay, where did that come from? Come on, Paolo, man. You are still 6 seconds behind having a job at the end of this day. Sure looks like last promise, Jake. You got a soft spot for the macaroni, we all know it. You're not wrong, but I made a promise. And we're seeing that one through. Paolo, Come on. Huh. What if Pants takes second and Paolo takes third? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Come on, Paolo. Come on, come on, come on. That gap is widening, not tightening. 6 or above is just for the points, but for you, your job is on the line here. Crush Koopa Jr. Oh god, I worry about the double pit since they're both on super softs that wear down super fast. I'm starting to think Paolo's fueled by Jake's pure hatred. Okay, come on, you're right there, you freaking imbecile. Cut the corners, take them over. Good, right, more of that. DeLon is behind you. Now Koopa Jr.'s got to go. It's a child, you idiot. Oh, no, you're... Oh, jeez, come on, man. Pants is fighting for his life out at front. You've got to act like this is worth something. Okay, it's going to be pit time real soon. I did get some good pitters, but I don't know if they've been arranged properly with the auto pit. Come on, you can see Pants there. Look at how much better he is than you, Paolo. Come on, Italy is meant to be the nation of the great improvers. They took the Arquebus, they made the Beretta. Alright? They took noodles from the East, removed the dog, and called it spaghetti. They took sex from the Greeks and realized they could have it with women. For God's sake, Paolo, stand up and show your fellow Italians that you are a proud, upstanding member of society. Get out there! God, 15th place, for God's sake, Paolo. He's moved on to the softs, not even the super softs. He doesn't have the bonus on that. He's going to have to pull something out of here. No, tire is spelt with a Y, Nivek. We don't speak simplified English around here. These Italy facts seem dubious somehow. No, you gotta believe... Oh my god, Paolo! 8th place ain't doing it. I know you just overtook Rex, but that's not good enough. More. Alright, I'll admit, you are pulling something back here, but I hope you've got another 11 seconds to pull back, because Master Sword is out there in front. Well, we're on a sponsorship objective, at least, but that's courtesy of Pants, not Paolo. Move it! You should give Paolo 11 chances, just like Italy attacked the same fort 11 times in World War I. Well, this ain't World War. It is a conflict, though. For God's sake, Paolo, you're losing time here. 13 seconds behind the Master Sword. Jill Valentine has crashed down and out. That's not particularly good news for us, since we were already ahead of them by a good long way. Come on, there's only 13 laps to go here and a lot of seconds to make up. A second per lap. Can you do it, Paolo? Paolo doesn't need to pit just yet, but they do need one more pit for this whole race. Pierre Pants overtaking Dark Young for 4th. 4th is bloody good enough, Pants. And you're the wrong person. Paolo, 8th doesn't get us points. 8th doesn't even get us sponsorship money. Oh, God's sake, how's Pants doing? Come on. Pants is on the super soft, squeezing what they can out of them. Pants should take a pit. In fact, they're going for a pit. This should be the last pit of the race. Hopefully they move on to softs or mediums so they don't need to pit again. Actually, I'd feel safer about them taking mediums, but... Zergle's going for the pit as well. What are you moving in for? No, not super softs, not super softs! Ah! You're gonna need to pit again if you're on the supers, Pants. Damn it all. Paolo? Plenty of people behind you have now pitted again. I doubt you're going to make up the 12 seconds on that. Okay, right. Scooping past there into 4th. But you're overdue a pit, man. There'll be one last pit for the race, so you never know. Paolo might just do it. Go, 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 go. Jesus, a sword is a country mile ahead of you. Where's that sword crash? No mistakes on your pit. Oh god, your rear... Oh god, he did have to fix the rear bloody wing. Now he's down to 13th. With not many laps to go, it does not look good for Paolo's future. Yeah, well, 9th though. Where comes the catastrophic crashes to save your career? Pants is working for... Look at Pants bleeding go. They got Zergle in the sightlines and they're going for it. The only downside is that Pants almost definitely has to pit again. That's going to cost us the Pants position. 20 seconds behind Paolo. What is this? Wait, actually, Pants might not go for another pit. I know you're struggling to overtake Zergle, but come on, man. Yeah, imagine if Pants had the good parts here. Pants would be flying out in front. Coming up to the final race. Paolo's sad end of a well, a pretty great career, but you've let me down so much towards the end here, Paolo. It's unreal. Where's that Zergle pit when we need it? I'm still after some points here. We enter the final lap. Can Paolo even get some points here? And probably not. Their tires are shredding. And they'd need 6 for points, and I don't think they're going to take over Delon. They're about 2 seconds ahead of them. Checkered flag. Sword wins for EA Lanka. Pants barely holding 6th there. Paolo... Oh, well, 5th actually. Jings, I thought you were going to be cast into 6th by Delon. Paolo. Maybe you can just give the second car and leave as a second driver. What's the excuse now? Nothing. I promised. Paolo's let me down. You know what fate is worse than firing? Being a permanent 3rd pilot. I'd be paying him more to keep him on his 3rd. I mean, sure, we still got points there, but these kinds of performances are hurting. Oh my god, Pierre Pants getting the double in there. Actually, Pierre ending up coming in 3rd alongside Morton Cooper. EA Lanka making a comeback with Master Sword. I do not like to see the... Oh god, that's bad. Maybe we should wrap in Master Sword for ourselves. Maybe. That would rob EA Lanka of a great driver, and I think we flattered Master Sword as well. Yeah, if Master Sword were out of the picture, EA Lanka would also be out of the picture. But Pants has better stats. He does, but... Dang, look at that Master Sword. Okay, it's getting serious. We had a great lead there, and Paolo has let us down big time. We need to cut him off like a gammy limb and bring in a decent replacement driver, and we only have 24 days to do that before Rio de Janeiro. Recht, what can we do? Pants sets, searing pace in practice, Pants in pole position. BBC, what do you want to hear here? Global Saturation Racing Valentine, a bit of a disaster. What's your analysis? Well... She does keep doing terribly, but imagine she had a better car. She's an excellent driver. I'm sure form will pick up soon. So we flatter Jill, and that makes them open to being approached by us. So Jill Valentine's a possibility, but that low focus and the constant crashes, and that price tag, Crivens. Pit crew, 1 pit mistake. That didn't solve it for Paolo. She's 34. Yeah, well, she just needs to win us the points for this. That's all we need. Marketability is not a big deal. We have 8 races before we need to consider marketability, which means we just need to bring in someone with a view to finishing off this. And really, I want Master Sword. Master Sword is single-handedly making EA Lanka be our biggest competitor here. Look at that! 39 points for EA Lanka. But... we buttered them up. If we steal them, they're going to be better than Paolo. They're going to be trashed away from Lanka Land of Demons. They're going to have to bring in Rax Shirasi, who's a whole star worse. Master Sword, come to me. Stick with Paolo for the season. I want a chance for my team to win, says Tavan. But you predicted Hell's Engine. Hell's Engine are, how you say, not doing well. 22 points behind top spot. That's us. Yeah, we gotta bring in Master Sword. Then again, look at Jill Valentine. Jill Valentine's a slightly worse driver. Yeah, Master Sword's gotta join over. Approach the driver, start negotiations. Right, wages are important to them, meaning we gotta pay them pretty heavily. Status is important, I don't mind you being my number 1 driver. Number 2 should be fine. For some reason this glitches out. I'll try to make them number 2, because Paolo's already my number 1 driver. They'll be angry regardless. I don't mind who pays their 4.5 million, but well, you're paying everything then. Short contract, that's fine. I only want you here for a short time anyway. And then I want a better driver, so just end of 2020 is fine. I'm willing to pay you quite a lot. They want a nice signing on fee, not surprising. I need to bring them on fast, by the way. Bonus size is important, then you can have the biggest of bonuses for first place. Again, I've only got them on a short contract, there's no problem giving them loads of money here. I don't like a big signing on fee though. How small can it go? Yeah, I'll give them 3 million and give them quite a lot. Actually, I can pay them loads per race because I'm only bringing them on for a short time. And then I'm kicking them out like yesterday's garbage. Being number 2 is like being Robin to Batman. Okay. I'm mostly bringing them in to rob Lanka Land of Demons, though. No time to keep renegotiating, give them what they want. Now we have time for one renegotiation here. They get what they want in the contract, they get all the wages they could possibly want. The only thing I'm not giving them loads of is number 1 driver. And really, there's no big problem giving them number 1 driver. Yeah, we'll give you number 1. She won't like it. Well, too bad. We'll make them our number 1. There we go. Hopefully they agree and we get them fitted in ASAP. And we rob Lanka. That's what's so good. Christ, 1.6 million, 1.3 million tops. It doesn't matter. It's just for 5 races. Right. We've got to fix the car. Interview request. I'd like to take some of Pierre Pantz's time for an interview. Is that okay? We'll reimburse you. Come on, Pierre Pantz. Do it for the team. This kind of money making is exactly what I like to see. Now that goes some way to pay for our new driver. Fix that car. Improve those parts. Equal status isn't good enough if status is important for them, I imagine. This is auto-managed and looking fine for once. We're upping these parts, but I still really think we need better reliability on some of the things. Yeah, reliability stings, so let's work on that. Okay, goody goody. Contract proposal in a week. Zergel looking for a way out, excuse me? Hackerman Zergel has been at Iron Dames for 1 year now, but that marriage could be coming to an end if rumors are to be believed. Zergel is going to be heading somewhere unknown. What? The jury is out on a 21-year-old's ability. The German driver certainly has some fans, but an equal amount of detractors. You're still with the Iron Dames? Oh man, sucks to be someone who said the Iron Dames are going to bring it home. Oh god, what if he wants to join us? Oh god! Imagine hacking his way back to the team. Oh, by the way, what was Master Sword's marketability? Not that it matters, because we've already secured our sponsors, but... I need to look at Master Sword there. Oh, it's actually really good. But that's because they're the reigning champion. Once that goes away, it won't be quite so good. I'm curious to see where Zergel ends up, but I'm not going to bring him kicking and screaming back in unless somehow this contract isn't good enough. Pit crew? Nah, not good enough. Not worth my time, at least. World Championship, 9 of 15. NPC Master Racing Team failing to claw it back. Scudera getting a huge lead there, 49 points, thanks to Philip II of Habsburg. Holy moly, that is a driver. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 19, 14, 20. And feedback is the least important out of everything. You're insane. How do I get you? Good lords. No wonder Scuderi is doing so well. Yeah, and he's 22 years old. He's not going to be getting decrepit and old and failing anytime soon. Alright, contract proposal for Master Sword. Don't let me down. Looks great. Let's... Yes! There we go. There must be some people who aren't very happy with my underhanded approach to the game, right? I don't make the calls in the races, I bend the rulebook to my favor, and I poach the enemy rather than outperforming them. I don't give a damn. This is a management game, okay? You want games that are based on your driving proficiency? There's plenty of those. But here, I'm here to manage. Manage my way to the freaking top. Sign on that dotted line. Vino, Paolo, get the hell out of my team. You have let me down for the last time. I don't care that I'm breaking that clause. That is 6.5 million that I'm happy to. I'm not that happy to pay it. I'm really not that happy to pay it. It hurts. It really hurts. Wait, Jake, you don't have to, says TBW. I'm listening. True enough, I could move Vino Paolo over to the reserve driver. But then I'm still stuck with Vino Paolo. And I still have to pay him 600,000 every race for 29 races, and that's a lot more than 3 million. And you're right, I said I'd fire Paolo. I absolutely said I'd fire him. That's my promise to you. My £6.4 million promise. Scipio's gonna have my legs for that one. Okay, there we go. There we go. All that money for 5 months of master swording. And they got only 9 focus. If they crash and burn, I'm gonna be so unhappy. Okay, right, never mind. What do the press have to say? I can't believe you're firing me. This is insane. I thought we were gonna win things together. Now I know it was all a lie. Screw you, DDR. Screw you. I know there are people who've said this about me before. It feels refreshing to get it straight to the face. Can't wait to check out the HQ and meet the rest of the team. Should be something great. Ta. Oh, I sign off with Ta quite often. Sword snapped up. Sword's contract reported placing her along the new to... The deal is reportedly going to set our new paymasters back a tidy 19 million a year. Oh, it hurts. Okay, right. Chin up, turn the other cheek, and all that. Remember, we're here to win. Favorite Paolo as well, so we can follow where he ends up. Excellent point. Don't worry, Paolo, you're our favorite. I better save where we are. Which race are we going into, by the way? We are going into the 8th race. We'd almost be at the end if Vancouver had been destroyed, but it's not. So, Asia, Season 2 into Race 8. Save and save often. Is Master Sword the highest paid driver in the world? No. Philip II of Habsburg was paid more than Master Sword, I think. Crikey, what do we pay Master Sword again? 1.5 million per rate. Oh, a breaking contract would be so expensive. But where is Philip von Habsburg? H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O. Philip Habsburg. Oh, crikey, they are cheaper and better. Well, they're not interested in being demoted, are they? But when we're at the top, we can have the best drivers. And then I'm going to make my move on the likes of von Habsburg. You can do it by highest paid. Oh, that's a scary thought. Cost per race? Whew. Okay, not that bad. People that are outpaid from Master Sword. Wait, where is Master Sword in this list? Their cost per race is like 1. Well, whatever. Sophie, Charles, Zhang He, Lemmy, and Henry of Skalitz are all outpaid there. Hey, where is Master Sword in this list? Yeah, maybe it hasn't refreshed, but we know the numbers. Still though, Jesus Christ, Master Sword. Oh no, you actually get paid more than Henry of Skalitz. Well, it matters not. Get familiar with your new car, it's time to move. God, that's so much money. And I thought I was overpaying for Pierre Pants. EA Lanka has signed up Katie Hickey, and they are not nearly as good as Master Sword was. Slightly better focus. Oh, really good on braking, cornering, and consistency. Hopefully I haven't caused myself a new problem here. And they're so cheap. And they're good in the Ardennes. Dang. Marketability 3%. Probably not a concern for Lanka Land of Demons at this point. Okay, we worked on that suspension. That's another thing that'll be really great when improved. Oh damn, these parts look good. Next race is in 14 days. Gives me an opportunity to make that suspension a great suspension. Man, it's got a lot of room for improvement here. Clear all those parts, work entirely on that, and do something like so. Then it should be competitive. No. However I look at it, this good one's probably better to use. It's more set up for weight stripping. So no, this is never going to be ready in time for the race. Or will it? If I focus like so, you're going to have full... yeah, actually that works pretty well. Have this thing ready to be stripped down like no tomorrow for the race, and we're all good. There's probably no need to make new parts. Then again, if I don't keep improving, I might get outdone by EA Lanka's car. Is it worth spending more money on better parts? We have the best deceleration, the best... We've got the best everything, but it might not stay that way. Ready 4 days after a race usually translates to about 80% reliability for race day. Yeah, but knowing that I can strip it down, I want to be potentially better. No need to spend on parts, just keep buying Lanka's drivers. That's true, I could buy their other driver. Well, what if they sign someone even better on? The brakes could be better, no? Let's have a look at the parts that we do have. Those are some damn good brakes. Best in grid. My other rear wing could be better. It gets great from stripping though. I don't want to make another rear wing though. Not when we're that good. Something could be said for the other brakes. I don't want to spend all that money on more brakes. Nah, brakes are cheap. If anything's worth spending money on, let's see just how hard we can push it. How good are our existing brakes, by the way? Assuming they get maxed out. Let's get a number in the head here. Existing brakes, 766. And it's amazing. But can we do much better than that? 766. I'd appreciate if someone put it in chat as well. Deceleration. Deceleration. Ignore that one. Deceleration. Oh, I don't like that red zone though. It's really bad. Oh, now that's really good. Despite the extra 4 days. And we have the extra slot for another one if we so desire. I could go for something like that. And that's squeezing out another 766, so 41 points on it. 1.4 million and a fair bit of time to squeeze out that amount of advantage. Or could squeeze out a massive advantage with that, but it becomes risky and less reliable. No, I think for once I'm going to use the risk level -1. Alright, there's a chance I need these brakes at the very end, so we might as well pour all the money in that we can. How much does the tire wear gain you? I wasn't looking at tire wear. Where's tire wear? Oh, this one! Tire wear improved. Huh. I'd lose deceleration 20 for that. But I have no idea how much better tire wear is. Just improved. That's not enough information to go on. Tire wear is important, though. Very important. I have no idea. So I'm not going to bother. I can't make a decision on unknowns. If you're still planning on promoting, surely newer parts are just wasting money at this point. Or I do plan on promoting, but I need to keep improving my car so other cars don't continue to improve themselves and outperform me. Yeah. You know what? I've never had it. I guess we'll try with the improved tire wear, and we'll actually see it in practice to see if it's actually any good. So there we go. That, I think, is the last part that we will make. Now we just stick to improving. How long till that thing's ready? 18 days. That's crazy. Oh well, needs must. I am actually starting to feel a bit of the pressure here. Hopefully robbing Lanka's best driver, thereby improving our own, is going to help out. Right, the Scrub Series. Oh, Nokia, come on, you're knocked down by 14 points. To the Patreon patricians as well, that's just nonsense. Holy Christ, Ninjin? Oh my goodness, he got a proper house after all. Ninjin finally had enough of being part of Banzai and joined Orange Liuan. So, who in God's name is part of Banzai now? This could be the saddest story for any team I've ever seen. They got Bane Williams, Dokadesahedron, and Sarah Bacco has joined them. They're not very good. God, I feel for that team. He still needs to win the races. Just stealing Master Sword isn't auto-win. Correct, but it should lower Lanka's chance of winning since they don't have that amazing driver anymore. They have someone that's a little less amazing. First place, GMA, switching tire suppliers. Performance focused. Benefits team who focus on cornering. Oh, we have good cornering. Doesn't matter for us though. I'm going to bank the vote for the next league. Tire compounds, ultra and super abrasive. Our car is best on grid for tire wear. Good. I just wanted to say we've got the best lead designer in the business. I've spoken to some other drivers. They're all jealous of Doc. Oh, Dr. Marsange, not Dr. Marsange, Doc Spengler. Morton Cooper Jr. even told me they'd like to kidnap her. Echter Dutch Rennsport, hands to yourselves. Rio de Janeiro roundup here. DDR's Master Sword is odds on to follow her win, where her car is expected to perform very strongly. Mood in the factory is buoyant. We're looking forward to another great weekend. Damn right we bring in the Master Sword. Vote time. Time to abuse the system. Abstain for a 6th vote. Because we don't care how this goes. We plan on winning here. Those Koopas and their kidnapping schemes. Alright, wow. People are really against these tires here. Putting in the double vote against it. Oh, but putting in the double vote for it. Abstaining. Might and Magic wastes their vote again. Or maybe not. Oh, it's time for kickbacks to make the decision. Oh, right. He must have gotten a fairly hefty sum of money from the tire suppliers there. Because he decides we are going to change it. I swear, Ernie. He's just like that C-set captain at a Mass Effect. He will do literally anything for a kickback. Should really just rename him if we could have done work with the portraits, I probably would have made him Captain Bailey. But we didn't. So quite a few... Oh, right, no, actually just that one change for Asia Pacific. But what are the rule changes looking for the World Motorsport Championship? Because that's going to be important to us soon enough. Hopefully. Yeah, they have a lot of current rules. I'm not reading through all that. I'm curious about their changes. Beijing's getting removed? That's bad news for me. Fewer races is less money. I suppose, on the other hand, they do have 15 races in their circuit. Dropping out 1 or 2's probably for the better, right? Is there a way to see the track guide for them, though? Maybe not. Ah, no, I can view the season calendar, can't I? Here we go. Yeah, crikey, look at that. Beijing will drop them down from 14 to 15. That's still a heck of a lot of races. They got the NASCAR circuit. At least they have it redrawn slightly. Beijing is also where you first reign supreme this season. And not the last. Actually, it is currently the last, but it won't be the last. Now with Master Sword on my team. Alright, we did the vote. We travel tomorrow. Not before we fit out our car, though. Right, who's getting the best stuff here? Master Sword or Peter Pants? Pants should get the best. I don't know. In terms of raw racing stats, Master Sword is actually better. But Pierre has that focus, which means less crashing. It's also smoother. Yeah, 2 #1 drivers is going to be a bit of a pain to keep them happy, but our car is so good that that'll keep them happy. Also, Master Sword is gone next season. Pierre can get the best car. Pierre has too much to offer. Plus, they've been around longer. Master Sword is just a mercenary. If she crashes, I'll die laughing, says someone who backed EA Lanka. I can see why you'd be laughing at that. Right, you get deceleration. You both get 50 deceleration on soft supers and ultras, putting us even higher. That's really good. Great reliability as well. Spec parts are all looking good. Probably should have improved that front wing for... Oh, well, you're getting the crappy front wing then. Now, the rear wing. Both get double performance boost from weight stripping. I should try to call Canny on that, but Pierre can get the better one. As for that new suspension I made, it is damn good. Pierre can have that, of course. Next best is this one, which gets another 50. So it could potentially be better whenever we're on soft supers and ultras. Not a given though, so we'll give it to Master Sword. That's a good setup. I forgot about Rio de Janeiro. What was the chance of rain there? Report up. 35% chance? 1 in 3? Take it. Get me that sponsor money. God, I'm feeling surprisingly nervous about this. Bringing on Master Sword was a huge, maybe not risk, but certainly expense. I mean, maybe we could have done without it, but Lanka were doing too damn good with Master Sword. Doesn't removing the track on the race decrease the number of races in the championship? Yes. I don't think it works that way, I suppose. Instead, Beijing, they'll have rerun. No, I'm pretty sure it impacts the number of races you have per season. I think earlier on something was added, and that did add 1 whole race to it. I hope it doesn't result in repeats. We'll see, though. 15 is a lot of races to have in one season. It's good on my wallet, but come on. At a certain point, you want the season to end. That is some real good feedback on Master Sword. One thinks that maybe one should weight strip during the practice, but, you know, practice is meaningless. Get out there in the intermediates. Kage, I have it on good authority that you have never once heard me swearing on stream. So the very notion that I'd be here cursing, as you say, is unfathomable. That said, though, a performance like this might make me change my mind on that one. What the heck? Ah, well, everyone else is on ultras. Still, though, Chassis and Redfield. Oh yeah, Yoshiba-san, I made a promise that we were kicking out Vino Paolo if he underperformed, and he mega ultra underperformed. Missing Paolo yet. We'll see where he ends up. At least we're not racing against him. But EA Lanka, well, that's not enough for points, so let's not worry about it. Gutted by DDR Racing showing in practice. I'm getting worried for you. You and me both, Junwei. DDR Jake is pretty cool. Good fashion sense. It's nice to see someone looking down at what I'm wearing right now and thinking, yeah, one of us is seeing something. God, everyone's talking about us, though. That's got to be good. Oh. Right, let's look at that stripping. Dangerous though it may be, the crucial part is the back wing, but the back wing gets double performance from stripping. So let's strip it down just a cheeky little bit, shall we? How long's this track anyway? It's not showing me here. I'm not going to strip you down from 94, that's too much. Other things can go down to the 80-ish region. How's that? I mean, that's pretty good on performance gain. I'll worry a little bit about those crucial back wings, though. 93, 94, but we get double performance out of it. And that's so good. I'll take it. 93 is loads. There's no way that's going to let us down. Alright, how about what we have here? The Ubers are good, but you don't have it on the Ubers. I'm sure you'll switch out to them, though. Get that qualifying trim up there. Intermediate. Is it going to rain, though? Yes, it will. Are you going to switch to intermediates? I don't know. We'll have you ready for it if it does happen, though. Take it down to 80%, live dangerously. No. Too late for danger. If I were below, I would probably go for the danger, but we're above. And danger is dangerous. Right, get us that sponsorship. I think I promised Sword a lot for coming in first, so... Good thing that they don't, but I also promised Pants a lot of money for coming in first, so I don't know what to make of this. They barely have it, though. Yeah, okay. I pay for it, but I get 2 points, and I like points. And also the sponsorship goal will pay for some of that. 1 lap on Super Soft should be better than on Inters. Oh yeah, probably, given that's a speed lapping thing. Oh well, it matters little. I'm sure they'll do fine. Make sure you give Echter Duscher Rennsport a good beating. I hate them putting them in their effing place. Damn right. Okay, how's it looking? It's already drizzly, so Inters are probably going to be what people want to start on unless it's forecasted to change immediately. It is not. It's going to be wet. People start on Inters. Do we remain on Inters long enough to justify having intermediates be our performance boost, though? We don't know if it's going to rain again later on. The forecast says maybe. Ah well, might as well stick to the race trim then for this one, but start out looking good on Inters. Alright, go for it everybody. Never needed those forecasting center upgrades, never needed them. Let's go. Pierre Pants, make me proud. Master Sword, deny EA Lanka their positions. Right, Pants, right out there. Bang! Oh god, what the hell was that? Down to 5th place! How can this be? Thane Krios out there, the man's a walking load of cancer. Hell's Engine taking 2nd, Pants back into 3rd, Ars Lickmydov of Cooper Racing in 4th. It's nice to see Sword on my side though. Erdnot Rex still being faster. Raksharasi of EA Lanka, someone to keep an eye on though. They are deployed now, and they could be a problem if they start scoring points. So Pants, kill Krios. He's one of the first that go down if you don't upgrade the ship anyway. And besides, it's not really killing, it's just accelerating death. Spec gearboxes, my... yeah, something illegal is happening. Thane Krios probably eliminated somebody on the GMA's investigation team, so they feel safe using their very non-spec gearbox. Okay, get moving. We're fine on the Inters. The rain does not look like it's going to be returning, which could be a problem for us since we poured our investment into Inters. Krios going ahead of us isn't a big deal, though. In fact, it's pretty good if we take 2nd and another position below Krios, because Normandy SR Racing is not a threat. On the other hand, I don't think Krios is going to maintain 1st, so let's just keep it going. Jake Thane has aerodynamic glasses. He's faster for it. Okay, man, I gotta say, Pants is wearing you down. Why are we on... track is dry. Well, fix it if you feel you need to. Pants is doing fine without the Ultras. Krios pitting. Why the double pit? Oh god, the mistake on the rear jacking costing us a couple seconds as well. I don't like it, but I am grateful to see Pants coming out of that ahead of Krios. Despite the mistakes, we're both scoring right now. Unfortunately, though, those Ultras are going to get knackered. What does a driver's form actually do? Apparently, it just makes them perform better. How that actually translates to the game, I have no idea. My god, Pants, keep it up. Thane is trying to whip you off. Pierre Pants defending first from Thane. Thane can't quite manage it. He's not very stealthy, right? He just clumps around in the air ducts. It's actually a very funny scene, his assassination. Alright, I like what I see. Maybe if a certain Italian had performed this well, they wouldn't be out on their arse. But they are. Hope they enjoyed that payoff. It's the last bit of money they'll ever see from me. Italians. I can't believe I placed so much in Paolo. Even signed him on for that 3-year thing. And he didn't even see through 1 year of it because he kept underperforming. Meanwhile, Pierre's Pants is in his element. Some people thought I overpaid for this guy and that it was a mistake to bring him on. Well, who's laughing now? I'll give you a clue. It's me. Alright, I hope he shifts into something that he can use to finish the race with. I'm not too worried about Master Sword not doing amazingly well. They're mostly there to rob EA Lanka of points by not working for them. Even so, though, if they continue to earn me points, that's a given. And a good thing, especially if you beat Rax Shirasi. Right, if you do worse than Rax Shirasi, I'm going to feel so conflicted. Alright, those tires are shredding, folks. You need to switch to something that's going to see you through the rest of this race. The rain is back on! I feel so clever about going inters. Oh, I feel so clever. Just don't crash before you pit for inters. And don't crash afterwards. Just don't bloody crash. Paolo with his severance check is laughing, I guess. It wasn't about the money for Paolo. He wanted to go straight to the top, and he couldn't earn it. Ooh, fastest lap on Pierre Pants, and he's looking to squeeze everything out of his Ultra. Oh, those Ultras are shredding. Come on, man, you've got to pit. That said, you've got 5 seconds on Krios, dropping down to 4 seconds, dropping down to 3 seconds. Oh, he's hit the wall on the Ultras. Oh god, that's bad, that's real bad. But Krios probably needs to pit as well soon. He's not going to finish on those supers. Pit lane for you. Mistake on the pit lane. The double pit. Oh, that's bad. Right, saving grace is that everybody ahead of Pants is going to need to pit, or they're going to feel the pain of the drop off of their tires. But that's 25 seconds. Krios gets to pit. Ow, that's painful. Come on, the pit crew 100% were at fault there. They lost us another couple seconds on that. Okay, Pants, you'll be able to finish on the inters and you have excess fuel. It's time for you to show us why you get paid the big bucks. Dominate Delaney, dominate Koopa Jr., and for God's sake, watch Krios curl up and die. He deserves nothing better and everything worse. I know you're churning the tires, that's the point. There we go. Ravaging them. Eat that, stock gearboxes. We have the acceleration where it matters. Master Sword still in second, 13.5 behind Pants, but still scoring, still above sponsorship objective. Down to 6. Oh, come on. You can't go below Rax Shirasi. That's just not right. Oh god, a good bit below Rax Shirasi. EA Lanka's going to have their way with us. There's still a risk that one of my drivers decides to make an idiotic final pit. I just hope they don't. Everybody's, for some reason, is still following the Zergle manual in our team. Speaking of Zergle, where the hell is he? Oh, he's over in 6th. Not bad. But Sword is better. Okay, Chassis and Sword fighting it out. But there's a massive gap between them, over 4 seconds. In 3 laps, unlikely to change, but Sword's got the big money and the big skills. Come on, I was opening up. Nay, good. Idiotic final double pit would be awesome, says Pandy. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Bio runs wide, not interesting to us since they're not ahead of us. Chassis beating Sword is absurd. Sword is a better driver in a better car. How the hell is EA Lanka doing that well? I don't know. I don't think I want to know. Pants secure first place. Grab us those points. Give us a comfortable advantage over EA Lanka. There we go. Final lap. No way you're going to pit now. What about you, Sword? Come on. What is this tragedy? Being beaten by Chassis is not why I brought you in here. Well, you know, there's still a lap. Chassis could still crash. Chassis could still crash. Come on, those corners are not your forte, right? Yeehaw, champagne time for pants. Okay, I can't be too disappointed with that. Sword being outperformed by Chassis, terrible. But, first and fourth place, in something that only rewards 6th and above, a chef kiss moment. Also, Zergle scoring nothing. Oh, come on, Iron Dame supporters. Where are you in chat? You were so vocal earlier. Feels like there's always some ramping up period when drivers join your team. Could it be a driver-mechanic relationship? I don't know. It does feel like there is ramping up, but it also feels like Paolo ramped down, didn't he? Maybe just had 2 bad races, but, well, 3 bad races. You know who else scored nothing? Paolo. Did Paolo literally score nothing? I refuse to believe it. Oh, I do like seeing that golden trophy for Pierre Pants. Where's Paolo? Paolo scored 8 points. Right, now that is 8 points more than Biovazzi, Bandar Warrior, Koopa, and Redfield combined. Suck it, Iron Dames. Your whole 6 points all come from Traitor Zergle. And that's not good enough. Not bloody good enough. DDR Racing made that look easy. Superb win for Pierre Pants. Global Saturation Racing are slower than slow, defying the laws of physics. Global Saturation... Let's get a quick reminder on the voting. Oh, 38% of votes on Global Saturation Racing, including Isaac's 31,000. Pathetic. Man, it feels good to be at the top. Dark Young, you would have done better voting for yourself here. Not much better, granted, but still. Oh boy. Okay, Scipio, don't you forget that position. We came first. There's no improvements to be had of my drivers. They both peaked. We need to strongly consider what we're going to do in the World Championship, though. How long do I have Pierre Pants for, actually? It might be a consideration to kick him out for the next one. Oof, this hurts. Qualifying first and above. Racing first and above. 250,000 gone like that. Mechanics also getting bonuses. Actually, Burb is the one getting another 200 million for that. Designer getting it. Oh, we're just piddling money away because of our good performance. What a travesty, if only we came second. Oh my god, Scuderia. Dominating the NPC Master Racing team. It's going to be a hard fight to bring that back for them. It hurts because the profit could have been better, Kage. It's only the mechanic assigned to the specific driver gets this bonus, says Darthy. Ooh, now that I didn't know. Makes a lot of sense, though. Better not switch them, though. They get good relationships. And there we go. Our racers take first and second in points. If only Master Sword hadn't been bewitched by the Lanka's blood magic, would have looked even better for us. I'm sorry, Pants, but you keep winning prizes. We promised to pay you when you do good. That won't do. I like how Zhang He is one of the best racers in the world, even after betraying Yuan Motors. Well, that makes sense. They go over to serve Cao Cao and do pretty well of it. Right, our headquarters aren't as good as Global Saturation. I really want to improve it, but it's a good thing I didn't, otherwise I'd be massively in the red right now, and Scipio would not be happy. Right, Normandy SR Racing looking good. I don't think they did. Pants wins. Car condition didn't even drop that much. Hey BBC, you want to know how good we are? Pierre Pants had to apologise. We don't apologise. We stand on the podium and we win big time. Pit crew review. One pit mistake. I hated it. That actually cost... That's probably what made Master Sword fall behind Rakshirasi. Awful. Still though, I collect the team's trophy. Yeah, there's a question. Who gets to keep the trophy in such a situation? Is it the driver or is it someone else on the team? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense for the driver to get it in what's obviously a group effort. Where are the mechanics trophies? Where's the designer's trophy? Where's my trophy? Oh, wait. It's right here. Yeah. Still think it looks bad, though. Pit crew. Anyone good? Not good enough, even though you got 20 on refueling. And 18 on tires. Oof, that is nice. Still, not good enough. Goes into Scipio's office. My arse, it goes to Scipio. He provides just the money. And he doesn't even provide enough of it. Finished repairing the cars. We can continue working on the parts. This is good, though. Since I'm not making more and I expect to win, we just focus on maximizing the existing parts that we have and use. Actually, I should go through this to make sure they're all getting done. Wow, you're only using the great suspension? Is that really the best we can have for you? Yeah, I guess it is. Actually, let's just clear it all and instead work through these. There we go. Only the best and only getting better. With this, we will maximize all of the reliability, so we can strip them down as we need, and then everything gets focused on the best performance for the races. Big thumbs up from me. No need to build more. We plan on winning this. There's a driver's trophy and a constructor trophy. I believe it must go in the display cabinet to inspire the minions in the factory. Oh man, I would forget that. I'd take it home. For the longest time, I had this trophy. First place in some kind of event. I think it involved shooting clay pigeons or something like that. Anyway, it's not mine. I stole it, but I still kept it there, and I looked at it every day to remind me what is right in life. Anyway, let's carry on. Brakes fit. Oh, Christ, yeah, I was working on better brakes as well, wasn't I? I need to consider that. Who's going to get those brakes? I mean, they are some pretty epic brakes. Let's improve them regardless. It's going to take a while to make them good enough to eat. That's okay, though. We can use them later on. There we go. Ah, no, that actually might be useful in time for the race like that. Scipio melts it to the Ernie's offshore slush funding. There is no slush fund and there never was. Now give me my voting power, Ernie. Teams chat? Yeah, damn right we're doing first, Scipio. How did we do when we started off this whole thing? What was our very first standing? Where does it show all the races we had? Here we go. Singapore, we came out with 2 points, placing us in... Yeah, it says DDR Racing, but that's not true. So we came in 5th position out of the bat there, but that Beijing Peter Pants win was just phenomenal. Oh, great. We also placed first in Phoenix, I forgot that. And Vancouver. Man, I scored more firsts than I thought. Can't believe how into his element Peter Pants became. Right, 4 more races to go. 20 points ahead. Let's try and open that up. We've been snagging some of the most lucrative sponsorship deals around. Yeah, we're pretty good at that. And what's more, we don't need to worry about our marketability for a wee while, but afterwards we do need to worry about it. Something worth considering is that we should be able to scout the best of the best. So, I've been lagging behind on Gabriel Knight here, but I really should scout the best of the best, not even just inside World Motorsport. If people are capable of driving good cars, we should work on scoping them out. And that means international GTs. This is going to cause a lot of spam mail, but I'm not going to read through... Oh, right. What's B class in endurance? Surely we don't care about tiny little B class, right? Is this even filtering properly? God knows, but screw the B class. Yeah, surely it's the straight up endurance club that has the best of them. That said, they don't look that great. We want to look at the big earners, right? They're going to be the best, surely. No time to waste on the bottom feeders. There, that should do us nicely. Unless there are some unemployed bums out there. Always check the unemployed. Never know what you're going to get there. Although Hunt looks like a waste of time. I'd still rather know than not know. Scout Lucy, Lavoy, solid choice. Can't remember if her marketability is any good though. I do value marketability though. I need to have a combined marketability of 170 between my two drivers. And sadly it can never go above 100. NPC Master Race, struggling to close that. Oh my god. 100 points between them. You'd think Scudera have it, but there's so many points that can spin in this. Zhang He is just out of this world. He might actually be the best racer in the world right now. He is only lacking 4 points of perfection. Yeah, man, Philip of Habsburg is lacking only 7 points off perfection. Yeah, Scudera. God, what a team. What a terrifying team. Meanwhile, down in the Euro Scrub division, oh man, the Patreon patricians, they don't deserve to be brought back into the Asia League. Well, maybe they dropped out Lona. If they finally got rid of that cheating scum Forever Lona, then they might be worthy. Let's have a quick look. Nope, Forever Lona's there, cheating our way to the top. And without us to inform the GMA of it, they're getting away with it. Hook, line, and sinker. The house fire can increase the gap to perfection, or so I heard. Right, Bites here. I'm expecting DDR Jake to do... DDR Racing? Oh, sorry. It's the whole organisation, not just me. It would be a great weekend for the guys in the UK. Their car has everything they need to succeed in Sydney. Damn right. Let's go and succeed, and make the money while we're at it. Pierre Pants is doing great and deserves to keep the best of the best on the car. I still pay both of them way too much money for coming in first, but that's okay. As long as Master Sword is content. I heard in one of the games, maybe it's Skyward Sword, that your sword is some weird blue spirit lady. Is that also the Master Sword? I think her name is Phi. That sounds about right. Okay, so maybe that is our racer here. Oh man, I know my stuff of a game I haven't played. My mum's a massive fan of Zelda games, but I've never heard her talk about Skyward Sword. Should ask her about it someday. That's Skyward, yes. Phi was not well received overall. Now, what was her problem? Recht, get out there. Phi and Pierre Pants. We don't wait strip for practice. Get simulating. .8 out of 10, too much talking. Yeah, talking has never been the strong point of the Zelda games. I was replaying Majora's Mask the other day. It's so good. Whoa, what the hell is... Whoa, what? Sword, I'm not paying you the big bucks to come in 20th. That's more like it. What a turnaround. Putting on the supers there. Even towards a bit of rain at the end. And you just nail that fastest lap to the wall. Sadly though, it's practice, and practice is worthless. There wasn't a part that I was meant to fit, was there? No, I was still working on it. I wonder if Rose Tinted Racing's boss ever wakes up in the morning and thinks about retiring, because that would be great. Herr Kommissar, time for you to just say goodbye. Need to wake up and face the facts. Rack Chassis not coming in first. Good. I wonder if Dark Young will be able to chuck it on the front row to chuck what? Another couch? Alright, come on, let's have at. Pissing down with rain though in Sydney. We like rain generally. Oh god, forget the inters. You're going to need wets on the double for the rest of this whole race. Oof, that's difficult. Inters and qualifying trim. Actually, remember, this is just the qualifiers. Different story altogether. Still going to strip down, though. I don't want to risk too much. We'll go down to 85 rather than 80. The spec parts are the vital parts, so we can actually make some very good headway on the stripping. Yeah, that boost to performance is otherworldly. Alright, we're almost hitting 1,000 on Pierre Pan. Well, actually, we could hit 1,000, but I'm not risking that. Not in the rain, at least. Plus, we don't need it, do we? Get out there. Score me that pole position. It's 2 more points. Although, second place would be even better than pole position, because then I don't need to pay you lots of money. But not coming in at least... Oh, what the hell is this? Get out there! Ah! My money! My freaking money! What the hell, guys? Something must have gone horribly wrong there. Oh, okay. Yeah, is the game the one double pitting for me? What was that all about? That's dangerous. No points. No money. Thane Krios from Normandy SR Racing coming in first with Danil second. How are Normandy SR Racing performing? I don't think I can see their points from here, but that's worrisome stuff. Oof. Wish there was a video game where I could play as Hell Engine Manager, if only. Too good from Thane Krios. Gotta be the quickest driver. Oh, well, I won't be standing by this. Any plans to pick up the GT or Endurance DLCs? Oh, I have them. I'm pretty sure they're free DLCs. Either that or came in the bundle. Anyway, this long play is over when we win the World Championship. I'm not going to be playing the other ones. As fun as this game is, I don't want to drive it to the ground. You have to understand. Race trim 5% might not be worth exchanging super softs, because I can totally see us moving over to super softs when the rain clears up, and it will clear up. Yep, believe in the super softs. It's only 5%, but we'll take it. Damn, maybe I should strip a bit more weight, because that was abysmal. No, believe. They can make it matter. It was just because of the wets. There's no real wets in the real race. Go, guys, go. Weight stripping is just unloading Ernie's gold from the cars. Bloody Ernie. I wonder if he ever gets so old he dies or retires, because you could play this game for dozens of years, right? 20th! What the hell is this? Master Sword, the time is now. Show the world why I pay you 1.5 million per race. Turn that 20th upside down to a second place. That'd be who the hell was that? Valentine ran wide and got blitzed for it. Right, max out those inters. Come on, Master Sword. Push it to the limit. Push it beyond the limit, because this is just sad. I can't believe I pay these people as much money as I do. Get in front! I can't wait until we're not spec engine and I can just pour money into it to overtake everyone. Unfortunately, we're going to be doing that in the highest league and everyone's going to be running circles around us, but I have a funny feeling it's going to work out to our advantage anyway. If you turn 20 upside down, wouldn't it be like a 50? No, Patent the Hat, it wouldn't. Activate that visionary part of your brain. The mind's eye, if you will. Okay, Sword, you're very slowly gaining positions. Keep up this rate and you might come 7th. Oh, 17th, though. Right, it's going to be pit time soon enough. The water's clearing, however, there will be calls for pitting later on. Get the supers on now and max them out, Pants and Sword. And no matter how much I yell at you, you're not going to... Oh my god, our position is awful here. At least I won't have to pay extra, but this is bad stuff. Very bad stuff. Double pit incoming. I'd hate to see it, but... Jeez, they just cannot get past here. The track is dried out, boss. Let's pit for slicks. But just don't double pit, okay? It's up to the AIs when they choose to do it. I don't command them to. Actually, I can command them to pit. I just don't. How's the water situation looking? It's going to be inters towards the end again, but guys, you really need to get into the super softs. Chassis did, even Bandar Warrior did, and they're the worst racer on the grid. I mean, we're getting better now, but oh my god, you are putting too much onto those inters. Oh no, the double pit! You fools! Don't pit! Right, I need someone to not pit here, but they're both shredding their tires. I think I just have to eat the double pit here. Oh no, that's gonna waste so much time. Ah, but their tires are gonna shred if we don't. Forget it. Pants. No, Master Sword, don't... Oh, damn, they're already committed to the pit. Ah, you idiots. Lost a second, another second, another second, another second. Move it, Chowderhead. That was way too slow, Diaz. You gotta be quicker with that refueling. So we also lost 3 seconds, which also lost another 3 seconds for Sword. My god, that's bad. It's gonna be an awful race for us. Alright, Pants, you're the one with the best stuff, and you're on the regular softs, which might hold out in the dampness a bit better. But you've got a lot of time to make up here. Scipio, so can you point at the video the moment you lost us this season? Mr. Yake. We're not done yet. There are still... Oh god, there's only 9 laps to go. This is a short one. And we don't have excess fuel, do we? Well, no, there's a chance. A minuscule chance that Pants can make it. It would be a better chance if we moved to mediums, though. Oh god, they're going to have to pit for inters again. How did Sword pit? Oh my days. This is a travesty. Pants, get on the inters. Turn it all around here. Turn that 18th into 6th or better, which would somehow mean cleaning up 30 seconds. Come on, the cool music's kicking in here. You're in 13th. Everybody ahead of you has already had their pitting, so it's unlikely to change here in 4 laps, but come on. Mass crashing. Ultra hacking. Oh, speaking of, Rack Chassis is out there in 2nd place. That is bad news, because we do not like EA Lanka. Krios with Normandy SR Racing. Hell's Engine is out there. Global Saturation, East India. Rose Tinted. That's all bad news, Pants. Put the hammer down. Ah, can't even overtake Valentine, the crash-happy member of Stars. Whew. Man, the pundits were saying that we were a shoo-in to win this race, and yeah, we need a do-over big time. It does seem a mite odd how your drivers are suddenly acting like they're in last season. Yeah, you got that right. Well, at least Rack Shirassi's not coming in first, but that's still a tragic performance here. Ow, ow, ow. That sucked. Let's forget about this and move on. It's not good. It's really not good. Well, the saving grace is that EA Lanka didn't score a double scoring position there. But what's really bad is that tightens the gap, and remember, it's double points on the final race of the season. Ah, you're right. Oh god, illegal parts on Krios would be bad, because that would thrust EA Lanka further up. No, Lanka with the illegal parts. Come on. Come on! Whew, at least they're not getting pulled there, but nothing was discovered. That is painful. We just dropped 6 points in our advantage over EA Lanka. They're going to come back with a vengeance now. Rose Tinted, build a better car for Dark Young. Pathetic. Painful, but hey, sometimes you just have painful races. For some reason the rain worked against us here. Paying $1.5 million for a race for someone that can't even beat Bandar Warrior. Don't remind me, Salix, but hey, you're voting for Lanka, and Lanka sure as sugar isn't winning right now. Oh, Scipio won't like this. Scipio will not be liking this. Well, he does like the money making though. Yoink. At least I don't have to pay extra for all that, but I don't get paid for meeting either of the qualifier or the race positions for my sponsor. Ouch. Yeah, we need to fix some pit crew here. That'll sort things out. Worth the money as well. Okay, pit crew. Who do we have? You look good. Low chance of failure. Poor on the front jack, but I doubt that's what you'll be doing. Let's bring you in and kick someone who's useless out. Someone useless like McGuckin. There we go. Ignore the papers. Krios putting it on the poll. BBC interview. Pierre Pants has criticised your race strategy, saying he feels you could have done better out there today. Shut up, Pants. Uh-oh. Should I have not done that? Offended. Won't discuss. Oh, God, we're losing Pants. Oh, that might have been a bad move. How dare you? Oh no. Okay, we need to put our differences behind us for the rest of this season, Pants. It's only a few months. Oh boy. Well, that was a bit of a mistake. But I can't show weakness. Hard-fought win for Krios and Sydney. Offended lasts for 50 weeks. It does. He's gone. We're not getting him back. Don't worry, Zergle's a free agent now. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, let's save as we go here. How dare you? 14th place with the best car. Sword at least has the excuse of only being a second track and a new car and team. True that. Can you unlobotomize Jill when you're out there shooting at your feet? Oh, you got a problem with global saturation racing? Of course you do. They're a bunch of bloody losers losing to Bandar Warrior. They're not alone in that, sadly. Deceleration no longer best around, Lanka and Cooper. That is worrying. That is worrying me. People are continuing to prove their cars while I am not. I might actually consider building a new set of brakes. Not having the best around is hurting. Even though we already have 2 epic brakes, it's not the best around. Our rear wing and our suspension are the best, though. I don't know. I don't like the idea of pouring more into another set of brakes. Plus, we've already made a 5-slot load of brakes. We have 2 epic ones. Yeah, not happening. Not happening at all. Make do with what you have, team. We can continue improving what we have, but not by much. There we go. Shift that over so we have everything done on performance. Every part that's being used is being worked on. Is there any part that we want to fit and haven't already? I feel like we have made something better. Are these epic brakes better? Well, they're going to be better when we work on them, so Pierre Pants can have those. And they will be done in time, I'm sure. Otherwise, everything else is looking pretty... Oh yeah, our suspension is going to be even better as well. In that case, I kind of want to work on those really heavily. Those very much improvable parts right there. It doesn't really change much about when they're ready though, and I should be improving other parts as well. Yeah, that'll be fine. Continue on. Sword needs the second best brakes, what they don't already? Ah, you're right. You are damn right. Hopefully we're not wasting time improving those then. No, we're not. Okay, carry on. Scouting, scouting, scouting. Again, I'm not interested in reading these right now. I can read through them in the mid-season. Mid-season? End-season? Whatever season. There we go. Damn right, we're first Scipio, and don't you forget it, have been since the second race. Tire compounds, we don't do well with ultra softs. 40% chance of rain, Vancouver. We should be well placed to benefit from being the best on the grid in tire wear. That's good for the ultras, I suppose. Can't wait for Jake to come crawling back to Italy and ask for Paolo now that he insulted Pants. Since Pants is gone and won't be signed again, maybe give Sword the best car, so they're happier for extending the I don't plan on extending either of their contracts. Hopefully we win, and then we can sign the best of the best. That's the plan. HQ is okay, plenty of areas we can improve on. Well, we'll look at it later. I don't really have the money to throw at that. I want to have a better factory for next season. Did I even have dinner today? Why am I so hungry? Guess not. You just mentioned pasta there and I was thinking, wasn't I planning on having pasta? And then I just realized I haven't eaten. Well, that's okay. I can sustain myself on Motorsport Manager. So Henry's coming home. Henry's not the best of the best, but if I could get Zhang He and Peter II of Habsburg, man, I'd have the dream team myself. Anyway, Scuderia is laughing at NPC Master Racing Team. Their pathetic attempt at getting points back isn't working for them, as they do their 12th race. We come into our third last race of Vancouver. Let's go for it. We should have everything fitted. Looking good, looking good, looking damn good. And yeah, that suspension is otherworldly. Damn that Pierre Pants. At least if he gets too big-headed, though, it's no big deal, because he's not going to come back to me anyway. Maybe he'll get too big-headed for someone else to have. Remember, if we sign a generic person, I will take someone in chat to replace them. And there's a good chance we might get 2 generic people, because there's a lot of other people joining in the list here that are spawning. Always worth checking the unemployed to see if somebody new comes in that needs to be scouted, like Maria Ribalta, Fode Augustin, and that's it for now. Carry on. Find cheap new talent driver to improve, since first season WNC is likely to be car building season. You're not wrong, but we should... No, I want to get the best. The best, and keep them around. If we can sign someone amazing on for 3 years, that might be 3 years that we manage to win the World Championship. Might not be though, because those are some real good drivers, and they're going to have awesome HQs with great car parts. Oof. Gonna be difficult. New talent would take way too long to develop, especially with my subpar HQ. If you were playing the really long game, might be a different story, but we ain't. Should we start with weight stripping? Maybe we should. We need to squeeze that performance out now, though. Don't want to do it on parts that are too crucial. We'll bring crucial down to 90 and non-crucial down to 80. Because yeah, our competitors are continuing to improve their cars with illegal parts, I'm sure. So we need to make up for that by using the advantage of our highly reliable parts. Alright. Go for it. What's the longest you had someone signed on? 3 years. I don't think I've ever had someone for 3 years do their full 3 years and then sign them on again. I could be wrong though. Paolo's probably the longest. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. We've had our 2 starting individuals. We had maybe Javier was the person we've had on the longest. Oh, Pants! I love to see it. Excellent. It's practice, so it's meaningless, but I do love to see it. Yeah. Chamorro is probably the person we've had on the longest. Awesome stuff out there, says Pierre Pants. This should set us up perfectly for the weekend. Zergel spending most of his time in the pit. He earned that firing. Alright. 40% chance of rain. And there's going to be a little bit of a splash in the center there, but not enough to justify switching out for inters, surely. Although, we don't know if that's going to continue on. Forget it, max it out with your ultra softs. It's all about getting the fastest lap, right? So make it matter. Qualifying trim, yes, yes. Max out those ultras. Oh, that's good. Good from the pants. Got that fastest lap. Hold that fastest lap. No one's going to outdo you on inters. That's why it's best to max out the ultras there. Keeps us in the sponsorship objective and... Oh, yeah. Sadly, though, that just means I'm paying extra for 2 points, but I'll take it. No, not to mention the pole position, of course. Right, I should be considering that coming out pole position at the very start is absolutely worthwhile. How's the weather looking for the actual race? WTF are those team colours? This ain't the circus rose-tinted racing. Show a little taste. Young, what are those colours? Green, yellow, blue, and white? Show a little bit of tact out there. Right, double on pole position, starting on inters, that's good. Get those inters started for about 8 laps, switch to ultras, and bring it home. Are they going to go ultras or super softs? Probably ultras, there's no way they'd go super softs. Right. What happened to the mechanic relationship bonuses here? Yeah, ultras, race trim. Yeah, they love the ultras. Don't need to strip anymore. Get out there and win me those points. Oh, if we could finish up first and second, solidifying our position. The only threat would be EA Lanka dominating on the final race for double points. Come on, Pants. Show us what you're made of. Get out that gate. Get around that corner. Don't overshoot it. And demolish the competition. I know we're on inters, which aren't our strongest, but we'll be okay. Thane Kriosh running wide. It's Keprel syndrome. It's just too arid here in wherever we are. We're in Vancouver, right? Yeah, probably. Alright, Master Sword overtaking. You love to see it. I don't like to see somebody else getting the fastest lap, but it's not worth points. Come on, Master Sword. Come on, Pants. Just don't double pit, for God's sake. You're in an excellent position to double pit, so someone's just going to have to call off their pitting. Oh, thank God, I thought that was us, but it was the immense Bandar Warrior. Okay, whew. That made my heart skip a beat. Well, that's EA Lanka out of a potential scorer, but Bandar Warrior doesn't score points, so that's no real gain for us. Loving coming out as fast as this, come on. These fastest laps mean nothing though, because we're going to pit for better tyres soon. Probably ultras, hopefully ultras. Just squeeze a bit more out of your inters whilst it's just a little bit wet. Maybe on lap 9 or 10 would be worth switching out. How much cheating are you doing, says Demon. I do not cheat on my parts, the risk is too high. I would only consider doing that if it was the end of a season for the final double point scorer and I was behind in points. No, you double pitting morons! Also, you're changing out for supers? Use ultras. You got 50% bonus on ultras. This is the pain that I get for not manually managing them. Okay, well, on the plus side, Pants being the first in for the pitting puts them a massive 9 seconds ahead of the next competition. So floor it and make it worth that time. Krios again taking the fastest lap on those ultras. I worry about them catching up on ultras, but everyone who's on ultras is way behind us. Double pitting and still coming out first second. That's just how we ride here, Kage. Just don't double pit again, alright? I'm not asking the world here, I just want you to secure the top positions here so we're safe where we are. Zergle struggling there in 4th, even on their ultras. Rakshirasi doing the fastest. Oh, that's good, Shirasi's way down in 12th. Way down in 19th! They just wanted to feel closer to their teammate Bandar Warrior. That is them finally going for the pitting, but what a pathetic display from EA Lanka. I can't believe anybody voted for DDR Racing, but the fact that they did, I feel so happy to make you guys proud in our performance here. Although, that pride comes from simply paying enough money to bring Sword on the team. Look at that, clean 8 seconds ahead of Delon. We could afford a double pit. We could afford pitting Pitting mistakes? Bring it on, come on. Make it worth my while, this challenge. Ugh, onto the supers though. I wanted ultras, but supers are probably better for finishing the race on. Oh, sorry, 10 seconds ahead of Delon and growing. Master Sword going for personal best laps, but Pants just cruising through this. Despite the insults that I threw at them. Actually, those insults are probably making Pants perform all the better. They know that they have to prove themselves to their glorious... what am I again? Principal. The glorious principal. Who calls the shots, makes the money, decides who lives or dies. Your disgusting poach is the only thing I respect about your season here. It was very respectable, right? I had a call to make, and I made a fantastic one. Look at all the points I've robbed away. Oh, not Rex. Too aggressive, right? You can't uplift these Krogan with fancy cars, right? They just drive it straight into the walls. They need times running around on horseback and carriages. That way they can work out these violent tendencies. Violent racial tendencies. Speaking of undesirable tendencies, we still sign on the Frenchman, and he still delivers! P2, that's okay, I guess. For the first time in the history of the Asian Pacific Super League, one team takes first and second to score a staggering amount of points. On top of that, they also pole position in the qualifying. That is a perfect race in Vancouver. Which, aren't they being removed next season? Time to dare again, says Flynn's. Too late, you didn't vote. And if you don't vote, you can't complain. They can't find anything illegal on our parts, because we have no such parts. Nobody else is either, but look at that, 18 points. Everyone else put together only makes 10. Feels good. Also feels good to see a certain team not scoring points at all. We have to scroll down to see Rack Shirasi at 13th. 32-point gap. Come on, promotion. Who the hell is running East India Company Racing Division anyway? Donkeys! Well, that's one way to describe Heldon. Just one. That's funny, actually. Heldon takes over East India Racing Division, hires his beloved Erdnot Rex, and he just crashes into the wall. Feel the blood rage. I know that's Grunt's line, but bear with me here. Ah, feels great. Accurate portrait. Oh, man. I shouldn't make fun of people that lose their hair, or else it'll creep up on me, but... Oh, man. The males in my family do not lose their hair. Period. My godforsaken ridden grandfather is still rocking a full head of sheet white hair. It's, promising stuff. Oh god, now I've said it. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, feel it start thinning out. Jake, unless you get a double DNF and EA's second driver suddenly becomes amazing and you actually score points, you've already won. Glad to see you're accepting the truth of the situation, Kage. But it isn't over yet, and what you say there is possible, even if incredibly implausible for Bandar 0-point warrior. Poor Chris Redfield, though. My god, that's a sorry showing. Ooh, Nokia trying to win it back. Come on, Nokia! 9 points in 2 races ahead of the Patreon patricians. For the love of God, don't let those Patreon patricians get back into the Asia League. They don't deserve it, you do. Ay, ay, ay. If your mum's father is bald, you're in a bad spot. Ah, it's just what they say. If that's the way it goes, why is the male line always looking so thick, full of hair in the head? Pants Pips sword to pole. Well, let's just ignore that one entirely. Car condition dropping as usual. The BBC want to know a thing or two. Thane Krios' agents be telling reporters all over town you're Who would want Thane Krios on their team? Absolutely not. Look at this Joker. Dying man, halfway in his grave already. A staggering 3 podium finishes for you and 1 win. Not enough, Thane. You're unmarketable. Wait, you're buttered up? I said he sucked. How did he get buttered up? I said he was awful. Oh, okay. You missed the negative there. Oh. Oh well, what did I say? I'll have to rewatch the VOD and see what happened there. I still think he's awful. You said you love him. Oh. Ah, damn. Oh well, you know, whatever works. If I insult someone and they take it as a compliment, is it really all that bad? I think it was just Murray Walker. Murray Walker needs to clear the crap out of his ears. There must be a time that's happened before. There must be a time where that exact thing has happened before. Who would want them on their team? And they hear who wouldn't want them on their team and write a glowing review. Still doesn't matter. I have the team I want for the next 2 months. What about the pit crew? Damn, you are good. Not enough stamina though. I'm starting to want people with real stamina ratings. Fewer chances of mistakes. Might actually take you. That's some really good stamina. Decent refueling. As long as you're not rear jacking, you're actually pretty great to have. Who are we going to oust for this? Ugh. Discount Italians. They can go. Yeah, I know that's Mexico, but come on. Hopewell's got to go. Purge the Brits from this British team. That damn gutter media wouldn't never misrepresent someone's words, surely. Well, at least they haven't given me a special mobile phone with a voice tracker on it. That's a Murdoch trick, right? Working condition, not making new parts, looking good. Let's not waste money, we're planning on promoting here. Answering right, because who wouldn't want that loser on their team and having it printed like you meant it? We mean everything we say over here, that's why we make our promises and keep them. Okay, this is the end of all the work we're going to do on everything. Everything that we are using is maxed out, and nothing else is on the cards to be added. We won't waste our money, we will believe in our drivers' capabilities of using what we've given them, although our sponsorship deals need to be solidified when we kick out these 2 bloody losers. Politics votes for points. Tell me more, Ernie Kickbacks. Points for the top 5. Well, that means not even 6th would get points. Not much of a change, but still. That distribution is a lot tighter. Whatever, I'd rather abstain and get my extra points. That way I can go in with 7 points into the higher league. Yeah, we're absolutely abstaining here. Skip to the end. Albert Wesker, of course he'd back the evil choice. Oh, wow. They wasted a lot of their points and we continue to bank ours. Approved. How do you feel about that, Ernie? Is this just Heldon's alter ego? His balder ego? Okay, let's carry on. We have only got 2 more races. Let's not double DNF here. Zergle getting too close to position 6. They have to change the rules. Okay, come on, come on, come on. There's a variation. I've seen siblings where one is Nappa and the other is Vegeta. That's a scary thought. But that's cool. They could cosplay like nobody's business as long as one is larger. Significantly larger than the other. The factory staff are getting on my case because there's nothing for them to do, but there's nothing really for them to do. Just work on this other crap that I don't even use. World Motorsport, 13 out of 15 over in Sydney. Oh wow, Scuderia. First and second, crushing the NPC Master Race. There's almost no chance that the NPCs can pull it back. They'd have to double win the next 2 without Scuderia getting points. Possible, but implausible. Continue on. Jake's afraid of Zergle. I do not fear Zergle. You don't fear a traitor, you simply despise them. I want to rewatch the Hackerman Zergle moments of State of Decay 2, though, he was a real hero there. An absolute champion. There was a moment he just ran into an infested and filled with zombies shed. Came out laughing about it all. What did he say? Who knew that would work? This guy right here. Back when he wasn't a filthy freaking traitor. Legendary fitness guru Dan Hardsmith has a slot available in his Get Fit or Die course. Now, between you and me, we both know that Master Sword could do with getting off the sofa once in a while. Master Sword has max fitness. What the heck are you talking about? I'm not paying $500,000 for someone I'm kicking out here. I know it's a lot to ask, but please upgrade the design center. No. We'll wait till we're mid-season and drowning in money. You don't fear him, and yet you run away from him. Stay in his league and fight him like a man. Too busy winning. We are taking that promotion. There's no good reason to stay in this. Well, actually, there's a lot of good reasons. Our car is so damn good, we would easily be able to maintain first. And it would give us an opportunity to spend time and money investing in our frankly pretty poor HQ. I know it says overall we're second best, but look at all these level 1 things. They need to be better. Regardless, though, we are taking the next step by the balls. We are racing our way up. If that means relegation, so be it. At least we try. Now continue on. I mean, get fit or die is very true. Send Zergle to get fit or die and hope that he doesn't get fit. Okay. Yes! It's only 2 points, but Nokia have the advantage. They just need to not lose 2 points to the Patreon patricians, and Nokia will finally have their moment in the spotlight. Then again, we had this very same situation last season, and it didn't work out well for Nokia. Come on, you Finnish crazy people. Alright, off to Phoenix. Arizona did us well last time. Should do us well again. I recall yelling, "I love Arizona" last time. Did I make that up in my head or not? Not at all. We took a first and a third there, which is incredibly good. Except Master Sword wasn't part of DDR Racing back then. A certain Paolo free agent. How's it feeling being unemployed there? He's probably spent all of his severance money already. You know what these people that suddenly get an influx of money when they're young are like? Reckless. Erratic. Late at braking. Alright, score us the extra money and let's go. They're finally ready to follow your footsteps to the bigger league and you're abandoning them to go to the WMC? Well, I wouldn't want to fight against Nokia. We see eye to eye on a lot of things, like chucking out Anon Finn. Ah god, the amount of times Kalpa was taken first place in the very first season for Nokia. How did they not manage to make it? We know how though, it's because True Leveler from the East India Racing Company then took his top spot and then EIC promoted. But we're promoting out of Asia before EIC does, so I'll take that as a win. Getting ahead of myself, right? We could still double DNF, and we do not want that. So let's not take the risks here. Let's weight strip to a reasonable degree. There we go. 300 performance gain. It's got to be pretty good. What was the chance of rain here? Ah, probably 0. We're in Phoenix. Yeah, time to turn left. Don't stress yourselves, guys. Wow, Sword is pulling ahead of Pants. Like, why are you on mediums here? Come on, get off of that and get onto something that actually gets some speed. Oh god, Sword decided to go for mediums. Losing it to Rakshirasi. That's tragic. Come on, Pants, show us what you can do. Yo, there we go! Freaking Pants goes soft and then nails Rakshirasi to the wall. Third of a second faster on the lap. Alright, excellent. Put that experience to good use and nail it on the qualifier. Show us what you could do. Yeah, do that. Alright, you should both have the softs boost and the qualifying trim. Yeah, that's what I'd go for. Go for it. Now these practices and qualifiers, you could play them all out like proper races, but I just think that'd be so repetitive. One proper race for each time, that's all we need. Also, pants unstoppable. Sword stoppable, but only by chassis. God, you love to see it. It's a repeat of our last time in Phoenix, actually, first and third. Except this time we'll be taking both. Good with the money, except I have to pay extra. Pants is really making you regret offending him. Not at all. Pants might be amazing, but he's not cut out for the World Motorsport Championship. He has no room to improve. That might be great, but think how much better we'll be if we sign someone like Philip II of Habsburg or Zhang He. I'm sure they'd be interested, especially if we butter them up a little bit. Now, light-footed mediums. Are you even going to be using mediums on this race? Potentially, in which case that would be nice, but I'm naturally just going to squeeze everything out of those softs that we can. Yep, let's go for it. Alright, forget first and third. I think we can do first and second here. Screw Rack Shirasi and everything they stand for. Pants, sword. It's time to unsheath. Unsheath a little harder than that. Oh yeah. A robot could do this. An onboard computer that weighs 500 grams could do this better than these drivers who all weigh about 70. Why does this even exist? Oh well, whatever works. Just go round and round and don't get too dizzy. It would be a test of your skills as a team manager to make the subpar driver the world champion. We gave Paolo his chance. Lemmy Cooper all... How the hell do you crash on this? I wouldn't crash on this. Okay, virtual safety car is a good opportunity to be pitting. Hopefully they both take the opportunity. Come on, Pants. No, he doesn't. Well, the safety car didn't last long anyway. Going for it now, though. In and out, no messing about. Oh god, over to mediums. That's not ideal. Maybe they have it calculated that they can run it better like that, but still. The heat hypnotizes. Must have been the expert trait. I don't know, this is one glorified roundabout, isn't it? The poor Americlaps cannot understand the greatness of the roundabout. I've never driven in America. When I was a younger man, I got, I don't know, I needed to get some kind of permit thing so that I could drive there. I had my license, sure, but apparently under a certain age they wanted me to have some kind of extra thing, which I got, but then unfortunately the guy wouldn't actually rent me a car when I was there, so that was unfortunate. You kind of need a car in America. This pitting situation doesn't look so good. Oh my god, Krios overtaking us? That isn't right. Come on guys, it's not a hard lap. But what in the world are you doing on mediums? Probably trying to squeeze out one fewer pit. Chris Redfield. No, the Redfield line is not continuing, my friend. Chris posting's the best. Can't rent a car until you're 24. I think I was 24 when I was doing it, and then when I actually went there, they wanted me to be 25 to rent a car. And that was a bit of a bummer. I was looking forward to finally getting some experience driving in America. But hey-ho, fortunately I was with others who could drive. And we must have found the only bus in Florida. I mean, going to the residential area in Kissimmee was really cool as well. Just seeing people with giant tankers of God knows what in their backyard. Oh, man. Felt real authentic. Okay, good. I was worried about not crossing Hotline Miami there. But if Pants can get past Miami, then we're gonna have the first and second that we deserve. Get out of here. Not so hot anymore, are you? Now finish off. Don't somehow crash like Redfield and Koopa. And there we go. First and second in the freaking bag. You love to see it, I love to see it. And, oh, where's all the scoring points for EA Lanka? Because I'm not seeing it. Damn, we're good. We could actually just sit out the final race and we'd win. Hell, I should get the votes done already. But you never know. Ernie might take a kickback in decide that we're not allowed to promote here. How do you even overtake on this track? Everyone has the same engine. Well, you see, if you have better front and back wings and suspension, you don't need to hold back on the turning whatsoever. And again, you could be driving a box cart, you wouldn't need to hold back on these. I don't know what I'd have to say to Scipio to make him want to fire me. But yeah, actually Master Sword outperforming Pierre Pants there, despite Pierre Pants' podium finish. Oh, it's so good. Our homegrown Pierre Pants outperforming our poached Master Sword. However, let's turn the situation around. Imagine, if you will, Master Sword remained with EA Lanka. Be a bit more worrisome, wouldn't it? Still though, no amount of ifs or buts are going to change the fact that we are double second position points. And then some. You could tell him you're rehiring Zergle out. We are not rehiring Zergle. No way, no how. DDR Racing have a crazy awesome driver lineup. DDR Jake, you are # Amazeballs. Man. Been a long time since someone called me something along the lines of Amazeballs. There was a time when someone kept calling me amazing and it just felt too awkward. Still better than Amazeballs. Pants alone has more points than all the other teams. What can I say? We bring in the best Pants and we pay him the best money. Imagine if Ernie disallowed mid-season driver poaching. It's all part of the game. For reals as well. Love that money making, but I need more. I just wish I could give him another squeeze for it. But between the prize money and the promised money and the money that we've squirreled away for the next car, I think we're going to be looking good for upgrades into the next season. Wasn't Pants the guy you signed when he was set to be Asia Cup champion and then after signing he wasn't? He just needed a season to get used to the cars there, Flacasse, and he certainly has. Meanwhile, NPC Racing Team desperately trying to claw it back. It's not impossible. If they scored... God, what would be 40 points doubled to 8? No, it's impossible. They ain't bringing that back. Scudero win the World Championship. We win the Asia Pacific Super Cup. And we hope and pray that Nokia don't mess up the final race so that they can win for the Scrub League. You love Pants so much now. How do you explain giving the best parts to Paolo for so many races? I had to give Paolo a proper chance. I had to see if they were worth keeping on. We were enlightened, and for that we scored this amazing win with Master Sword. An amazingly expensive win, but I'll take it. What do we have here? Pants wins close fight. Pants top the chassis. Car condition dropping as usual. BBC want to know it. Wow, a 1-2. That has to go down as a dream weekend. What was the secret? Come now. Clearly I perfected the strategy. Oh man, I really wish I was in this situation in real life. I would love to be cocky in front of the media. That said, I would also just... I would physically hurt people with media performances like that, because one of my greatest joys in life is just cheesing people off, mega cheesing them. DDR Renato Portolupi. I don't get it, TBW, probably some Portuguese joke. Pit crew review, amazingly not making mistakes. 4.5 seconds slower than our records. Team trophy, scouting, ooh. Linda Lorenz. You're promising, but I'm gonna need even better than you. Also, you're already hired. So yeah, not interested in Asia Pacific. The only person who'd wear golden words, most humble man everywhere. Being humble's for suckers. It's for people who don't believe in themselves. And I got no time for those kinds of people. Right, let's finish off the car, give it a spit and polish for one last race, even though we're perfecting parts we're not going to use. Car repair is done, now carry on. If you need to be humbled, just think of your PDXCon panel. No I won't. Paradox is now like 3 years behind me, sometimes I forget I even worked there. I don't even have dreams about having worked in Paradox. You know how if you have a job for a while, you just keep dreaming about it every now and then. It's like, oh god, these things are due. What? I haven't started on them. And then you wake up in that cold sweat. I don't get that for Paradox. I get that for my security job that, thinking about it, I had like a decade ago now. Great job though. Man, if everything in my life went tits up, I'd go crawling back to security. Okay, bad form. I'm just not feeling it. Good thing, because you're getting the boot soon enough. 40% chance of rain. Got a pretty good simulator, but it needs an upgrade. Second place driver Sword is hoping to close the gap with Pants at the top. It's time to start reeling in the pants. The thought of beating Pants gets me up in the morning. Second time we hear it, still good. What on earth would be great about security work? It is what you make of it. Okay, you're essentially stuck in a location for a full working amount of time every week, sometimes longer because the pay is crap and the hours are long. But if you get it done just right, it's not work. It becomes, here's a load of free time that you get given, but you get paid something you can live off to do it. The amount of stuff I got up to during my security times is probably not something I should be saying in front of a real audience, but I'm just saying that time for me was good time. Okay, let's move on. Let's not say anything compromising here. It is very chill if you get the right places. If you don't get the right places, it's very not chill. But then you just need to have the balls to go to whoever is in charge of you and just say, move me off this site, move me here. I mean, it's a pain in the ass to hire security guards because even though it's absolute bottom feeder work, they do need to have, what's the word? Not regulation, certification for it. I actually had a little badge. I sort of got it somewhere. What is it even called again? I care about it so much that I keep it close to hand, literally within arm's reach. It's an SIA Security Industry Authority license for one DDR Jake. If you're absolutely stuck on getting a job, just fork out the 300 quid or so to get yourself one of those and you can walk into security work. That's how much of a pain in the ass it is to hire people and train them up with that. Because you will find some of the most god-awful dregs of society in that work, I'm telling you. Oh, right, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Just because we're winning and have zero chance of losing doesn't mean we should skimp on bringing our A game here. 90 for crucial, 85 for non-crucial. How has this stream taken 6 hours? Why has this been such a long season for us? Probably too much enjoyment. I've been sitting back laughing too much, but that's okay. I know those live, laugh, love things are maximum cringe, but I do thoroughly believe in laughing in life. Suspension is 80%. Well, it seems to be working wonders for Pants, because they're taking the top spot there. Crucial component stripped too far. Clearly doesn't matter. But practice also doesn't matter, so too bad. It takes a minor amount of effort, Battleship. One of the greatest things about the onset of the digital age is the ability to choose your own name. You ever just wake up and think, man, my real name sucks, I wish I could change it. I had that when I was a kid, because I met a guy who was actually called Wiz. I was like, wow, that's so cool. I think I was about 7 years old at the time, so yeah, it was cool. And that made me look at my name of Jake and go, oh man, this name blows. But when given the opportunity to choose my own name, I stuck with Jake. I think it's a powerful name. I like it a lot. Wiz? You mean... No. For one, Wiz's name isn't Wiz in Paradox, and no, that definitely wasn't him. Right, where are we at here? Crank out everything we can from those super softs, because we're starting off with them. Get those qualifying trims operational. Is it going to be raining? Absolutely not. Go and score me first and second on those podiums, and earn me that money as well. What? Wiz isn't his name? Are you suggesting Trin's name isn't Tragula? I'm sorry to break it to you. Well, I'm not. I'm sorry to see what Sword is doing. Sword, turn that around. That's a oh, good lord. Good thing we can trust in Pants to bring it home and cost me all that money. Clinker asks, how far behind are we on YouTube? You're not behind at all. This new season here is the newest season. Every previous one is on YouTube. It's a very rare case of me actually putting in the effort to make sure YouTube is up to date, because I can appreciate that joining in this one and having missed out a bit would be a massive spoiler. I didn't actually give it any of that thought, but thinking about it, I did actually do that, so I might as well look like I'm taking credit for it. Also, that goalpost just twitched. I swear it. Righto. We're starting out in the Super Softs, we don't get a big bonus from them. Even so, though, race trim and Super Softs. There's no sign of rain coming, so that seems like the best combination. Race trim and Super Softs. Get out there, guys. Give everybody watching a good display. Also, yeah, you're right, I did knock down this to 80 instead of 90. Could knock it down further for a laugh, but I won't. Get to it. Twitching goalposts must have been Paolo. When I made a promise, I kept that promise. Paolo got fired even though it cost me millions of pounds. £6.5 million. Okay, Pants, just don't let us down. I know Sword is way behind, but Sword will catch up. Until they do, though, you just secure that first place in our kind of disgusting but growing on me neon pink car. Someone else will get to choose the livery for next season. Our first entry into the World Motorsport Championship. The cream of the crop, at least in the single-seater series. Damn, Pants, you're unstoppable. Thane Krios can't take you down, he's too busy rattling around in the air vents. Zergle can't manage it, he's choking down on sauerkraut. God knows what Delaney's doing, but Young is just high on fumes. At least he's not dropping a match having black smoke belching out of his car this time. Well, it's early days, there's 20 more laps, somebody could pull an Andarius for us. Andarius must be so happy he's retired. Couldn't handle the pressure. Every wall he sees he just wants to ram right into. Sword won't catch up, Performers won't. Yeah, good point, but look, Sword can take it easy. Earn their final 1.5 million. Bandar Warrior, that's not how you drive. That's not how anyone drives. Oh man, Bandar Warrior's the comic relief around here. Tell you what though, they tend to avoid crashing pretty well. I think. I choose to remember it that way. Alright, Pants, enjoy your pitting. Coming out of the pit in 11th might sound bad, but only Krios is ahead of you of people that have pitted. Everybody else is going to go down, and you'll be fine for it. Moving over to Softs, the Softs won't last you till the end of the match, but you're probably going to want to change over to Super Softs at the very end. Basically, it's in the bag. We're so damn cool. How could anybody think that we weren't going to make it? But no, 62% of votes were put against DDR Racing for coming in first in the Asia League. I hope you look back on the harsh words you say and feel great shame about it. I won't. I'll know we're coming out on top. Goddamn Bandar Warrior with the fastest lap. That's not going to hold, surely. For an F1 driver, Gorilla Bandar Warrior's not that bad. Bandar Warriors are also size 3. Stands to reason that it's going to be a tight fit inside the single-seaters for them. She did specifically mention she's feeling off. Would be impressive if she pulls it out despite... Yeah, actually 8th isn't too bad for Sword. Who said they weren't going to make it back here? Alaska said they wouldn't make it, but they also predicted my win, so I can't badmouth them. Going for a swift pit there, Sword. Come out in a staggering 17th, but you're on the supers. You have what you need to finish the lap. I actually think Sword is going to score points here, but I also think that Pants is going to score all the points. Look at that! 22 seconds ahead of Krios. There would have to be a disastrous pit for that horrible ridden... What is their race again? I managed to forget. Kepler syndrome affects the blah blah blah. They are thralls for the Hanner. They are... Wow, I actually can't remember. That's just how immemorable Mass Effect 2 is, right? Yes, the dregs of society. Thank you, King Jeebus. Thank you, Pants. You're putting it away for first. Sword might not get the points here. Actually, there are definitely people that are going to pit ahead of Sword, and Sword does not need to pit. Come on, pull it ahead, Sword. You can score us the points. Pierre Pants getting the fastest lap just to style on abso-freaking-lutely everyone. I'm not sure they're taking that last lap pit. It's okay, Sword. Not everybody's going to be Pants. Wow. You are the only Frenchman I would want to look at, Pants. The only one I'm not closing my eyes in disgust because you're bringing it home. You're the best person I ever poached. That said, though, you never know how EA Lanka could have done if I hadn't poached the Master Sword from them. So really, Master Sword was another great find for us. Don't speak too soon, Jake. Disastrous pits have been the forte of DDR racing. Just Zergle's evil influence, and now we're finally going to be away from his league. Actually, God, what if someone in the World Championship snaps up Zergle? I'd be unhappy, to say the least. Goddamn, 22 points for Pierre Pants. Pierre Pants has 94 points. That is single-handedly outshining EA Lanka absurdly well. In fact, am I reading this right? Pierre Pants has as many points as the second and third entire team put together. He's so cool. And yet he's French. Probably wears a turtleneck. My signed Dark Young helmet just arrived. Got rid of the pictures of the kids to make room for it. That is sick. Pierre gets the win, followed by Jill. Ooh, Hackerman Zergle trying hard in third, but... Oh wow, he's actually getting really good. It's not impossible that he could actually arrive in the World League. Damn it, Zergle. And he's still improving at an absurd rate. I don't think we can quite dismiss Zergle. Actually, it's a painful thought, but his contract's coming to a close. Oh dear. I hope Zergle haunts you for the entire Longplay Mort. He's still a wonder kid. He's still an expert of Tondela. What's that story of, oh man, I can't remember the game, but somebody got betrayed in a game team, professional gaming, probably something like Overwatch or that going fast game about capturing flags, something like that. And then they joined some crappy team but fought their way up to the top to go and defeat the former teammate that betrayed them. Great story, but that's the only thing I remember about it. I don't know the name or the game or the people involved, or if it was even true. But I choose to believe it happened, and it's really cool. Also, I saw a new trait earned there. Probably the new champion. Oh my god. Okay. NPC Racing Master Team tries to bring it back, but there's no double points for the final one in World Motorsport, so too bad for them. How's the pit cafeteria? Asia Pacific Super Cup won by a country mile. Suck it, Lanka. What about these guys? Come on! No! Nokia! Oh, man. Again, they're robbed. They even placed third with Mohammed Linzer, but it wasn't enough because Lona placed fifth and Leveler placed fourth on the double pointer. Oh, man. Why? I'm really sad to see that. I believed that Nokia could do it. I'm glad Kruger's getting knocked down some more, but that's pathetic. Check out the team manager for Patreon. He knows his stuff. What, enough to get relegated? Oh, I don't like what you're getting at there, Von Dougals. Okay, 2020 winner, Drivers' Championship, Pierre Pants, myself representing, of course. Oh, well, there we go. I get a considerably nicer looking trophy. I like that layered effect there. If it was a modern building, it would be ugly as sin, but it's my trophy. And look at that sharp point. I could shank someone with this. Man, it feels good to be the best. Alright, let's be drowned in praise for our astonishingly good performance here. But we will also investigate this amazing Knows Their Stuff Patreon principle, shall we? Patreon patricians, managed by Von Dougals. Forever Lona's been injured for some reason. Oh, they've got the sniffles. I thought that was 10 weeks. That was insane, but no, 10 hours. True Leveler. You used to be a big deal. There's no way they're going to keep True Leveler up for the next level. A 3-star fighting in the Asia Pacific Super Cup? No way. Maybe they're going to train up Xiaohang Li a bit better. And then have them perform. It's possible. Look at that. Wow, they actually improved quite well. And they could go straight to the top. And they're only 19. If only they had Wonder Kid. Yeah, that's a duplicate Paolo as the chairman here. He's working 2 jobs. Just doesn't make enough money. Pants wins a tight qualifier. Please. James Hunt, lay off of it. Do you have time for the BBC? Your driver has won the title. Congratulations. Any comments about the winning driver? Driver is just one part of the team. Come now. It belongs to the guys back at HQ. That's me, by the way. What's the matter, Pierre Pants? Feeling a little offended, are we? I am the champion. I can't thank you enough for giving me such an amazing car this season. I am the Asia Pacific Super Cup champion. It feels incredible. Thank you so much. Marketable, morale, happiness, relationship. Hard-fought win for Pants. Beating Zergle, damn right. Any more people that we desperately need to scope out at this point? The unemployed in particular? Not currently. Any new pit crew worth signing on? Nah, none of them cutting the mustard just yet. He might take the trophy in Raw, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, repair that car and it's time for promotion. And call me Dr. Eggman here. Blah, blah, blah. Repairing cars, contracts running down. Now, I quite like my mechanics, but I think we can do even better for next season. So let's not rush on recruiting those folks for longer. Yes, I understand. Continue on. I want my promotion and my money. Lockhart Motorsport says that their chairman is going to finish off there. Oh well. Bill Lawrence is in. We don't care about them whatsoever. Happy to present you with your prize money. It better be a lot of money. Oh, that's like 10 million more than we got for placing 8th. God, that's so much money. Right, you know where that money is going to. Well, I certainly do. We're improving our HQ straight away. It's going to be a long, hard fight, but we're not going to be able to make it anywhere if our factory isn't good enough. So I think we need to improve that factory. It's going to take forever, but let's get it done. Buy money. We still have a fair bit of money left over, so what else should we consider improving? We're going to need to start working on that engine, but I think the gearbox is more important. Wow, our telemetry is only that good, right? That definitely needs to improve. Design center's too expensive to justify. I'd rather improve other things. Forecasting center? No, not worth it. Staff center? Also not worth it. What are you gonna do about 21 million in prize money? Well, I've already spent it, haven't I? And it was 31 million. Wind tunnel, test track. Test track is so expensive to improve, though. Granted, we do need it, but my god, it's expensive. So expensive. Plus, we need to spend some money on new hirees. Oh, would you look at that? My favorite kickback receiver there has counted the votes and decided that I am manager of the season for kicking out both of my team members. And the driver of the season is Jill Wall-Loving Valentine, the ultimate Cabedon. The entire team has a lot to thank Annette Engel for. In the Oberhof Racing team, we absolutely don't care about them. Okay, I want to save just in case this ends up running on too late, but... Oh, well, this is going to be promotion into the World Motorsport Championship. I do want to get the offer of promotion and read that through. And to the person who crashed the most, our league's best driver, Jill Valentine. Yeah. Maybe they don't want to overload one person in prizes there. Here we go, promotion opportunity. Congratulations on winning the title. Now, time for the big question. Would you like to make the big step up to the World Motorsport Championship? If you accept, our technical experts shall brief your mechanics on current regulations, and our car will be upgraded to a somewhat competitive level. You can't see it, but I'm making air quotes with my fingers. This is it. I can't believe we got Asia done in 2 seasons, from 8th place to 1st place by a country mile. I don't think the WMC is going to be that easy, because I'm not going to spec parts for it. But, of course, we're moving on up, moving on out. Time to realize that nothing can stop us. Beijing's getting chopped out, so I assume that there are only going to be 14 races instead of 15. That's still quite a lot. 27 lap races on average make them considerably shorter than what we've seen thus far. Wow, so they voted to make them shorter? This year, DDR Racing decided not to take up... What? Did I push the wrong button? You accepted promotion to World Motorsport Champion. DDR Racing decided not to take up my... What? Ernie, you having a laugh here? What the hell was that? You accepted promotion to World Motorsport Champion. We need to confirm this. Ah, okay, right. So something went horribly wrong with it. I can only assume that's what was happening there. Okay, right. Worry not. We'll have this fixed for the... we'll have this doctored for the next save. Away it all goes. There's only one thing we really need to do, aside from slip Ernie that kickback that he desperately wants, and that is to sort out our prediction outcome. As we well know, promotion or not, we did take 1st position, so the outcome is DDR Racing, and let's shower the people in victorious comments for it as they get their 1,000,000 points. Damn right, DDR Racing is the correct outcome. And we can bring that summary out to enjoy. Come on, prediction, come to me. There we go. So, the big believers. Kirai, Smuffet, Linkart, Rested Pandy, Binyar, For Use by Me, Wick, Labellum, Demon, and Attlewin They knew DDR would win. How could they not win? On top of that, though, the people who really believed EA Lanka had it... To be fair, EA Lanka was a good call. I was just too damn good. Joseph Stallings there, and then some people with chump change. Other people who just really don't matter at all. Normandy SR Racing. Joke Nation. But the people who went for the sure thing, the global saturation racing. Isaac Chumro Shunli, my own Spengler. A dog, Idla, Carpet Llama. Dark Young. And Brush Your Tugs. You lost all those points. They went to glorious winners. I myself am a glorious winner. However, it's past midnight. I need my beauty sleep because OpenTTD is calling to me in about 12 hours. So until I'm back with that stream, and of course back with the World Motorsport Championship tomorrow evening, it's a cheers and a cheerio.